Kingsman sur cet attaquant en Kylie qui est très belle attaque.
Lleva 2.99, en la guerra anterior también hizo 99, no me lo puedo creer.
Ay, no, qué mufa,
No me lo puedo
marqué
creer,
yo
hizo
solo,
99.
no.
Pangolin chegou, stunou, Pangolin finaliza, besta, o rei ressurge na Fênix, tem só uma titã, 12 segundos e caiu!
¡Rúgeme, tigre! La de Inquisition le pega la vuelta, voltereta, Inquisition arriba, vaya guerra,
He's got balloons. He's got the diggy. He needs to throw the balloons in for distraction. He's got that invisibility as well. He's got it. He pulls through, but he needs to get it cleaned up in time. RC gets the support, and can you believe it, Woody? How did he pull that back? It looked out of the water, but it's a triple instead.
And these are the best moments in Clash of Clans. Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be. The Queso Cup is the place for clashing action. My name's Woody, and it's so good to be back again here with Eric, as well as one of the mainstays of Clash Cast you saw him last year at Worlds. Maxi is here. Guys, how are you doing? Maxi, first, let us know what is going on.
Hello Woody, thank you for this extremely nice introduction and welcome everybody at home watching the stream. I couldn't be more excited about this weekend. 2 days full of Clash action with one golden ticket given away at the very end of it. Eric, how are you feeling today?
I'm pumped and ready for some Clash action here. This is going to be wild. We have so many good teams that are going to be participating today, and there's so much to play for, Woody. It's going to be absolutely incredible.
It sure will, because this is the weeks-long competition leading up to the first golden ticket to be awarded in 2023. That golden ticket is your admission to the Clash of Clans World Championship. The Queso Cup is an annual event now. It is a staple in the Clash competitive scene because it is the first, the best, the initial peek into what this meta is shaping up like. Who are the clans that are best able to get on top of the action early on? And as you see on the screen here, the format has whittled down all of the best clans in the world down to just the top 8 that are entering the final bracket for this weekend through the open qualifiers, the Swiss stage that you saw last weekend, now down to the final double elimination bracket playoffs. Now, Maxi, let's take a look at the teams and tell us who has been competing so far.
Yes, these are all the 16 teams that made it into the Swiss stage, but as we know, only 8 of them made it to today. I was actually very impressed by a lot of them, and we also had some big surprises leading into the Swiss stage with some teams, big names that have been at the World Championship stage before, not making it into those top 16. On the other hand, some teams that we haven't seen up there a lot, like say TWOB or ITP Team and Inquisition as well. So some newcomers here joined with some very familiar names from the Clash of Clans scene, like Navi, the former Queen Walkers, or ET-XSports, who competed as MS Esports last year. So the world champion and the third in the world championship. So a good mix of teams. So some new names for this year and some old well-known teams. And it's going to be very interesting. Now you can see the 8 teams that made it to today. It's going to be interesting to see who will have the upper hand in the next 2 days. So Eric, there's not just the golden ticket on the line, but also a lot of dollar bills, isn't it?
Absolutely. $50,000 of prizes here, with the golden ticket obviously being the #1 prize, the top prize. That's what everybody's going to be gunning for, but everybody's walking home with something for making it into the top 8 today. So first of all, congratulations for all the teams that did make it this far, but only one team's going to stand all the way to the end. So let's go ahead and check out who our first matchups are going to be. Check out our bracket and see exactly what we have looking forward for today. But I'm very excited here, Woody. We got a huge amount of money to play for. That golden ticket obviously is what everybody's going to be gunning for, but I mean, just the caliber of the teams that we have on the schedule for today is going to be incredible.
Right, you are, Eric. And it's worth mentioning again that that golden ticket is an admission to the final event of the year. This $1 million plus prize pool for events taking place in the Clash of Clans esports world. The bulk of that is going to get given out at the grand final World Championships. And one of these 8 teams listed on the left side of your screen now will be there to compete. The teams moving on from the Swiss stage have been seeded from rank 1 to rank 8, and they have been placed in this bracket where they will have a chance to advance to the grand finals, but a loss is going to send them down to the lower bracket where one more defeat means elimination. Our matches today will start off with Clash Champs versus TWOB. Then it's Bad Zinger versus Inquisition, Navi versus Chasmac EA, and Imperium Titans versus ITP Team. These 4 matches are going to be decisive because they will determine who is advancing in the winner's bracket with that upper hand advancement. We are really excited for these early matches today because it's going to shape up a ton of what we're going to be expecting to see for tomorrow when we will finally have that golden ticket awarded, Maxi.
Absolutely. I just couldn't be more excited, especially with the double elimination system that was that they are doing in these competitions for the past couple of years. It makes it so much better because we have a guarantee that, you know, the best teams, the most consistent teams will make it, and a team doesn't have to worry about one bad war, and they will still have a second chance, and we are going to be witnessing that throughout the next 2 days. But guys, now it's time for you at home to take a look at Twitter. Watch below me. Mom, I'm on TV. That is our motto. And there is a chance for you at home to be on this stream today. So go check out COC Esports over at Twitter, and make sure to put out a tweet with hashtag #ClashWorlds in it. You will see all the other information over on Twitter, and maybe we will see your beautiful face later on the stream today.
Absolutely. Mom, I'm on TV too. Yeah. Okay, well, all right. We are getting close to the first rounds, getting ready to start here. So let's say bye to Maxi for now. It's gonna be me and Woody casting our very first war here. So we'll see you in a little while, Maxi. He's gonna be jumping back in for war number 2 a little bit later on. And our first war of the day from the top of our bracket there is going to be none other than Clash Champs. And they're taking on TWOB. I mean, both of these teams definitely clan favorites here. We have a killer roster of seasoned players on both sides. Clash Champs specifically plays very, very well under the name Space Station Gaming for their primary roster, for the bulk of the roster during last year's World Championship. So definitely excited to see them, but a fan favorite there out of the Indian community, TWOB, will be playing on the other side here, Woody.
Clash Champs undefeated from the Swiss stage with a 3-0 record, 13 average stars in their wars, so TWB has got their work cut out for them. But Pete Castro is going to be blazing out of the gate. He is already in his first attack. It's going to be a La Lune strike, and he has sent in a hero dive in the bottom right-hand side of his face, trying to make a big chunk out of this town hall compartment, maybe even take a couple of air defenses with him. Let's see how he is doing now, Eric, because he is getting into some thick action down here. Heroes on the other side are engaging. He's dropping a rage spell now to keep this Archer Queen on task and going fast. Out in front, the Barbarian King and Royal Champion on the top side have done a big chunk out of space, and it looks like over on the left side that Flame Flinger has just done amazing work taking out a scatter shot now. Big early damage from P. Castro, looking to shape it up for a quick strike on the back end because he's only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left to get those last 2 stars.
That's absolutely enough time to get a LaLo through the base here, but I really love what he did with the Queen there, using the rage on the Queen. That was pretty wild to use that without healers, but he does have to make his way through a defensive rage in just a moment here. It freezes it for now, delaying the activation of it, but with 2 multi-inverters in the core of the base here, that is going to melt through some balloons very, very quickly, and hopefully that rage tower can fade by the time he starts to get targeted by it. Otherwise, he's going to be losing a huge amount of these balloons. Double damage out of both of those Infernos, and you can see the moment they step into the double range, it is over. All the balloons fall out of the sky, and it's looking like it's going to be an opening defense for TWB, holding back Pete Castro from Clash Champs.
conflagration. TWOB advanced through the Swiss stage with an average of just 11.8 stars. That really suggests to me that they held on some great defenses throughout their attacks, and that bears repeating in this first run through with P. Castro. TWOB also managed to get an average destruction of 88.9%. So that gives you a sense of what to expect from them, but they'll need to push even higher up because with a record of 3-2, they have taken a few losses here and there. They have managed to keep their place in this tournament, but as the 8th seeded team, they really do have their work cut out for them against the Clash champs who are just studying these bases so super hard and doing their best to make the best decisions as quickly as possible. These teams get very little preparation time to get these attacks ready. Now, typically that first attack does have a pretty high percentage hit rate. So the fact that TWOB was able to hold them off in this initial bout is really good news for them. This team playing from India has got a lot of fans cheering them on in the chat who have been looking for a national team to carry them on into the World Championships. This could be their year. This could be their time. And this weekend will determine whether or not this will be the squad that will be doing it, Eric.
Absolutely. And Clash Champs has been particularly impressive, not just on their offense, but on their defensive side. They hold some of the best teams out there to very low stars. They're very good at stopping the meta attacks. They have an excellent base building team, and being in an organization like that, they definitely have a lot of additional people on their team to help them with the base building and everything. So they are going to be a tough team to beat here. So being able to stop them and get a potential chance to get ahead is going to be a very big deal here. Gohill will be beginning for TWOB. It looks like he's got this Inferno Dragon attack that we've been seeing them use in the Swiss stages with looks like 6 lightning, a couple of skeleton spells, and the bulk of his army as the Dragon Rider and Inferno Dragon mix will zap out everything around the monolith, catching both of the sweepers with that lightning. And you definitely do not want Inferno Dragons getting knocked back. Every time they get knocked back by a sweeper, their beam resets and it slows down their damage output. So taking out the sweepers is very, very important. And now, Woody, let's see if he can push through the base.
Gohill is the MVP for TWOB, the highest hit rate player. So they are really committing a lot of investment to this first attack, trying to start off strong and on top. We'll see if that is going to be the case because they've got a big 94% 2-star standard set for them by the Clash champs. Now, I wouldn't call this Inferno Dragon army very popular in the current meta, but it is something that TWOB has brought back a few times throughout their wars, and it's something that they've seen success with. It's a big, kind of slow moving but high damage output attack that if you can minimize the defensive fire attacking your troops and they can just hop from 1-to-1 against these defenses, especially if they're able to keep those big bulky Dragon Riders out in front, it is very good news for this attack. With a battle blip coming on in after the main front end of the space has just been obliterated, Gohill should grab this 2nd star quickly and just look for cleanup afterwards, Eric.
He's landing into a poison tower. That's going to slow him down a little bit. A couple of red air bombs going up. The town hall goes down with no issues there. Those balloons are completely sacrificial after they secure the town hall, so that is perfectly okay. He still has a skeleton spell that can assist him getting through the defensive king and the Grand Warden down south, but he needs to be patient here. He has his rogue champion. He lost his queen and king, though, and that might spell trouble for this one. He definitely needs the support there going through the defensive king, but he'll have to rely on the skeleton spell, and maybe the baby dragon can do something significant here. But at least the warden, okay, there goes the warden, gets hit by a black air bomb, and now Woody, the moment of truth, he pushes his rogue champion through, has the distraction, but keep an eye on the warden damage. He hits like a truck, and the RC is going to get hit hard as he moves into the range.
But with the help from that headhunter, just that one troop Gohill is committed down there. The Envy King goes down. Regicide Supreme. We have still got a multi-target Inferno, though, and that is going to be a gigantic obstacle for him to reach that coveted 3rd star. He's got a lot of cleanup along the outer edge, though, and he should be trickling up into the 90 percentages. At 88 right now, he still has a few more buildings left to claim, but it looks like out of the opening salvo, TWOB are going to be short just a couple of percentages against Clash champs. at 90 now and barely climbing higher. He looks pretty happy with what he's been able to do with this first attack, but Go Hill has been held at bay, and Celino from Clash Champs will hold the day.
Yes, one building deficit now for TWB. Class Champs was 92% on their opening attack there. So literally one building separates these teams right now. And that's why just having a couple of clear troops there started early to start to pick off the random trash around the base there. Not only can prevent a tide fail, but also can give you a chance to get more percentage. That's why it's so important. But next up for Class Champs will be Padalino using a bunch of lightning. Takes out the Eagle Artillery, grabs out the Rage Tower. And I don't know what that other building was that he got there. Maybe a sweeper? No, I have no idea. I don't know what the other building he got out of there with that lightning was, but main target there was the Eagle Artillery and that Rage Tower, and that's going to make so as he moves in those back-end multis, like we saw in the previous attacks, we saw how much damage they can do under Rage, and that's not going to be an option for the defender this time. But you got Sumit 007 on defense here as Padalino sends in the Super Dragons right at this Town Hall.
Yeah, taking now that Eagle Artillery, and I believe it was there was a Rage spell over there as well. We saw how much difficulty a raged up double multi-inferno in the center of the base can cause for an attack. So Padalino certainly doesn't want to have to go up against that. He's going to deal with that on the front end instead, while the Super Dragons are protected by that Grand Warden Eternal Tome. A bit unfortunate for Padalino that was forced out against him. As soon as his Grand Warden takes any more damage, there he goes, down for the count. Not good news, as he's really... Oh, the Grand Warden's back up. There he is, and he's back down again. Just a little bit of up and down there from the Phoenix. Yeah, I was like, wait, did I miss something?
It's okay. Well, the problem is that the Super Dragons didn't survive long enough to destroy the defensive CC building, so now he's got Rocket Balloons and defensive Ice Golems out chasing down his heroes right now. Flamethrower on the right side, gonna drop out an additional Super Dragon that'll go to the middle of the base, but with just his row champion moving on ground exposed, defensive queen, there's a lot of base here. Definitely to push those Super Dragons much, much further into the base than they were able to push through. So this is going to be another defense. Wow, I mean, you can definitely show the preparation of TWB coming into this, able to stop now 2 attackers from Class Champs. And like you were saying, as we are introducing this war, Class Champs hit rates are through the roof right now. So to open up with 2 defenses is a very big deal here for TWB.
Base building has just been so incredibly impressive throughout this competition, and the later in the wars we get, the more effort these base builders are putting into just creating uncrackable defenses. Padalino from Clash Champs now with a 2-star at the 82 percentage will be dragging that percentage down against TWB, who had an opening to begin with that is just even wider now. It's really hard to imagine that out of the first 3 attacks, none of them have been triples from the top-ranked teams now in the Queso Cup. But I mean, Eric, what does this say about the shape of the war going into the 4th attack now, the kind of the midfield? We're competing just on percentage, basically, for these 2-star strikes, and an 82 from Padalino, leaving the Clash Champs just kind of in a lurch. Like, does this shake their confidence? Are they going to be even more motivated to try to find that 3-star some way, somehow? Or are they going to start trying to play safer, expecting lots of 2-stars from both sides of this war?
Well, if the viewers out there haven't experienced Town Hall 15, it's tough. It is really, really, really tough up here. And I think most wars are won right around the 12 to 13 star mark there. We even see sometimes those 10 and 11 stars sometimes end up deciding wars. It's crazy how defensive Town Hall 15 is. Getting through those spell towers and getting through that monolith on top of everything else that is in Town Hall 15 is not an easy task there. So any triple, especially Town Hall 15, is going to be extremely impactful, and the first one that happens here could set the tone for the war. But here we go. We got the attempt coming in from Drago. Look at that invisibility. He had the Hound go to the invisibility, or to the air defense first, and then he made it invisible so we could cross through and get a better angle to clear black air bombs, and he is able to push in, and he will lock onto the Town Hall with those super wizards, and he got the tornado trap on the way up top as well. So with the Town Hall disappearing on him for just a second, he moves his invisibility, gets it down, and he wiped out that entire chunk of the base. Now he needs to break the ring of defenses. He'll do that with the baby dragon, and now the heroes will stay on the bottom side of the hole that was created, and they can move down. And then I would assume you want to push the LaLo through the Eagle Artillery and try to put the cross tagging, but I see people do it a little bit different sometimes, and they move it to the top of the base because look where the defensive row champion is. He does want a straight shot approach into the defensive row champion without having to push headhunters through the king first. So I can see him coming in at either the bottom or the top of the base with LaLo. We'll see what he decides to do here.
Electro Titan, the newest troop added, is going to be a great addition for this Archer Queen charge along the left side. You know, before we might have seen a P.E.K.K.A. in this sort of role, or Yetis, but she is a new add that is a big, bulky addition to help out on these hero charges. On the bottom corner now, we've got the main attack coming through. It's going to be that LaLo push with big support from that Royal champion yet to be committed into the center, but there she goes, charging through, takes down that air sweeper, finds her way onto that builder hut, and maybe even get a little bit of help onto that enemy Eagle Artillery. Big splash damage output there that he needs to eliminate as soon as possible because these loons are just taking a beating, Eric.
Yeah, but unfortunately, his headhunters were taking a beating as well. Since he decided to come from the bottom, he did have to go through the king with his headhunters, and that left the queen up. But his heroes are able to handle it. He lost all the balloons at this point here. He just lost his ward to a black air bomb, and the defensive row champion stays standing, and she is going to hold the line right there. Wow. Yeah, you got to deal with those defensive heroes. You have to deal with the defensive heroes. That is why I really feel like most of the time, you'll see people like not deploy their ward until they can have direct access to the defensive row champion so they can go in after her. But he had other problems to deal with there. There's not a huge amount of defenses left on the base here. It's just a couple of like point perimeter defenses, and he could have handled those maybe if he had more coming out of the middle. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. It's another defense for class champs as they hold strong. But once again, look at the percentage. It's like blow for blow here, Woody, but it looks like it's going to stay on advantage class champs. So, I mean, they're saying very, very close. But yeah, it's just like a percentage game out of like one. No, maybe he gets the percentage here. Does he? What do you need here? I think he actually might be up by 1%. Let's see that score update.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. They're up by 1 building now, Woody.
Razor thin margin of lead now for TWOB. Thanks to that strike from Drago. Percentages have just been so low, Eric. And I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record here just repeating this over and over, but with hit rates that have been like pushing 50% and higher, like TWOB was this close to a perfect war last weekend, coming in with 14 stars on their finishing blow. So for 4 attacks now from both of these clans, top ranked, to be held at bay, the defenses are just really rock solid right now. This is really good news if you're looking for a base, because these are, although they're cracked now and you're going to see where the traps are, these are great selections are out there if you're just trying to learn a little bit more about base building yourself, or maybe you even want to copy one of these and use it and see how it performs on your own terms. So congratulations to the base builders on both sides right now, because they have got a lot to be proud of with this very even keel, 34.8% from class champs. Leo needs to push it over the hill, just up a little bit more. That boulder rolling back down and down time and again. Can he get it to the top? Summit over Ijaz's base from TWOB. He's coming in with this Flame Flinger out on the right side. Long range damage against a well spread out defense that should get quite a few chomps on, as well as the Archer Queen at the bottom with those healers to protect her. Will take out a big chunk of the base. But it's Electro Dragons this time, Eric. Another one that we don't see quite so often, but that gets a lot of big value if those lightning attacks are able to chain through multiple defenses. The core of this base certainly looks quite dense and well positioned for Electro Dragons.
Sweeper's facing away from the entry here. He'll just charge right through the town hall. Pops the ward ability to go through the town hall, also absorbing the Eagle Artillery strikes there. Flame Flinger staying relatively safe on the right side, but it's about to approach a mortar over there, so it may start to take some fire. It is, and the Drags will keep on charging forward. They need to destroy the defensive CC building. I haven't seen much come out of there, if anything, and so if they can destroy it before any ground troops move into the area, then he's going to be in a very good spot. But I feel like this is a repeat of what happened with those Super Dragons. These E-Drags reached a core. They have very little HP. They're getting destroyed in there, and that leaves up the entire backside of the base. for his heroes to have to deal with. He does have a queen charge. He can potentially pull through. He needs to get the CC pull with his queen and fight it, but she's out of spell support. And now he's got Rocket Boots and Lava Hound, got an Exposed Monolith. I'm not feeling too hot about this one here, Woody. I think this might not work for him. This is rough. This is rough. How do you even pull through this back end? These, the areas around these Infernos are just holding it strong.
Yeah, this is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, and I don't know how you're going to chew through all that still remains. The monolith standing at the backside is just going to obliterate this poor Royal Champion. She's going to move through, and we'll be able to toss that shield off, getting a few more percentage here, but Leo is just so short. This might be one of the lowest percentage attacks so far in this war, and coming at a time that Clash Champs really needed to push it higher and higher. There is going to be a big hole left now in their hearts that they need to fill for TWOB to be defeated. The #1 seeded team, Clash Champs, now kept down into the 70s on percentage. They were already behind by that one, so this just gives even more of an opportunity for TWOB with some of the most incredibly strong defensive bases in the entire league right now to just hold the line against Clash Champs and take a victory.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Clash Champs is using attacks that are out of the ordinary. I'm kind of curious what they're seeing on these bases that would make them want to go in with these. I mean, I get box bases with sweepers facing at the Eagle Artillery away from the Town Hall. I understand the approach there with why they might want to try the Super Dragons, why they might want to try the Electro Dragons and push him in and try to come in behind the sweeper. And if they are able to push past there, if they do get through the Town Hall and get the chains into the core of the base there, destroy the CC, get all the base cleared out, thinned out a bit so the heroes can move through on the other side, then it can be a very effective strategy. We have seen that get a lot of triples in the past, and it is strong. But obviously, TWB came prepared. I mean, they like to use, like we saw the Inferno Dragons. They are definitely in tune with attacks like that, and apparently they know how to stop it as well. So they're holding strong on defense, and now they're in a very strong spot here at the midpoint of the war, where if they get above a 70% here, they will sustain their lead. And if they get a triple here, they're going to really put some heavy pressure over to Clash Champs to make it difficult for them to come back. So here we go. It is going to be a double clone with 2 lightning and what? This is a strange spell lineup here. What does Subit 77 have for us today?
He's got a learning experience for all us, Eric. This is going to be very interesting to see how he chooses to deploy a big spell complement to start things off here. Drop some lightning on that air sweeper to begin with, and that should give him easier access deeper on in for this balloon army. Only seeing 1 Lava Hound to be able to protect him out in front, so he is looking for some massive damage early on. The Battle Blimp pops, and it's going to be Super Archers inside, firing off with great geometrical assault. They're taking down that Town Hall, a Spell Tower inside as well, and grabbing a couple of Battle Builder huts too. Didn't get very many defenses, really just kind of claiming that Town Hall early on and taking down those Spell Towers. Pretty useful, but I'd like to see how he's going to follow up now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big spell investment, Woody. That was a huge spell investment for how much he got out of it. So with all of the major defenses other than the Town Hall still standing, he's going to have to push through the rest of the base here with the heroes to set up the LaLo. And the LaLo is going to have 0 spell support. So that's going to make it even more important than ever that they get into those multi-infernos in the middle of the base there and at least get one of them out of the way. He has 1 freeze to support, but look at the position of the Rage Tower. It is going to boost all the multiple air defenses, but more importantly, it's going to boost all 3 multi-infernos. That is going to be an insane amount of damage as he goes in the core, and with very little spell support, 1 freeze and a ward ability, he's going to have to move through there extremely fast, and I don't know how I feel about this one, Woody, but here we go. Into the core of this base, the Blues march forward.
They are just going too slow, though. They pass right back outside again to try to go take down a mortar, and with that, they're going down even before they've even reached the first Inferno Tower, Eric. Subit is just faced against such a massive foe in Leo's base here. That raged up triple multi-Inferno is the, pinnacle of splash damage. I don't even know if it's possible to create a more compact, high damage compartment than what Leo has here. Triple multi-infernos with an Eagle artillery, raged up, and air defenses. It's like anything that flies is just gonna evaporate in seconds. And that's exactly what we've seen here now. Unfortunately, one of the strongest players on TWOB's side, a great content creator in his own right and representing the Indian community with his head held high. But this is going to be a difficult blow to suffer now, as TWOB are going to fall behind on percentage for the first time in this war. Hold on, were they exactly even? What was that?
Are they? I don't think they're even. I think it's going to be a percentage advantage into Clash
It's a
Champs'
49% total for Clash Champs, and then TWOB ticked up a little bit more. I'm watching the replay now to try to get a sense for what their exact percentage was. If you see it before I do, be sure to shout it out.
We'll see it on the screen here just a minute when the next attack goes.
Oh, it's 48. Okay, yeah. So they're behind by 5% overall. I thought it's a 40.
That's where I was thinking in my head there. That's where I was thinking. But yeah, I mean, that was rough there. I feel like the same amount of value would be gained out of like a super wizard hit there without using the clones. Like just using a rage and a couple of invisibility probably would have got him similar value. Dropping super archers is a extremely high value attack, a very spell intensive attack. And usually you got to drop it deep in the base there and claim a lot of major defenses to make that one work. And to drop it on the edge of the base there just to secure the town hall, I feel like you should have gone with something a bit more simple. But ultimately you saw that core just shred him with no spell support. And now Loopzera going to be making his way into the next one. It is super dragons, a lot of lightning. He's going to go ahead and deal with the rage tower bright and early into the attack here, so he doesn't have to hit it later on, and he got a sweeper out of the way. And if he's gonna use if he's gonna take out the sweeper onto that left side, he could do a left side entry, but we'll see where he decides to make his way in. But as he starts off, the flame flinger is working on the right side, and he picked off an air defense up in the very top corner with rocket plume. So we'll just trim out the defense up there, and it does look like they're doing it again. They're very, very determined to make either Super Dragons or Electro Dragons work on this base, which is very odd considering how much this team typically is going to stick with LaLo attacks and Queen Charge attacks. This is so out of the ordinary for them, Woody.
Super Dragons once again need relatively clustered defenses, just like those Electro Dragons, to get splash damage value off. Loopzera is finding that town hall, and the first star is claimed. He's pushing on into the center now with that Eternal Tome, protecting them from the monolith. Big, heavy damage dealt out to those beefy Super Dragons, so you definitely want to take that down as quickly as possible. They're getting some shots up, though, and with a tornado trap going off, they're going to be spun around, confused and abused, unable to take the core down. And with the cleanup just along the outer edges, being only one Super Dragon down on the right side, you are correct yet again, Eric, that it is going to be a high hill for them to climb to keep that percentage in the lead against TWOB. Very super difficult entry point here, followed up from a pretty nice early stab. You know, precise early hits, even if they spend a lot of spell capacity, even if they throw an entire siege machine at the base, can be much more useful than just putting all of your force into the main attack. A dagger in the heart is going to do more damage than a slap in the face, right? But that precise strike early on has to set up perfectly for what is to follow. The more investment that you have early on, the more you have to make sure that you're taking out exactly what you need to. And these multi-tower infernos just always seem to be the nail in the coffin for these attackers. Whether they're on defense right in the core getting raged up, or whether they're far out and back protected in these giant compartments. Look, these multi-target infernos almost always have two tiles separating them from the walls if they're going to be protected on the back end of the base like this, because it just makes it so hard to path into them. This Archer Queen is just getting burnt to a crisp over successive inferno beams as she paths around the base now, unable to finally reach them on the final strike. But here we are at the very end now with Loopzera at 93%. Those minions trying to make it 94, but time running out against them. The Clash Champs will stay ahead on percentage overall, but TWOB have another opportunity with the 3-star to come in over the top and take the lead.
Yes, but I mean, they can still take it on percentage, but at this point, the percentage would have to be so high that they just need to convert it to a triple here and change the scope of this war right now. All defenses across the board. I'm noticing a trend here with these super dragons and the dragons. Every time that they push in, I think the primary reason that they're ending up missing is because, well, in that one, the monolith and the CC stay standing, but every time the defensive CC stays standing, then the troops that are inside of it that are all ground troops that won't deploy out to super dragons are staying alive in there. And as soon as then the Royal Champion or the heroes step in, then they pull out those CCs and then it just stalls them up. They're under fire. They get absolutely wrecked. So much damage output. That Royal Champion was almost swagged right there. She was able to take the monolith out there with her ability. But for the most part, those rocket balls came out and intercepted her. And it's very, very important that if you're going to use an attack like that, we need to destroy the CC building. So now with that in mind, we're seeing the Inferno Dragon attack come in again here for Ajaz, and we'll see if he can do it a little bit differently. He uses the lightning to take out the Rage Tower, and he picked up an Inferno with it. So now they'll potentially use that as a funnel here, and they've been attacking from the side of the base there rather than the Town Hall side when they use the Inferno Dragon. So we'll see if that works a little bit better here for me.
Ajaz does get a Tesla tower popping up over in the left side corner, and that could frustrate his funneling attempts a little bit there. They've been zapping through those rocket balloons, and now the Inferno Dragons. You see 4 Inferno Dragons pulled off onto that Tesla tower. Are they going to rejoin back up with the Grand Warden in the center to get that Eternal Tome? A few of them do, but it is not going to be the perfect entry point that he was hoping for. He needs 98% 2-star to tie it up against Clash Champs, 99% to be ahead by just 1% on that lead, and needs the 3-star to really give TWOB the decisive finishing move here for their final attacks to come in this war. But pushing along the bottom side now, he has finally taken down that Town Hall, and with the 2nd star claimed, it's all about the cleanup at this point. That central dark monolith gets a skeleton spell trying to tick away at it. That is not going to be enough to finish it off, Eric.
Yeah, you had the Inferno Dragons were right there. They were taken out by traps trying to take advantage of that skeleton spell that he placed onto the monolith, but that's going to be a problem. He'll throw down his Royal Champion to go try to deal with it. Unfortunately, the Royal Champion goes to the spell tower first, and that means it's going to be making that monolith invisible. She's got other targets to go after for just a minute, and she can stand inside of that invisibility, but she's going to step forward. There's still the defensive Royal Champion up ahead, and it is going to be another defense. This Royal Champion has 0 chance to pull through at this point. She'll get the stun and get the monolith down. Yeah, Woody, this is such a defensive war. Literally 1 triple. Either team tripling on this final exchange could decide it and send the other team packing down to the lower bracket.
We need a hero, Eric! Where is our 3-star attacker? End this anguish and give us a decisive lead one way or another. Clash Chance and TWOB are still just vying for that top spot, with neither of them laying claim. We are looking for a golden ticket team, and whoever gets the 3-star in this next 2 series of attacks will decide who wins it all for this team. If both of them get 3 stars, Clash Champs will get the win, and it looks like with a big percentage advantage as well. Clash Champs is in the driver's seat right now. It's going to be a big mountain to climb for TWOB, but they've done it before. This is a squad coming in with a 3-2 record from the Swiss stage that has persevered against very tough odds, and when it matters most, they have delivered the wins for their community. But Clash Champs, undefeated, just held at bay so far. Did they have an easier run through the Swiss stage? Were they just catching fire last weekend? How is it that they are 3-0 win record, but have yet to get a 3-star, Eric?
Oh, they definitely haven't had an easy run. None of these teams have had an easy run to be able to arrive here today. They just came prepared, and I mean, I'm boggled that we are seeing so many Dragon, Inferno Dragon, Electro Dragon. It's very opposite of what the LaLo meta has been showing us. The
more
Hog
Super
meta,
Dragons, why not?
The Electro Titan meta, like it's just showing you the bases that are able to stop those. But now Seleno can decide the war right here, Woody. We have another attempt at Super Dragon. What is... I don't know that I've ever seen Clash Champs break out a dragon attack on every single attack in an entire war. What is the player? Why are they changing things up so much here when so much is on the line? This is crazy, but they're attempting the Super Dragons again. Double sweepers facing away from the town hall. He zaps out the Eagle artillery area, and this time, I mean, all other times out the window. This time, push the Super Dragons in, destroy the CC, and give your heroes a chance at the backside.
I feel like I missed a memo or something here. Like, is there some reason that balloons and lava hounds have just like gone out of favor? Or are they're no longer vogue? Do the players just don't like the way they look anymore? Was there a stealth nerf that I missed? Why have they switched so confidently from one of the most reliably 3-star attacking army compositions in the game to something out of the meta compared to that? They're just like kind of leaving it up to chance now, hoping that the splash damage from these Super Dragons is going to be enough to pierce into the core. But the Monolith has just once again obliterated them. Why would you do this to us, Seleno? Again, we are hoping for the 3-star, and again, it looks like we are going to be disappointed with that Rage spell popping off in the center, just souping up that multi-target Inferno, burning every dragon in the sky, and watching them fall down to the ground.
Oh, Woody, he's okay. He got the CC down. He got the Monolith down. He still has his Royal Champion on standby. She starts in the top. The Queen is taking on the defense to the right. He's got the he's got the CC dropping out on the side there. Super Dragon steps in to fight out the defensive CC. He knows he's done it. Seleno will get the first and only triple of the war, and he will lock it in for Clash Champs. There's nothing that can stop the heroes. The Super Dragons finally get that defensive CC building down, and with it, the troops that were inside, freeing up the heroes to sweep out the backside of the base, and that puts it out of reach for TWOB, and Woody, that sent them down to the low bracket.
Well, while I'm just tunnel vision focused on these Super Dragons dying, the heroes have just completely run the gamut along the backside. Surprise upset for me, but congratulations to the Clash Champs for making it happen, for bringing home that victory. A 3-star is what they were looking for, and a 3-star is what Seleno has now delivered. The Clash Champs are on top again and will remain undefeated along the top side from the Swiss stage now into the upper bracket. They will march ahead over TWOB, who are going to get another chance to put a 3-star up on the board themselves. But man, just imagine if they don't. To have a 10% hit rate in this war from these two top-ranked teams. Just an incredible start for the defenses in this series so far. And man, if the other teams are watching right now, they have got to be scratching their heads wondering what they can do better than Clash Champs and TWOB to try to come in over the top against them in future rounds, because you're going to have to beat them at some point if you want to claim that golden ticket. There's only one to be awarded from this event, Eric.
Yeah, I did notice a lot during that war that TWOB's bases, while they are holding strong, they were all almost exactly the same style of base. And so maybe that is why we saw the same attack going in over and over, because every single base, just like this one, you have air defenses all the way out on each of the 4 corners that are wide to the outside, where you can easily reach them with like rocket balloons and like that. But you have the sweepers facing towards the Eagle artillery side of the base, away from the town hall. This one's going to be the LaLo approach here, but you can see every single base throughout this entire war felt like it was so similar that you could throw very similar attacks at every single one of them, have a chance to pull through, and ultimately does get the triple there for Clash Champs. It took them a few attempts, but in the end, they do ultimately get one down. But here we go. TWOB is, after using that lightning to take out the left side Inferno, he's using that as a funneling point there with the Yeti down south, and wall breaking his heroes in with the damage they did out in the area there. He's able to push his heroes all the way in, and if they get the Eagle artillery, that's what he's looking for there. He invested extra freeze to get the Queen through because she doesn't have her ability. He doesn't have an invisibility to get her to skip the defensive CC and get to the Eagle artillery. So the Eagle Artillery will stay standing, and we'll see how he handles it. But keep in mind, we have 2 defensive heroes that are very likely to stay standing here. King's working onto the World Championless side, but I don't know if he's gonna have enough punch. He leaves her up. Oh, maybe the Phoenix can finish up there. There we go. Phoenix got it, and now the Headhunters can get the defensive Queen. This has a really solid chance for winning.
Queen's going to snipe down that Eagle Artillery well as well. It doesn't even look like it's going to get a shot. Oh, just one shot off. But these balloons are still quite safe in the interior. They are going to be pushing into a big old Giga Inferno from that Town Hall, though. TWOB doing his best to keep them on path, but they are just taking a massive amount of damage. Finally, the Town Hall does now go down. The balloons are starting to coalesce along the outer edge, but they're outside of the Grand Warden's life aura, and just so much splash damage raining down onto them has prevented them from getting back for a cleanup attempt. So we've got that multi-target Inferno on the final edge of this base, still being the last standing defense that is going to deny these attackers so many times. But TWOB is looking pretty strong with these last 2 heroes, ready to take up as much percentage as he can, pushing ever closer toward that 90 mark, but now raged up. That last line of defense will hold. 86 Skidoo for TWOB, as TWOB do not get a single triple in this war against the Clash Champs, who have won. Don't look at the screen right now. It's Clash Champs who have won this war. Disregard any news to the contrary, and let's take a look at the war stats. With 11 stars to Clash Champs' name, 87.6% average destruction. Their average destruction and average stars have been brought way down, though, coming in with 13-star average and a percentage destruction in the 90s, now dropped into the 80s. TWOB has certainly put up the most difficult bases for Clash Champs to go up against in this series so far. And with that defense holding strong, I have lots to expect from TWOB in the lower bracket later on.
Yeah, they both need to shake that one out there. They both struggled on offense a bit. The base building was very, very strong. You see a lot of these lower percentage attacks, a lot of attacks that were held way further than you would have expected them to perform at. But there were some mistakes. There were definitely some mistakes to be had there. Nothing like crazy stands out specifically, but you got to hand it to the base builders here. They did a fantastic job on holding, and we'll see if that preparation bleeds forward into their future matches. But TWB will be sent down to that lower bracket. They're going to be fighting for survival down there, as they will now face elimination. It is double elimination all the way until the very end. So if you survive in the upper bracket, you have to play less matches than if you go down to the lower bracket, because in the lower bracket, you got to face the teams that are getting knocked down top of you, and you got to eliminate teams down there as well. So it's a lot tougher path to get knocked down early. So this win here for Clash Champs is a very, very big deal. Always winning the very first round is one of the most impactful wars of the entire push through to try to push for that golden ticket here.
Starting out strong, staying in the upper bracket, not having to fear elimination upon your next defeat. Clash Champs are going to be patting themselves on the back, even though they whisked away this win by just the skin of their teeth. Just a 1-star lead at the very end. It is still going to be enough to keep them ahead and above. And it looks like we are still going to have a chance to see them later on today. The upper bracket round 2 matches are going to be played out. So we will get a chance to see them. Why don't you show us a replay now, though, Eric?
All right, let's take a look back at this attack here from Clash Champs. Seleno, who is normally the closer for Clash Champs, definitely one of the all-stars on this squad, able to make it happen here with the Super Dragons. But I talked about it during when the attack was live. One of the biggest things we're looking for is we're gonna go after these box bases coming in behind the Town Hall. We need to first take out the air defenses on our entry point here. We want to use rocket balloons and the flame clinger, anything you can. You can vary up the siege machines, but you need to take out the air defenses on either side of the entry. And then what we need to do is create a lane to push either dragons, super dragons, electro dragons, whatever kind of dragons you want to go. Usually if you're going through the Town Hall, you want to take advantage of higher HP troops. That's why super dragons are going to be the best there, because super dragons for the troop count have the highest HP total out of all the dragons there. So we want to make sure that we push them to the Town Hall so we don't end up having poison do too much of the overall HP, and we can keep them marching forward. But if the dragons are trying to veer off to the side trash there. That's why it's very important that the Flame Flingers continue to move. You gotta let it have a little bit of a head start there so we can trim out that entire left side and push any dragons back. But at the same time, you need to have the heroes coming in on the other flank there to make sure that you push the dragons in at that point to get them to the core. They have to go to the core, and it's what he talked about when the attack was going through live. The monolith was causing some problems. He didn't go directly to it, but he was able to eventually redirect back over to it. And if that monolith stayed standing, this attack would have been dead in the water here. But these dragons kept charging through. They destroyed the CC building, and once that CC goes down, if you just took a mind screenshot of this attack right now and look what is left on the base, you're looking at only defenses that the Royal Champion herself could handle. So her on her own probably could have come pretty close to finishing off the rest of the base, aside from that defensive Royal Champion. But he had the Super Dragon that was inside of his Flame Flinger come out as extra support and able to push through and get the defensive Royal Champion either down or very close to down. Looks like she was actually taken out there because she was standing in the fire damage from the Flame Flinger. So it ended up working out in the end. He popped that RC ability, swagged his Queen ability, absolutely crushed that base, and that's how it's supposed to go. That's how it should go every time you do that attack. But I'm going to step off for now. I'm going to pass you back over to Woody and Maxi as they get ready for war number 2.
Thanks very much, Eric. And we'll take another look at the bracket before we get into our next round. It's starting to finally shape up. The Queso Cup 2023 Golden Ticket Edition has got the Clash Champs moving on to the winners bracket round 2, where we will get a chance to see them later today. We are going to be watching all of these matches in the top and bottom sides of the bracket. So if you were getting used to just 4 wars last week, settle on in, because we have got a lot of action left for you today. And our next round is going to be Bad Zinger versus Inquisition. Maxi, are you with me? And are you excited about this match?
I am with you for sure. And I am very much excited. As you said, we're slowly but surely filling this bracket. And after the next one, we will know the first lower bracket and the first winner brackets match. But yeah, let's first stick to this one coming up. We have Bad Zinger and Inquisition. And that was a very exciting war that you guys just casted, a very defensive war, you said it, and I'm very excited to see how this will go in that war, because Inquisition is also a team that is known for their defenses, for their incredibly good base building, especially with Mark. But as I'm saying this, we will see the first defense already, Woody. It's Vanna coming in for Bad Zinger with the first attack of war number 2.
I believe that this is the most evenly matched lineup for our first round of matches in the bracket. They both have a 3-1 record advancing from the Swiss stage. They both have exactly 11.2 average stars, and they're only separated in average destruction by less than 2%. Bad Zinger taking a little bit of a lead there because their MVP, Vonnet, right here, has over a 99% on the hit rate side, recorded from the Swiss stage. Now his just average destruction is just through the roof because he is one of their most reliable attackers, and he's brought super minions in here to bring some long range damage action, maybe for this CC pullout in the left side corner. What do you think, Max?
Yes, I do think you're right. I like this strategy, and I know that Vanna has been using Electro Dragons loads of times, and you said it, he has a very, very good hit rate for his team with these Electro Dragons. It's the troop that he prefers to use at the moment, and it's also a very common combination to bring some super minions with the Electro Dragons and then use them for whatever is left in the attack, because you can kind of surgically send them to a building like a structure like the Eagle Artillery or the Monolith or the Town Hall if it stays standing. So you are a little more flexible, while once you send these Electro Dragons into the base, they will just do what they want. And very sorry for you guys at home, we had a little technical difficulty there with Vanna's attack, but we saw that he was already doing a good job on the left side, taking out the Eagle Artillery and sending the Electro Dragons into the Town Hall. This is no April Fools, guys. This is just a technical difficulty, but we will shortly be back and we will see what the result was. And yes, he got the Town Hall down, Woody, the most important building of the base. And this is still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, those defending super minions look like they have just done a lot of work, though, since they're both up and still attacking troops on all sides of the base. This Archer Queen's going to have to do a 360 no-scope real quick and take them down before she can retarget onto the monolith, but no! Doesn't finish it off. That means that it's up to the Royal Champion to get the last shots off.
But really, we have the super minions still. We have the super minions, and now he's exactly trying to use them as we said before.
Doesn't look happy, though.
No! He misplaced both of them. He wanted to target the monolith, I think, but the first one went to the buildings on the upper side left on the base, and the second one, you can see it, to the building on the right side. Maybe now that the king is tanking, but the time is also running out, Woody, and this is going to fall short very, very close to the first 3-star.
So ever close to getting that triple. And you know that if he had just got those super minions down a little bit differently, if he had maybe got that Barbarian King placed a little bit earlier, I don't know what could have made the difference there, because we only got to see the first and last minutes of those attacks. But anyways, Vana does a great job for Bad Zinger to start off with. 2-star and 96% is a little bit short of what we had come to expect from him from previous wars, but still better than what we have seen for most of the day so far, with the hit rates just plummeting in this first round of attacks. This war between Bad Zinger and Inquisition is sure to go the distance, with a very difficult start, though, from Vana, not being able to bring it up to 3 stars for the beginning hit.
Yep, I absolutely agree, and it was even quite surprising to see such a low hit rates in the very first war for both teams. I mean, both underperformed compared to what they did before, and that might also have to do with both teams having been able to prepare exactly for their opponent for this one. And we know that this is the most important tournament so far this year, with the first golden ticket for the World Championship on the line. So both teams, I guess, invested a lot of time in the last week to make sure they have bases that hold back their opponents. And maybe the result of that was this low score in the first war, and we will have to wait and see if it stays like that in war number 2, as Simon is coming in with a Warden Walk and into Electro Titans, a pretty common strategy on Town Hall 15, Woody. I think it's kind of the new Smash strategy. We saw Hacker Smash was a strategy before Super Bowler Smash or Bowler Smash, and at Town Hall 15 the Electro Titan Smash has become very popular, and we saw that he used the Zap spells with the Earthquake at the start, and that has 2 purposes. Number 1, take out some defenses, in this case the Expos, and also activate the Town Hall with the Earthquake, so we can see the Flame Flinger now making its way towards that activated Town Hall and finally taking it out, Woody.
Some players, you are just so impressed by their dexterity, the speed of their fingers flying across the screen. I am just mesmerized by Simon's focused attention. He has just got his eyes laser locked onto that device, deploying just everything, but watching, most importantly, just watching.
Absolutely.
He's doing a good job setting up for the initial. I'm just like wowed by his zoomed in focus now. The Flame Flinger taking out the Town Hall and shaping up for the attack on the interior of the base, but he hasn't even deployed everything yet. He's gonna get a little bit of rage action in the core there, but takes down the Eagle Artillery, and with the heroes now collapsing back along the outer edge, we still have 1 multi-target Inferno in the core that they weren't able to reach, Maxi. Could that cause some problems later on, or does he have a plan for it?
It could, but as you said, Simon is so fixated there on this on his iPad. It wouldn't surprise me if he would just dive right into it and destroy this multi-inferno by itself. But he doesn't have to, because the Queen is actually retargeting. What a clever Queen here, through the jump spell, taking out the multi-inferno. And now there's not a lot of base left, Woody. He has the Royal Champion, he has the CC troops, but 2 enemy heroes that could cause some problems here.
Yeah, big damage going to get output by them. A huge obstacle to face off against at the very end. That enemy king is just chopping through these Yetis. But the Yeti Mites will not be distracted. They're still hopping onto defenses and trying to give a little bit of breathing room for these last 2 heroes. I mean, look, there's still 2 Electro Titans, so Simon is not running out of offensive firepower. he's only running out of time. 96% from Bad Zinger in their attack, and guess what? It's a 96% 2-star from Simon as well. Exactly evenly matched, and that is just exactly what you'd expect from the two most evenly matched teams in the league. Even Steven, no advantage for either side yet, Maxi.
Yes, you said it before. You said that they were so close to each other, and yeah, they are proving you correct there. But yeah, still, the first 3-star, I mean, both attacks were very close to becoming a 3-star, and I feel like Vanna did a little mistake there with the placement of the super minions. It was very, very tough to place them at the exact correct tile, but I think that there was a possibility to place them correctly. And in Simon's case, you know, since it's a smash attack, you basically drop most of your troops at the start, and then it's just a matter of where you add the Royal Champion. And he might have tried to use the Royal Champion with the enemy CC troops, with the Yetis there taking on the enemy king. But I think the decision that he made was good as well, because he couldn't know that there were so many traps there holding back his Royal Champion there to just taking out a couple of the buildings. So yeah, so far very good attacks that got very close, and now we have the next one. It is Kadiel coming in with the Queen Charge Hybrid, and Kadiel is a Queen Charge Hybrid professional, Woody, I should say, because that is also his favorite strategy in Legends. I think in the last Legend League seasons he has switched to Queen Charge LaLo, but especially on the other Town Hall levels, at Town Hall 14, he used to use the strategy every single time in the Legend League push. And so he is one of the most experienced players with the Queen Charge Hybrid. So let's see, bringing it back to the table today, what he can do here. And this looks like a very heavy charge, Woody. So many defenses, so much damage, and the Queen is already low on HP. Let's hope he can keep her alive.
Gotta keep those fingers crossed. She's fired away. The Eagle takes it down. The Royal Cloak is popped, and she'll get a few more shots off here, but how is she gonna reach that monolith? She is in range of it, but it is not in her sight yet. And just firing away at the wall now. It's a raged up set of healers to try to keep her alive against so much damage coming on in. She'll finally get the lock off there. Takes it down. Kadiel has just got so much staying power from this assault, but when you commit so many troop space to those healers and they can't even keep that queen alive to the end, he's going to have to pivot to the Hogs now. He does get the healer swap. Good news for him there. They won't be useless, but how much has this Hog army got left to do? Quite a bit, and with that Giga Poison just exploding right in their face, I'm seeing a lot of fried pork going to be just sitting on a platter here. Stefan will be feasting on it later on, because it looks like the defenses are going to hold, Maxi.
Yes, it sure looks like it, and I guess that Kadiel was expecting his queen to survive a little bit longer, either taking out the backhand scatter shot with stepping back and using the wall break you can see here on the right side that he made, and that would have been incredible value. But when the queen made her way to the core, I think he lost focus a little bit while he was trying to make sure to take out the town hall, and the queen actually died to the enemy queen. Yeah, it was a very close call. I mean, the queen would have, if she would have taken out the enemy queen, she would have also tanked the scatter shot for the longest time. So he might have had a chance, even with the queen banging through the wall into the core of the base. But if she had gotten what he had planned her to do, then I think this would have been a 3-star. But still, a very good attempt here from Kadiel, finishing in the mid-80s here. Not as high as the two other players before, but as we learned from the very first war, Woody, 3 stars have been very rare today. So it's up to Inquisition now to make the most of it.
A 2-star 84% is something certainly that they can come in over the top and get the lead from Bad Zinger. All 10 players on screen now just studying,
yes,
rubbing their heads, asking themselves what they can do to take that second triple of the day and put it on their team's column. Inquisition will be next to move, and they've got the chance to make it happen. I'm seeing Einstein now studying up looking ready for his next attack. I think we saw a really strong second hit from him in previous war. They were fighting through the Swiss stage, and seeing him now return with another Queen charge, these 5 healers backing him up again. It's just like a completely different meta from the previous war, Maxi.
Yeah, you're right. The previous war was definitely kind of out of the meta. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen any Super Dragons or Inferno Baby Dragons been used before at this stage, but you are absolutely right that LaLo has usually been used a lot more, and now we are back to it here in this one, but we still have yet to see the first successful hit here, and I feel like this the charge that Einstein is doing is you know, not really surprising for a base builder. It's a box base, and it's like kind of a typical charge where you use the flame flinger on the flank to make sure the queen goes in, but he has to make sure to wall break now, take care of the enemy CC, so a lot of things he has to do at the same time now, and he is very unfortunate here because the wall breakers just died to the super balloon, to the rocket balloons. I think it was their splash damage that they do, and they were actually targeting the queen, and he uses the second wall break and it also failed, so now he will have a hard time with his queen getting into the, you know, these buildings, the multi-inferno and the eagle artillery, all these buildings that you know, can kill a LaLo attack so quickly, and also the monolith took out his flame flinger, so something's going wrong here, Woody, and now he has to make sure he still get the town hall down as the LaLo comes in with the support of the warden to take care of it.
Balloons are going to spread out a bit here. A lot of them go for the core, but a lot of them also on the exterior, along with those pups, trying to get some early cleanup work done. Tornado Trap spins those balloons around right as they path out of that Giga Inferno and poison damage, and that is just in time for them. Great freeze spell additions from Einstein here, trying to keep them up a little bit longer, but the splash damage is just so difficult for these balloons to deal with. Invis on the Royal Champion, and she finally does take that top compartment down, but a defending Queen is just gonna reign supreme here, Maxi. 2 stars, and at 81%, he needs to topple that 84% in order to come in above Bad Zinger. Looks like he will be able to do that. His attacking Queen herself is going to be stuck on a lot of walls, though, and that means 3 stars is out of the question.
Yeah, he won't get a lot more percentage points though, and the two teams will keep on being very close together, but honestly, I feel like Einstein adjusted very well here and still did very good given how many things went wrong here. You could see on the top side, the enemy Queen and the Eagle Artillery both still up. And also the multi-inferno and the monolith have been up for so long, and those were all buildings that he intended his queen to take out. So getting an almost 90% 2-star here with the queen basically just, you know, following the king and the LaLo through into the town hall compartment, which he had already taken out with the king and the LaLo portion. She basically had no value for the second half of the attack, and still finishing on 88%, giving his team at least the lead is a very strong adjustment here, in my opinion. But yeah, again, a plan that did not get the intended result. No 3-star so far.
Pushing the head just a little bit back into Bad Zinger's column on percentage alone. That was nearly what got Clash Champs the victory, but as we all know, it's that 3-star strike that is the decisive advantage for one team or the other. We're going to see an interesting start here from BN. Very precise deployments here from these spells now. Getting some Skellies out to stab down that enemy monolith. He's even using those invisibilities to make sure that they're targeted right onto the correct defenses, finishing off that clan castle as well. Maybe the most important defense to take out early on. Now, I see those rage spells on defense ready to pop into the multi-infernos, but Maxi, give us a sense for how that shapes up the base for the second stage.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Clan Castle is the strongest defense here, and yeah, you can see already the shape or the base becoming a shape as he is moving with his queen and king from the right side. Queen should take out the town hall, and you could see the multi-inferno and the CC were right behind the town hall. So once the queen takes out the town hall and the king takes out the scatter shot up there, the base kind of becomes an L shape. the L shape along these 3 Inferno towers and then along the outside compartments. And that is exactly where he's going to send in his LaLo now to get through this L shape. But the multi-Infernos might become a problem towards the end of the attack. And as I'm saying that, his clan castle troops actually come out, and that was very, very well planned there from the end, with the rocket balloons and the Dragon Rider taking out this first multi-inferno, and now it is really just up to this back-end compartment, but he moves in there, you know, strong armor there, still with his Warden ability and 3 freeze spells. He just has to make sure he takes out the enemy queen. He forgot to send the headhunters through the Warden ability, and with this ground expo and so many defenses around there, he will have a hard time to send these headhunters in there unharmed to take out the enemy queen. But so many balloons, Woody, I think he might even be getting it.
It has just been Blizzard Supreme from BN, just dropping those free spells time and again, and the enemy queen had nothing to do about it. Electro Owl zaps right through her, and if you want to see a magic act, rewind and watch this attack again, because BN has been doing his best to turn this L into a W. And with just a couple of defenses along the top side, he looks well positioned to make that happen. It's not quite yet guaranteed, because that wizard tower can do massive damage, and with mostly pups and minions, they are vulnerable. Let's give him our bated breath and hope that he can do his best to finish this base off. He's charging in now. The last minions along the top trying to distract, keep the pressure off. 10 seconds left. The Phoenix is stacked on top. Pops, minions, charge. Get it in there. No time like the present BN. Can he do it? No! The wizard atop his tower will hold on, and it's a 2-star after all. I'm gonna go have a heart attack now in some other room, because I could not handle the pressure there. And Einstein's attack previously, now following up with another super close one, just unable to reach the 3-star potential that you know it was at, Maxi.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Not gonna lie. I mean, I'm thinking you already had a heart attack when you said you were about to have one. Hearing you towards the end of the attack, that was, you know, that was heartbreaking what happened there. You could see BN with the disappointment on his face, you know, putting his forehead into his hand, because he knew he couldn't do anything anymore. Yeah, his troops were just too slow to take out this last wizard tower. But it was a very good attack, in my opinion. Very good execution, very well planned. You could also see that he wanted to be 100% sure to take out the clan castle, because he used the 4th invisibility spell that he might have been able to save, but he knew that, you know, this is a very important attack, so better be safe than sorry. And he might have been happy to have that invisible spell towards the end of the attack, but in my opinion, he did everything right there and just got a little unlucky. Now, on to the next one, Fabian coming in with another queen charge. But Woody, we see a queen charge Electro Dragon. A very nice kind of new attack strategy that we've been recently seen sometimes. A queen charge on the opposite side, and then of the town hall, and then Electro Dragons into the town hall. He uses the recall spell, which is also often used in this attack strategy for the queen. The queen, I think she went the wrong way. He wanted her to get probably the multi-inferno, and she went unfortunately into this compartment, but he did very well there in recalling her when she was almost at no more HP, forcing the ability, and then putting her down in a corner where there's no damage, so the unicorn and healers could rebuild her hit points there. Now sending in the big bulk of Electro Dragons, Woody, and now things are getting excited. Can he get this town hall down? Will enough Electro Dragons survive?
It's electrifying! Fabian making his way deep into the space now, still protected by the Eternal Tome, zaps down that monolith, such a crucial defensive takeout, freezes the RC and a scatter shot. Lots of damage just shut down on this defensive run, but he is now almost out of spells, just a poison to throw out at some hero, I guess, on defense, and the damage has just been flipped back on like a switch. watching those Electro Dragons vanish into thin air. BN's defenses are going to be a big scare now for Fabian, with just heroes along the bottom side of the space to try to clean up what remains. 28% still standing tall. Fabian is going to have to make it in with just that Royal Champion ability to toss a shield off and around, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Maxi.
Yes, I agree with you, and unfortunately I think that is due to a slight execution mistake there from Fabian, because he lost his queen there. He used a invisibility spell combination with a rage spell to try to make sure she gets back to full health and walks into this scattershot queen compartment, but he used the spell slightly too late, and that forced him to use the king and royal champion into this compartment. And just imagine if the queen would have gotten that value, and he could have sent the royal champion and the king from the top side or the right side, where we can see just a couple of defenses left in this base. This is closer than it looks. It was a very, very nice plan, but unfortunately Fabian was not able to keep his queen alive, and we continue the the Queso Cup playoffs of 2 stars for today. We have seen 6 attacks so far for today, and just 1 has become a 3-star. Are you impressed by the base building that these teams are pulling off?
You have to be. I mean, how could you not? The 2 stars have just been so consistent that it's like, to even see that coveted rare triple is such a joy. Zinger now holding on to that little percentage of a lead just like shows how much respect and admiration these players really do deserve when they make these 3 stars happen. It starts to feel just kind of, blasé. It's like, oh, another 3-star, here they come. We expect hit rates like in the 50% or higher. So to finally see these defenses just like holding on strong, tough, and tall every single time, denying these attackers in this second war, it's like very hard to cast, because it's like you want to get excited. I get pumped up when it gets so close, but when do I finally get that sweet release and see that triple that we've been so long looking for? ND might be the one to bring it. One of our favorite attackers who has so long been at the top of the Clash game. We'll see if he is going to be the one who can heroically deliver that 3-star. And early on, he's getting a Laloon deploy here, taking a stab down at the bottom with a battle blimp as well to try to take this town hall down. It's kind of well protected deeper on inside the base than you sometimes seen here, and that's going to require a big commitment from ND to take it down. But with those sneaky goblins popping out, it should be the first star claim.
Yeah, but also at the same time he was doing something at the top side, using the Dragon Riders in combination with the bad spells to make sure he takes out the Eagle Artillery. And this is a very interesting base design, I gotta say, because we have seen the monolith so exposed there on the bottom side of the base. It was just protected by a couple of black mines there, and I think that ND was expecting this and used his balloons with the Lava Hound very, very well to take it out. And we can see, Woody, the complete top side of the base is gone, the complete bottom side of the base is gone, and especially the Eagle Artillery and the monolith, both troop buildings that can take out a lot of troops at the same time. But his Inferno Dragons kind of thinned out a lot there before he was able to use the Warden ability. I was just about to say that once he gets through the core, into the core, he can use a beautiful Warden ability. There are just a couple of them left, but Woody, the most important thing is he still has his heroes and is just deploying them at the top side. King with the Queen, and still has the Warden Royal Champion in hand. A beautiful invisibility spell on this Inferno Dragon, taking out the multi-Inferno, making sure the troops can reach all the buildings left in the base. And this is sure looking like a 3-star, as we can see him smiling.
Oh yeah,
on the bottom side. Woody, what a beautiful attack.
Finally, we have seen it. Zinger coming in with the first 3-star of this war on the 7th attack. Lucky number 7 by ND gives us exactly what we're looking for, with the percentage advantage and now a star advantage. Zinger is going to be the team to beat. Thor is really going to have to hurl down some big old lightning bolts to get Inquisition back on top. They will basically need back-to-back triples now at the last 2 attacks from their side, and a defense in order to hold on any hope of a win. Bad Zinger really are in a strong and clear advantage at this point. We've got a tweet we want to share with you, though, from Andre PO7. He says, the team with the best defense will win the golden ticket. It's a good prediction here. Make sure to use that hashtag Clash Worlds if you want your tweet to have a chance to show up on screen as well. Thanks, Andre, for sharing your thoughts on that. And Maxi, what are your thoughts now?
I think Andre is very right there, because the last in the last attack, I think we saw a case where the defense went wrong. Inquisition came in with kind of a weird base design, but ND from Bad Zinger was able to really exploit the top side that was basically not protected by any air targeting defenses, and same with the exposed monolith at the bottom side, really nicely shaping out this base, and then using the Inferno baby dragons, exact same right troops to counter the couple of Infernos with the help of the Warden ability in the core. So he really negated the base's weaknesses. So I'm not going to say that the base was bad, but Bad Zinger was able to find the weakness of the base, and that is where base building, why base building matters so much. So I completely agree with Andre. Defense has been very, very important so far today, and I think it still will be. And we see, looking at the defense, another box base here from Vanna here. I think it's the base design of choice from Bad Zinger in this war today, while Inquisition has been using more diamond-shaped bases. And once again, Woody, we see a returning pattern here with the Queen Charge and the Flame Flinger alongside the Town Hall, and then later on sending in a big force of Electro Dragons into the Town Hall.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but only 5 Electro Dragons this time. He's committing a lot more troops instead to this Queen Charge along the bottom. Just plenty of balloons to support and seeking out those big black bombs, making sure that they don't cause any problems for those healers. Balloons moving in perfectly and getting a lot of spread inside there, but not actually finding any seeking air mines. Stefan might have to worry about these Electro Dragons instead, catching some of them earlier in the raid, but he's going to protect them with that Eternal Tome right on top of that monolith. Should be able to zap it down, but man, there's still a lot on the backside of these bases. Big compartments on the rear side of Bonne's base here just could cause some trouble. We get some chain lightning damage onto all the way up to that multi-target Inferno and a Rage Tower up on the top side of the base, but not yet taken down the Eagle, which is firing away now at that Grand Warden. Very low on health. Go ahead,
yeah, you were just talking about the Eagle, and at the exact same moment it was taking it out, and this is looking like a 3-star to me already. He's got so many spells in the back. He's got the King and the Royal Champion coming in from the top side, and the most impressive thing was how he was able to keep the Queen and the Flame Flinger at the same time alive. He was sending in some surgical giants at the top side, and the Flame Flinger had so much value for so long. He even timed the King perfectly, so the King was tanking the ground targeting expo there for the Flame Flinger to get even more value. And with the Royal Champion and the free spell, we can see him pumping his fast at the bottom side here. He will have enough to take it out, but really there is still a storage at the top side, and if there are some Skelly traps, the time could be an issue here, but other than that, he will have enough force with these 2 heroes to take out the rest of the base.
Nicely done to Stefan. If Inquisition were going to have a chance at a win, they needed those back-to-back 3-stars, and Stefan has done his part with 99%. It is a march to victory now as the Royal Champion and Diggy will take out that last Elixir storage, fire it away, and finish it off. Stefan gets the 3-star for Inquisition.
And that was exactly what they needed at that point, Woody. You said it before, because they were down by 1 star with Bad Zinger's triple here before. They needed to 3-star, and yeah, he just did when it mattered. And now they have the same amount of stars and are just 1.6% apart from each other. And just for you viewers at home, 1.6% at that point on average destruction in one attack. That means a differential of just 8%. So, you know, any same star attack, for example, same 2-star attack, with just Inquisition could get 8% more in this attack, say a 99 against a 91, they would, you know, have evened it out. So we're this close towards the last 2 attacks coming in. Woody, can you imagine the pressure on those last attackers?
It is gonna be incredibly high. There's an advantage, though, for Bad Zinger. If Dima gets a 94% 2-star, that will mean that Inquisition will be required to get a triple in order to win, because it will be impossible for them to move over the hill on percentage. However, if Dima gets less than a 94%, Inquisition could still somehow win on the percentage race. It will be a very tight one, and Inquisition really do almost need that triple to win. But if Dima gets the 3-star himself, it'll be all over now. Bad Zinger are in the driver's seat. Can they make it past the finish line? We see Super Witches with the final attack. A slow attack, to be sure, but it has a lot of staying power. And if you can get those big boys out in front and keep those witches safe on the backside, you should have a solid chance at victory. He's starting out really slowly, though, with also a Warden Walk and the Flame Flinger in the top left. What are the key defenses he's looking to take out here, Maxi, so that the shaping up of this base is just perfectly positioned for this remaining hit?
Yeah, I think mainly he wanted to make sure that the Warden tanks this ground targeting expo, but now the Royal Champion is on the Warden. That is not good. He tries to use the freeze. It was just in time, but now the Royal Champion has to be taken out quickly, so the Warden does not activate his ability too early. And that was such a close call there, but Dima with free spell making sure he can use the Warden ability in the center of the base, where it makes way more sense because all this you know, clumped up damage there, and we see the Warden ability go to make sure to protect these Super Witches. But Woody, we also know that Super Witches are sometimes a very slow attack. That is why he didn't take too much time there with the Warden Walk, and now he's got a really nice split. Also perfectly deployed Rage spell to make sure the Queen can take out the Town Hall under Rage, and the Skellys, the big boys, I mean, with the Witches actually go to the core of the base, taking out the Multi-Inferno and all the damage around there. Now, the King, with the help of the Royal Champion at the bottom side, at the same time working their way throughout the outside to join up with the Witches. And as I say that, Woody, there are no more Witches. They got obliterated by the splash damage in the core of the base, and that's what I meant with the clumped up damage. And here it doesn't have a lot more to go with. Basically just the Royal Champion ability. She takes on the enemy Queen, and we can see his disappointment at the bottom. We are talking about percentage, and Woody, this is not going to get high percentage. In fact, it's going to be the lowest percent attack in this war so far, and Inquisition will know the mark after this attack, and we will have a deciding 10th attack of this war.
This looks like Inquisition's war to lose now. From a spot where Bad Zinger were ahead by 8%, this Super Witch strike by Dima is going to finish off at 70%, it looks like. Maybe get 71. Nope. Monolith says no to that. Oh, yeah, 71 out at the bottom.
At the bottom,
so 71. Yeah, for that little goblin. 71 plus the 8% that they already had means that if Inquisition get an 80% 2-star, they will win this war.
Yep. I mean, let's see, 15.8%. Yeah, absolutely. 80%. And at 79, it would come down to time, which would also be quite interesting. We haven't looked at the timer so far, but I'm already saying this to production, like as soon as we get close to a 79% 2-star, please make sure you tell us the time between these teams, because that could be the decisive factor. And from the start on, Woody, you said it, this has been as close as it gets between these two teams. And now we can see Ink Mark at the bottom of your screen, guys, and he will come in with the deciding attack. Remember, 79% is the tie, 80% is what he aims to get to make sure they win the war.
Let's see if he can get it done. Mark has brought in Electro Dragons again for this Queen Charge army out on the left. Electro Dragons are just so beefy and strong and reliable. But that's just what the same thing I said about the Super Witches is. It's all about the shaping up of this early strike and how he sets the funnel for these Electro Dragons to follow. I'm liking a lot how he started so far, and with the recall spell out and down now, the Queen is going to make her attack along the top corner of this base. Should get another air defense down, and Mark is looking very confident to get the second one out on the right corner with the Flame Flinger. You start to see a smile creeping onto his face because you know things are going well early on for him. The Electro Dragons are down now. Stack on a Grand Warden, add the balloons in, and that is a recipe for disaster on Cadil's base. Bad Zinger have got to hold on for dear life because here comes the thunder. Mark is storming in for victory.
Yes, but you know, the Town Hall is pretty far inside the base, so he needs to get this Town Hall. So early Warden ability now there might be a Tornado Trap, there is not so far, but this one Electro Dragon is in the single Inferno. He needs to get another blow onto the Town Hall, and he just gets it before it goes down. He got the second star, Woody, but now it's about percentage. 80%, remember, and I think he's looking good. He has the Royal Champion, he has the King. Just deploy the King at the bottom side, for example, at 6 o'clock. There are so many free building, and he will make sure that his team gets to the next match in the winners bracket. But Woody, I think he's not worrying about percentage anymore. He knows that he could even turn this into a 3-star if he is keeping his heroes alive for the longest time. Royal Champion taking out the single, Queen on the Eagle Artillery, King going strong, and Mark showed us no nerfs today. Unfortunately, pops the King ability in the Tornado Trap, but I think it's still close, but you know, he won't care about if it's a triple. These 2 stars, I said it when I was still an active player, these 2 stars are worth more than any 3-star you'll ever get, because it will get your team a very much needed victory. And as I'm saying this, he is making sure it becomes a 3-star anyways. Woody, what a great closer here. Ink Mark getting Inquisition the victory, making sure they go to the next round as winners.
Ink has blotted out Bad Zinger from the upper bracket, and they will move on victorious. That means that we'll get a chance to see them face off against the Clash champs later today. Congratulations to Inquisition, winners in the upper bracket match against Bad Zinger. Take a look now at the war stats as you see the 12 stars claimed by Inquisition and a decisive percentage lead as well. Defenses aplenty in this second match in addition to the first, but finally we start to see that offense ticking up a little bit. We see the percentage advantages just kind of tossing back and forth between these two teams, but the back-to-back triples in the end gave us the closing finish that Inquisition so desperately needed to get the win back in their column. Congratulations to them, and gotta hand it to their 2 finishing players for giving me a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of an upset here for Bad Zinger in the last minutes of this war, Maxi.
Absolutely. Another very defensive war, as Andre pointed out in his tweet, but Inquisition making sure that their offense towards the end was on point. And as I said, showing no nerfs, because this is actually a position that you know, lots of players have been in and have not been able to deliver like they just did. And you know, when it mattered most, they were able to keep their cool, keep their focus on an attack strategy that they probably have done hundreds of times before, and just, you know, calm themselves down, telling themselves, you know, I've done this over and over again. This is no different than any other time I've done this. So and I think that is very important to make sure you get a 3-star in this situation. But Woody, take us to one of the most beautiful 3-stars in this war.
Oh, I certainly would love to do so. It's from ND, the first triple we saw from Bad Zinger that got them a good, strong position. Although they couldn't hold on to it until the very end, this was the attack from their squad that impressed us the most, and it's certainly worthy of watching a replay for. You saw this early stab into the bottom corner of the base, perfectly positioned to take down the Town Hall. And really what you want to do with these early setups is find the littlest, minimal amount of commitment necessary to get the maximal amount of damage done. Taking down the Town Hall or the Clan Castle are really great targets early on. In this case, ND went for the Town Hall because it's set up for a great, almost ideal funnel for these Inferno Dragons. They've got like a big attacking radius over on the right side where they have to hit a lot of different bases, but then they will funnel into the core when they need to maximize that damage the most against those 3 Inferno towers that have so often been the stopping force that has just shut down attacks. This Grand Warden still on the exterior now is going to pop an Eternal Tome that's really only just for these 3 Inferno Dragons. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of value, and if you were just coming in to watch this attack early on in the war, you would start to feel a little bit leery about his chances of success. But with these heroes ready to charge on in and finish things off, ND knows that he has got exactly what he needed out of the early stage of this hit, and with the funnel just perfectly set now for these heroes to join in with that Grand Warden on the backside of the base, he is still going to be very, very happy about where he's at. So this Rage spell does pop off, but look at the defenses that it's helping out. Mortar, Expo, Wizard Tower, these are not the sorts of things that cause big problems for attackers on the back end. When that Rage hits a big defense like an Inferno Tower, that's when we really started to see that multi-fire damage shocking attackers and denying them the win. That scatter shot was a big obstacle that he had to overcome, but he saved enough hero abilities for it that he had no question at all at the end. A 3-star for ND from Bad Zinger was their best attack in the war, gave them a solid chance at victory, and yet they just weren't able to overcome Inquisition in the end due to those back-to-back triples from the other side of the bench. Congratulations to Inquisition and also to ND from Bad Zinger, taking the win and the 3 stars in this case. Very happy to see those strong attacks. But let's go back over to Maxi now. We'll see if there's another replay that we've got, or if we're just going to be hopping into the next round of attacks.
Thank you so much, Woody, for breaking this down. But before we go into anything else, let's take a look at where we stand in the bracket. We said it before, we're going to be filling this bracket throughout the day. And as Inquisition just got their victory over Bad Zinger, they will move on in the winner's bracket, where they will next face the Clash Champs we saw earlier, while Bad Zinger will have to face off against TWOB in the lower bracket round 1. And we're also going to see both of these matches later today. But now, we are going to be seeing match number 3 in the winner bracket round 1. We are going to see Navi versus Chasmac EA. So let's bring back Eric, who has been on break and I think who probably couldn't stop himself from watching these attacks in the last war.
That's an absolute fact right there. And I'm ready for this next one. Navi and Chasmac EA is a huge matchup because I don't know if you knew, but they just faced each other yesterday in the ITP Cup, and Chasmac EA actually ended up beating Navi. So that's a very, very interesting development here. And that's going to put some confidence that they know that they can beat him because they just did. And now we'll see if the boys over at Navi can take out these guys over in Chasmac EA. We're looking at Gaku, Kazuma, Stars, Klaus, and Bernal. Their primary lineup, the primary lineup out of Chasmac EA as well, with Takana, Yada, Lavi, Horea, and Equals. So 2 stellar squads. Definitely, I would say these teams are both in my top 5 in the world right now. And we'll see how they perform because here we go. We are underway. Gaku will be kicking us off here with a queen charge into LaLo, Maxi.
Yep, no waiting time for you guys at home. Action-packed Clash of Clans here today on this Saturday afternoon, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And Navi coming in with their starter with Gaku. The Queen Charge LaLo is one of his preferred strategies, especially as of late. He has been using it loads of times, but he is still an attacker that can make basically any other troop work as well. And we can see a Queen Charge right into raged up defenses, and we can see both of these ground targeting expos plus the multi-inferno also raining. Ooh, big damage on the queen, and as I say that, she dies in her ability. And we were just saying how good Gaku is with the Queen Charge LaLo, Eric, but now he has to recover because you definitely don't want to start like that.
Yeah, he needs to secure the Town Hall. The Town Hall has a Rage Tower next to it. There's not an Invisibility Tower that's going to stop him from taking it down. I really feel at this point here, just make sure that he gathers up as many of the perimeter defenses as possible and deliver that blimp to the Town Hall with the Warden ability protecting it. He does exactly that. He needs to get all of these archer towers along the edge of the base there down as much as possible. So, Tornado Trap, freezes. Okay, secure the Town Hall. He has the Rage active of his own, drops on top of it, and got it. Okay, Crisis averted. Gather percentage, recover what you can here, and see how far you can carry this.
Honestly, I have seen Gaku recover way better than this. He uses the rage spell there over on the Town Hall side with balloons basically that are just dying before they take out any defenses. Now he basically has to make sure he gets the 2 stars even. He has so many spells and he should make sure to use them. For example, on the left side, freeze the scatter shot and whatever, yeah, exactly, and use the haste spell. But look at how late he does this. There's just basically 1 balloon on each side, and I feel like Gaku was, you know, caught completely off guard with his queen dying early, and that is something I have rarely seen, and maybe that is due to the fact that they have, you know, Navi have found themselves losing against this team recently, and, you know, just know that they are beatable, because remember guys, these are the reigning world championships of Clash of Clans. And this is the first qualification tournament for this year's World Championship. And so there's also a little bit of pressure on them because they are known to be one of the world's best teams. But this time, Eric, I feel like pressure has gotten to Gaku. And I'm actually surprised I'm saying this.
Right. I mean, that's all it takes there. It's really difficult to recover an attack very far after the queen charge goes down, especially if she goes down through her ability. So he didn't even get the value of that as well. So he managed it well. He was able to safely go in and secure the town hall. He picked up a lot of the perimeter trash there, and you're not going to be able to have the punch to get into the core of the base after that initial stop. So he was able to do exactly what he needed to do. That's how he should have recovered it at that point. He played it picture perfect, but there's only so far that you can take it. So a 65% 2-star to open up the war. It gives a big opportunity now for Chasmac EA to get an early strike and get themselves into the lead. But that's a really big blow to the confidence, meaning that like Navi's going to have their confidence diminished a little bit there after that opener. Hopefully that doesn't affect their later on attacks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This does something with you. You know, when you are in a team and whoever goes first, you will not even watching the attack. You're just focusing on going through your own plan for later on, because there's so little time nowadays in the competitive scene to plan your attacks out. And then you will just hear your teammates saying, no, it's not going to be enough. And when you hear, it's, you know, barely a 2-star or like low percent 2-star from someone like Gaku, where you're used to, you know, hear him tripling in the first attack, then this can be very upsetting for you. But Eric, now we have to focus on this blimp, because we know super archer blimps, they can, you know, if they work or not, can decide an attack.
He will send this blimp in protected by the ward ability, lands into that builder hut compartment there. He will have He was able to open up the walls there. Looks like he had a couple wall breakers inside. As soon as the wall breakers step away and explode into the walls, then he drops in the clones. Clones of only super archers here, and will start to rip up the core of the base here. He got the CC pole that's over on the left side. They're being fought, but he was able to have the super archers secure the town hall. He will get them to lock onto the artillery. They're taking the multi-inferno to get the scatter shot. The scatter shot is the last primary part of the value that he's looking for there, and he leaves it just shy. But you know what? He got so many other high-value targets. I think he's in a very good spot. I think that's the value that he's looking for there. While not exactly perfect, it's something he can work with here, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree, and we just saw him using his Royal Champion down there, and that is exactly what we were expecting. So the Royal Champion could follow the King and the Queen, but unfortunately he missed the funnel there, and now he's fighting Skelly traps, so many! I mean, the scatter shot was already low, and he was forced to use the ability of the Royal Champion because of all the Skelly traps, but I think the value was still good. Queen and, I mean, King's still alive. If he could only take out the enemy Queen, maybe the multi-inferno, that would give him a lot of value, but would he... Eric, troops are thinning out already left and right, and even after this insane value, is he still failing this?
Wow, those heroes just got shut down. Like, obviously the Skelly traps shut down the Royal Champion, but I'm surprised the King and the Queen didn't make it very far into the top of the base. I would have expected them to at least go into the scatter shot and the multi-inferno and power through the defensive Queen, but without them to have the LaLo to go over their head and get the support and have them survive, obviously there's no chance he pulls through, but look at the percentage on this one, Maxi. He's only climbing into the 70s. He's got another minute. There's a decent amount of trash here that is exposed. He can go ahead and pick up whatever he can reach, but it is not going to give a huge advantage into Chasmac EA's favor. It is a manageable amount here for Navi to overcome now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, this is pretty surprising, and we know how hard it is to fly a LaLo without any spells, but that's you know, what you deal for when you use the Super Archer blimp. But when you do it, you really need to make the most out of your heroes. You know, we know that they are very, very strong, and you take out so many key defenses with the Super Archer blimp. But then the heroes, they have to make sure the LaLo has an easy pathing, so you can, you know, go through the rest of the base without the support of any spells. And I think that he didn't get the value he would have needed from his heroes in this case, and it was due to the fact that he didn't get the scatter shot with the blimp, but also because he didn't you know, correctly get a funnel there on the Archer Tower with his balloons he tried to use. It was a little unlucky in my opinion. You couldn't know that there was a Tesla popping off. You couldn't know that there were two Skelly traps right in there. But yeah, I feel like this is where the attack went south, and you know, the result is very, very low and doesn't really show how well planned out it actually was and how much value the Super Archer blimp got. But as I said, when you don't get the value from the heroes, your LaLo, you know, it will just die very, very quickly. And that's why it resulted, as you said, in a percentage just slightly higher than Navi did before. And, you know, this is still an open match.
That's one of those attacks where you go back and replay it 100 times in your head, trying to figure out what you could have done differently after that Super Archer bomb to make that go through. But hindsight's 2020, and let's see now if Stars can make it through. He's going to be sending in Clone with 5 invisibilities here. He could definitely be doing something very similar, although not quite enough spell support to do a full Super Archer bomb. But we'll see what he decides to do. I'm imagining it's going to be Super Wizards in here. He sends in the blimp. He's going to try to land right at the Rage Tower there. He opens up into the Eagle Artillery compartment. Would have been, oh, you know what? He clones up ahead, and he gets the clones to go forward, and he's able to get them into that Rage Tower compartment that he fell short of, and they will start to tear up that area of the base there. Less spells being committed into this one than we saw in the last attack, but also not as many targets claimed. That Multi-Inferno is going to stay standing, the Sweeper stays standing, the Rage Tower stays standing, and now we'll see if that's enough value here, Maxi, to push these heroes into the base with a bit more spell support for the actual LaLo.
Yeah, it was a good call to go to send his queen, so she and the king that he will shortly put down will go into the left scatter shot compartment, because the multi-inferno is still there, and so they can get this extra value. But you said it, there was a, you know, such a 200 IQ move there to clone the super archers over the wall. And also investing not that many spells, because he knew that there were not so many high HP buildings close by. We usually see a Super Archer blimp take out, you know, the Monolith and the Town Hall, and these have very many HP. And you know, once the Super Archers start targeting other defenses, you really need to go heavy on these invisibility spells. But in this case, he just needed a couple of buildings, so he was able to cut down on spells there, and that leaves him with 5 spells for the LaLo. So this is going to be a little easier for him than it was before for Heroia. But now we have to see him get into the Town Hall, and look at all the traps, Eric. Red Mines, Teslas, all popping up there where he starts his LaLo. He needs to get this Town Hall down.
He's got the defensive Rage Tower goes off, and the Blues get destroyed right there as they go to the Town Hall. 1 star is a real possibility right now. He needs to secure the Town Hall takedown. He goes invisible with his... Oh, he's late on that invisibility. The King pushes in. He throws in everything he has at the Town Hall. Everything he has left. Tornado Trap. Red Air Bombs. Take the Town Hall.
The King maybe with the, Phoenix.
Oh, he's got the Phoenix. He's got the Phoenix. He's got the Phoenix. Phoenix working. No! Stars! Not gonna get it on the final strike there of that Phoenix. Is down to a fraction of HP. He's got 1 sneaky goblin. Can it get it though? The battle builder's repairing it. Oh no,
yep,
Stars!
It is repairing it. And look at this, guys. Stars claimed, I mean, not even claimed, basically based on facts claimed to be one of the best, if not the best player in the world right now. But I just have to say it, this base building there from Chasmac was incredible. You could see the surprise on Stars' face when all of these red mines, all of these Teslas popped around the Town Hall. He wasn't expecting it to be that well prepared, but apparently Chasmac were really scouting their opponents well. And we were talking about the hit rates here today. And now we have the current world champion former Queen Walkers, now Navi coming in, starting with a low percent 2-star and a 1-star by 2 of the best attackers in the world, and that just shows the spot that game is currently in esports, which I really love. Defense plays a role, and you can defend even the best players in the world if you expect what they are doing beforehand. And that was a beautiful showcase by Chasmac.
Yeah, that was wild. I don't even know how that initial wave of balloons went down. As soon as that Rage Tower activated, every single balloon that was around that multi-inferno instantly dropped out of the sky, and everything he threw it after it just struggled to push any further. But looks like we're going to be sending in a Skelly Donut on the next one here. I imagine going after the CC, and has this choice of lots of different options around it. Most people opt for the Monolith, as we know how much damage that Monolith can do, but you can take his pick here. Maybe even grab multiple targets if the spacing is right. Looks like he is going to be trying to go after 3 targets there. Monolith, CC, and also the multi-inferno. If you can get all 3 of those targets, also working on the bomb tower there as well. That's a nice extra bonus. That's just more fun and more defenses that he will not have to hover over with the Blues later on, and potentially have more traps that in that area will never actually come out. But yeah, that was some big Skelly Donut value right there, wiping out the core of the base. And if you didn't know, skeletons and bat spells do not pull the CC. You cannot pull the CC with a spell, and that means with the CC building being destroyed by them, the troops can no longer deploy, and now he can push his way forward here. We'll see how far he can make it in the base here, Maxi.
Yes, it was very good value, I agree, but look at this. The Yeti was actually not able to take out any defense there, and that made for the King going the wrong way, not tanking for the Queen. Now he needs to use the ability early, so he doesn't get that much value. You know, you want your heroes usually to work together. King can tank very much. Queen and Royal Champion take... Royal Champion only takes out defenses. Queen deals a lot of damage, but at this point he didn't have this... working together, this symbiosis between his heroes that you usually want to get, and we can see still a lot of defense up on the top side and also around his town hall. So now he still has to get into it. Same situation as before with Stars, Eric. Can he get it?
I don't know. He's got the ward ability. He's got some freezes. He can hold it at bay here, but he's throwing a lot of blues. Early ward ability. Tornado. There's the tornado. Don't do this to us again. Take the town hall, please. Take it. Just take it. Just take it. Okay, I think he's got it. Think.
Ever so slightly.
Oh, okay. He's gonna lose all of his blues there in the process, though. What? I mean, you're saying that the heroes didn't get a lot of value, but they did take out a pretty significant chunk of the base. But what's up with these town halls, with the rage towers next to them? They're just melting through everything that goes into that area, and they're having to commit so much more into it than we'd usually expect. And at this point, I would almost just say, switch over to blimps. Just take those town halls down and see if you can somehow get those rage towers to trigger early. There's got to be a way that they can find a way around it. These guys know that there is, but these bases, I'm telling you, there's something special going on here, Maxi. This is pretty incredible on defense.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with this. This is a crazy war on the defensive side, especially since we have 2 teams that were some of the best in offense before. I mean, Navi was actually second best team on offense, doing I think a almost 13-star average on their attack. But now they're 0 out of 2, and even with the 3-star, they would be 0 out of 3 because of that 1-star. And on the other hand, Chasmac also having to deal with these bases, just such well-protected town halls, and I wonder if that's kind of new meta. I feel like like most of the times, town halls in these box spaces have been pretty far towards the outside, so they were protected by a couple buildings like a King and the Warden, or maybe 1 or 2 Teslas. But stacking the defensive traps, stacking Teslas, stacking even defenses around there is something that I have not. At least not seen regularly. And these 2 teams, making use of this and having success with it right away. Maybe it's also the preparation. Maybe they prepared right, fitting for the attack strategies that their opponents prefer to use. And so far it's working out great. And Eric, I cannot wait to see it even more. I love to see the success of defense.
I have noticed that Bernal has been using this specific attack through a lot of their recent wars, and he's going to be trying to break out the Super Archer Bomb, just like we saw in the previous attacks there, but he needs to have the Warden to protect this blimp. Saw some of the attacks there use Warden to protect the blimp. Some of them don't, but this one definitely was necessary because it has a long way to go. It absorbs 2 black air bombs on his path through, and the blimp does land all the way in the middle of the base there, but he would have preferred, I think, that actually had wall breakers inside so he can transition to the Town Hall. You really want to secure the Town Hall takedown with the Super Archers, if at all possible, and he'll have 2 more invisibilities after this one to reach over there, lock on, and take it down, but I'm not sure if he's going to get it, and if he doesn't get it, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And you can see his frustration, visible frustration there as he realizes that it is not going to go down. And he's going to have to commit his heroes in to take the Town Hall because Rocket Blues with no spell support are definitely not going to do the job down there.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if he had gotten it down, this base would have been done for. Like, he got so much value other than that. Even taking out the Eagle now with a couple of rocket balloons, just, you know, surgically sending them in, still having 20 in the bag. And if that, just imagine if that Town Hall was gone, like this base, there was nothing left. But once again, we see a very well protected Town Hall here. Ground exposed, multi-inferno, 2 bomb towers, and with so many more defenses around there, and I bet, Eric, that there are also a lot of red mines, so I think he's doing good trying to get there with his heroes, but unfortunately the ground expo already looking onto his queen. He doesn't have any spells, so he has to make sure to take it out, sending in the royal champion there. Just imagine if he uses his queen ability early, he will have a very hard time taking out this Town Hall. So Diggy stunning the expo is worth a lot here, and Eric, once again, it's about the Town Hall takedown.
You got the Diggy still there alive. You're able to get the stun with the RC right here. There's the Diggy lockup. Did Diggy's not survive? I guess Diggy didn't survive, so the World Champion arrives at the Town Hall on her own. And so he needs to at least clear the defenses around there. He needs to have the remaining rocket boosts with their hasted surge in to get the final strikes. He can get crash damage even if he can't get the strikes off themselves. One more should do it. And I think he's okay here. He's got plenty more rocket balloons. He can have plenty of backup methods to secure the Town Hall. Crisis averted there, but like I said, when you have to have the heroes go to the Town Hall, that Town Hall does so much extra damage when you would have preferred those heroes came into a different area of the base and set up these rocket balloons better. But these rocket balloons are not going to have a chance to pull through on the right-hand side of the base, and they're all going to get shot out of the sky. So he'll gather some decent percentage here, but they really needed a triple to recover from the 1-star right now. So they'll be hunting for another defense here, and we'll see if they can get it.
Yep. And I mean, honestly, this got pretty far, given that he didn't get the Town Hall and had to invest so much to still get it. So kudos to Burnout still for getting a high percent 2-star out of this. But I want to emphasize something I saw in the attack. I think a lot of Super Archers actually were sprung away by spring traps.
Really?
And I think that that this was also due to the base building. I mean, maybe someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw so many troops flying through the air, and I think that must have been some Super Archers. So he had a little less firepower, or a lot less firepower with these Super Archers, especially once he lost the rage effect of the rage spell. So that might also have been a reason why he didn't get the Town Hall, because just imagine if there are more troops, they take out the buildings quicker and they retarget to other buildings quicker as well. So the time frame that the invisibility spells give you can be used more efficiently when you have more troops. And maybe the base building was actually foreseeing, expecting Burnout or anyone else to use a Super Archer blimp there. Yeah, I would be very excited to re-watch this at some point. But Eric, it's Yara now coming in with the next attack, and let's see if he can get a 3-star this time around.
We don't need to rewatch it. We just got to reenact it. We have Yada in the same attack here, and we'll see if we can do it better. But this one using regular balloons instead of the rocket balloons. But still, we got to get the Super Archer bomb value here, making his way in towards the Town Hall. He's got the invisibility tower that goes off, and that's going to get these Super Archers to turn around and attack something else for just a moment. But that's fine. They have so much invisibility. They can wait it out, and now they can lock on, and they can secure the Town Hall takedown. We saw how much trouble that Town Hall caused in the last one, but just the Town Hall is not the total amount of value that you want to get. He'd also like to get out the Eagle, the Multi, the Expo, anything else. Anything you can get here is going to increase your odds of pulling through. And now we'll see how far he can push with this heroes coming to the bottom. Remember, Warden was already committed, so he will not have Warden support on the other side of the base once he starts in that LaLo.
Yep, and he got the Rage Tower as well with the very last shots. Also, Eric, I paid very close attention to any spring traps being around these super archers. I couldn't see any. So this time, I feel like Navi was not expecting this exact entry here from Yada. And but now, I mean, he got good value, but he still has to make the most out of his heroes, as we pointed out before. So let's see how far they can get. But, you know, there's just 1 minute and 30 on the clock. So, you know, you gotta be quick. And that's why Yada is also starting simultaneously on the right top side of this base with the LaLo. And that is very impressive to see these players multitasking here, doing several things at the same time. The hero dive is still going on. The LaLo is moving into this Eagle and Monolith, but there are just a couple of runes left. Let's see if they can take out these key defenses, the Eagle and the Monolith.
Yeah, also the Multi-Inferno still standing in the middle of the base. They're going to be a really difficult task to get through. He has a Queen ability, though, and if the Queen can stay to the inside, which she is, then he could get her to go in here and take out the multi, but the rocket balloons, or excuse me, the regular balloons are falling out of the sky there before they can get towards that Monolith. The Monolith holds the line. The scatter shot is going to stop him up there. The Queen gets stuck in the tornado, and he needed to get that defensive Queen down to have a chance to push his World Champion through, and now she's going to go face first into the arrows of the defensive Queen, and she's not going to last very long. Even if she gets her down, which she will, she's not going to have a lot of HP afterwards because it deleted her HP pool so far right there that she's obviously going to get shot down by all these heavy defenses. We got Ground Expos, you got the Warden statue, and then of course the Monolith on the backside. Needed the balloons to push at least, I guess, over into the Ground Expo to have a chance to push his World Champion through.
Yep, still decent percentage in the 90s, which we have rarely seen this war. So still doing a good job here for his team. He will stop at 91%, but his team will still be in the lead. I mean, it's at this point, it's anybody's game still, because there's a 1-star differential and some percentage differential. But just imagine if Navi would be putting up 2-3 stars now. Then Chasmac would have to get at least 1 3-star herself, and we see how rare 3 stars are in this match. So anything's still possible at this point. But yeah, if I were Navi, I would say, okay, hammer time. Now we really have to 3-star. We have to go full focus, because if they don't get the triple, I fear they will not come back here, because you know, hoping on Chasmac getting a 1-star themselves will probably not happen. You know?
Yeah, but I think the 3 stars could be landed any second here, because there is no weakest link on these teams. Every single one of these players is definitely the top tier players in the world. And Kazuma will be going in next. He will strike for Navi with a Queen charge into LaLo. And it is another box base. We're seeing the dual Rage Towers. We've seen how dangerous that Rage Tower is by the Town Hall. We've seen how dangerous the Rage Tower is surrounded by multi-infernos around the Eagle Artillery. There is no easy side of this base, but Kazuma opting to charge the Town Hall, to try to get that multi-inferno down early. And as he makes his way forward, we will have the CC drawn out. Unless he can pull it out early, he will be locked onto the Monolith when he fights the CC, and obviously that always presents some problems, and we'll see how he handles it here. But he wall breaks into the multi-inferno, and looks like he'll have a direct line approach into the Town Hall area, and there's a ton of damage right there, especially when that Rage Tower pops, and the dual Ground Expo picks up. That's how Gaku's Queen died through ability early on in the war, and Kazuma able to push through, stay alive, but he still has a lot more time that this damage will be sustained on him, Maxi.
Yes, but he did so good there with the invisibility spell, because we know that the Warden actually does so much damage, and using another invisibility spell. He was prepared for that, but the Rage was a little late. Okay, reacting right there with the freeze. Monolith is on the Queen, but he sent the King in just in time. We can see how much thought Kazuma has put into this charge with the number of spells that he brought. And now the Queen will have to face the Monolith and the Clan Castle troops in just a second, standing in the Town Hall Poison. That could be devastating. That's why he uses the Queen ability right away. And notice how he has 2 wall breakers left, so he wants to still get deep into the base, I think.
Oh yeah, he's not done with his Queen. She wants to go all the way into the Eagle Artillery and the 2 multi-infernos. He wants even more than this Queen has already claimed. He's got the freezes. Slammer comes in at the bottom. LaLo in from the left. And he's got his road champion with her ability as she fights off the defensive CC. The Queen's able to avoid the CC and get directly to that monolith with her ability, but that means she does not have an ability for the defensive Queen on the backside, so have a freeze on standby. Be ready to protect her, and I guess the Balloons need to get the ward ability. Okay, he waited as long as he could there, and he still hasn't popped it. Why? Maybe he's waiting for the Balloons to get targeted. He has delayed his ward ability for eternity there. Finally pops it, and he did end up losing his Queen, but the healer is transferred over to the World Champion and will continue the charge, and he snuck in Headhunters to cross through under the ward ability, and he reaches across the base, and there it is. Maxi, Navi has done it. Kazuma gets it done. That was a crazy Queen charge, and he pulls through in the end, passing the Silas off, and locking in our first triple of the war.
Yeah, that was a brilliant attack there, not gonna lie. The value there, the way he planned out this charge, like he estimated exactly how much damage would rain onto his Queen at what point, and in the end I think he did good by not investing a free spell anymore for his Queen, because he just knew double raged up multis, double raged up ground targeting expos on his Queen. It's just, you know, a question of time when she will die, and you know, you just delay that by a couple seconds when you use the freeze spell there. So just letting her die, using the freeze to delay the warden ability, and I think that was key. You were mentioning while the attack was going on, you know, why is he not using the warden? But he knew that in the center of the base, or like around the Eagle artillery, there are often red mines stacked against balloons, hitting all of them, damaging all of them at the same time. So he waited so long to make sure he could negate that damage from the red bombs, and also to make sure he gets into the back end air defense with the protected balloons. And while the air defense was targeting one of the invincible balloons that was protected by the warden ability, he sent in a couple balloons from the outside, just 3 of them I think, to make sure the air defense goes down. At the same time, using a super wall breaker he had left with a balloon, taking out an archer tower, and this way he just needed 1 balloon and making sure all his big group of balloons stays in the core of the base. So a beautiful job there, not only with the charge but also with the LaLo. And sorry I had to monologize about this for so long, but that was really, really beautiful to see. But now, Eric, it's the next attack for Chasmac, and now they need a 3-star or a high percent 2-star, right?
Yes, a very, very impressive attack there from Kazuma, but Equal is going to try to match it here with his lightning that takes out the Rage Tower. Get the Rage Tower out of the way early. The Rage Tower was faded by the time that the heroes start to take damage as they make their way forward. Here comes the Log Launcher. He's going to do a bit of a hero dive here with the Log Launcher to support. Now, he's going to hold on to the ward ability. Sometimes we see the ward ability committed into these hero dives as well to try to get more value, but with the King and the Queen controlling all the defense in the area, in addition to that Golem, he's able to keep that Log Launcher protected until it throws the Yetis all the way to the core of the base, and if they get that Eagle artillery down, he's in a very good spot. However, Yetis end up wandering off to the right side here, and we'll see as his Queen gets stalled up onto the defensive Lava Hound while taking Grand Warden strikes, how far he can push the Queen and the World Champion through the base after this.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate that he, you know, barely missed the Warden there, or the Warden takeout, and also that the Yetis went away from the Eagle, but I think the Queen, maybe she's going in there. But anyways, it's good to see a Log Launcher here after, because both of these teams, I think, did very often use them, and it's always very beautiful to see how the Logs can take out the multi-inferno. But at this point, let's concentrate on the Town Hall takedown, because that is what Equal is going for with his LaLo there. Can the Lava Hound maybe pop right around the Town Hall? Oh, he freezes to make sure that his balloons survive, and maybe he can protect even the Ice Hound with the Warden ability. Yes, he does. And I think with the spells he has on hand, Eric, there is a chance that this will become the next 3-star of this war.
The Eagle artillery strikes are raining down. Now he goes in with beacon balloons, and then, oh my gosh, they all got evaporated there. That Eagle artillery strike hit every single one of those balloons as they were all clumped up, and it took out every surviving troop there. They were all packed up there by the tornado trap, and they were grouped and ready. It was like a bowling ball coming down an alley, and it just knocked every single one of them down as they were put into a pile. There was no way that he could have really avoided that. It's a defense, guys, and now the Stars have now tied up. Navi got the defense they need. They got the triple that they needed. They tie up the score, and we're going to go to the final exchange with an equal footing here for both teams, but I think it's still going to be a percentage advantage into Chasmac EA's favor, and that means Klaus, the final attacker from Navi, their closer, is going to have to get a really high attack here, preferably a triple, and put some heavy pressure over to the last attacker from Chasmac EA.
Yeah, you said it. Equal, making things equal here, and I'm very sorry to him because I feel like I kind of insta-jinxed this LaLo, saying he still has a chance out of the town hall. Boop, one scatter shot, and down go all the balloons. That was unfortunate. Still, 90% a very respectable result, especially given that stars at this point are evened out, so percentage might matter. And the upper hand on percentage is still on Chasmac's side. I think 2.2%. That is 11% in total. So as we've seen it before in the last war, it's either Queen Walkers get the 3-star and Chasmac don't get the 3-star. Then Navi wins. Sorry, still used to their old name. Or Navi does not get the 3-star, and then Chasmac wins with a 3-star or 11% more. But enough numbers. Now it's just Clash. Now it's just Klaus, Eric, and what has he brought to the table?
Final attack of the war. Their whole season could come down to this. Klaus going in with the Skelly Donut, going after the CC, taking down the Multi-Inferno, getting the Battle Builder, so a nice extra bonus there, but his primary targets are under control here. He will claim both of them. He gets the Sweeper as well. Not quite gonna get the Sweeper. The Battle Builder will repair any damage that was sustained as any collateral damage in the area as the Skelly Donut wraps up, but he is able to destroy the CC. That means no CC troops can now deploy. King will deploy and go to the left there. He's going to get funneled by the Queen to get pushed into the defensive Queen. He drops in an Ice Golem, Headhunters, locks down the defensive Queen. He gives those Headhunters a chance to go through, while Blues get the funnel formed there. The King, with the defensive Queen clear out of the way, going to go directly into the scatter shot and take out a key compartment there, while the Queen pops her ability, goes invisible, takes the monolith down, and between the two of them, oh wait, I take it back, the King did not go where he wanted, so the World Champion is potentially not going to get the value of the core, and that could complicate the Eagle Artillery takedown here, Maxi.
Yes, but you look at this, he just sent in the Warden with a little LaLo portion and a blimp, and then protecting the King with it, with the Warden ability. Very interesting, but he wants this Royal Champion to take out the Eagle Artillery, but the Ground Expo goes down just a little bit too late. Now it's mainly down to this one balloon, but usually in the core we have some traps. Can it actually finish the Eagle Artillery? That would be insane, but look as it goes, still going strong. One balloon against the world, and he gets it done, and Klaus still has a chance in this.
Okay, well, he still has the defensive Road Champion in the backside. He's got 6 balloons, he's got haste, he's got freeze. The ward is still alive and healthy. He's not following the King anymore. He's back to following the balloons. So he's got a chance here. He gets down the defensive Road Champion with those Headhunters. The balloons swarm through, freezing up the scatter shot. He's got the haste. Come on, Klaus. You're so close. He's got the time. I feel like he's good there. He's got the Phoenix that came off of the King, and that's assisting. And he gets the scatter shot down. He's just coasting from here, but he has a haste to coast a bit faster. This air defense drops the Warden, and the rest of the Blues can finish it, but he's taking the scenic route here. Wait, the Phoenix is on it. Go, Phoenix. And let's go. Klaus picks up the triple, and Navi will put the pressure over to Chasmac EA. That was clutch, Maxi.
Yes, it was. Wow, and now we really need Chasmac to get a 3-star in their last attack. That was so close, and you know, Klaus, we can see that he cannot even celebrate, he cannot even be happy. I mean, one thing is that is due to the fact that they have not won yet, but also I think he was just shaking until the very end of his attack, because it just wasn't clear if it was 3-star. And at the start, I was wondering if you would do some crazy thing with the invisibility spells. You know, first turning the Skellys invisible for the CC, then turning them invisible for the Eagle. You know, Klaus things. But luckily, he didn't. He
Sticking to the meta.
basically estimated every value of every single hero perfectly here, except for that Royal Champion, just missing the Eagle Artillery by 1 strike. But we saw the heroic balloon there, taking out this Eagle. I mean, things would have been differently if this balloon wouldn't have gotten it down, because then LaLo wouldn't have survived until the end. But Klaus, you know, when you have a good plan, you sometimes need a little bit of luck. He did have it there. He puts the pressure on Chasmac, Eric, and now it's down to this final attack from Takana.
All right, here we go. More comes down to this. They have their opportunity. They can defeat the defending world champions just like they did in the Queso Cup yesterday. They have their chance. They must deliver. It's the Queen charge into Hog Riders. He has a blimp. He could either use the blimp to go funnel the Queen or to secure the Town Hall. He opts to use it to form the funnel. That blimp is dropped inside of the radius of the defensive CC, and he will draw it out there. And now he can fight the CC in relative safety. He's got headhunters coming his way there. He quickly gets poison out of them, and he will handle them. That means he's not going to have a poison for the Lava Hound when it arrives, but the Queen gets pushed right into that little mini channel, and she will fight out the CC with just an Expo on her. And now, just needs to be patient here as he makes the approach towards the Town Hall. Evaluating the Town Hall compartment, we're looking at multiple ground expos. We see the Rage Tower. We saw during Kazuma's attack how dangerous these Town Hall compartments can be when they're stacked like this with the Rage Towers, with the Tesla Farm now, with the King, with the Warden, all of those heavy defenses. Monolith sitting back there. This is going to be a charge of all charges here, and if he's able to pull through, he will defeat Navi with this attack. So, the pressure build, the tension build here for just a second, catching some black air bombs. And Maxi, how do you feel about this?
I don't know. It's going to come down to the next couple of seconds when the Queen will actually get into even more damage, sending the Headhunter, but the Headhunter will get destroyed by the multi-beams. He will have to get the, like, honestly, this is all or nothing. So I think he should just start with the Hog Riders at the top. You know, throw down one more Rage spell, one more free spell at the bottom, and start the Hog Rider because he... Oh, the one! He forces the Warden, forces the Queen. And look at this, now the Eagle targets the healers.
Oh, no!
Start with the other troops on the top side, and the healers are down for Takana. No!
Are you kidding me? I don't think this is recoverable. I think Navi is gonna make up for their 1 star and move on to the next round. Not even getting a way to secure the Town Hall. The Queen rounded around it, and Takana's fallen heavily short here. It's looking like a 1 star to me, and that's gonna keep Navi in the upper bracket of the Queso Cup here. That is a crazy, crazy recovery. You think when you start off the war with some low percentage hits and a 1 star, it's over, but you hold strong to the end and you just let it play out the best you can, Maxi. What an incredible recovery there from Navi, pulling their war back when it seemed right out of the gate there that all was lost.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And you know, I said it. I said Navi needs 2 triples and they need to hold down Chasmac. And I also said Chasmac were most likely not going to get a 1 star. Well, here you go. Sorry about that. But honestly, Takana started this attack off so well. Like the timing on his first Rage spell, the Cocoa Balloons, taking out the Black Mines. Congratulations to Navi here, by the way, for getting the win. And, you know, leading this charge into the Town Hall. But I feel like at some point he just lost control of his attack. He should have, you know, been ballsy. He should have been confident and just sent in the Hog Riders with the Warden and Royal Champion from the other side. But he needed to invest a couple more spells for his Queen. He was probably a little too greedy there. He should have just froze the Warden. Warden is the biggest damage dealer on single target. Then sent in the King to funnel the Queen and rage her up. But he was just waiting for too long there, and I really feel like this damaged his attack. I mean, you know, look at this. Production still giving him 2 stars for the effort in this graphic. Very nice of them. But yeah, unfortunately, he fell short. It was not enough, but very, very nice showing of Navi. You know, you can never give up. Even when your back's against the wall, you can still get the victory.
Yeah, that's just perseverance, but it's the consistency over the long term. Sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes you get lucky. In this case, they were able to get a little bit of both in that war there. And, I mean, they clutched it at the end there. The attacks there from Kazuma Klaus coming in late in the war there after they struggled the whole war, but they finished so strong there and earned that victory. But you're right, that last attack there, like there was a couple things that he potentially could have done better. Like even just like a wall break in the king, even just a wall break in the town hall compartment, and then the king to go in and take out some of the damage on the outside. That could have made all the difference in the world. But when that pressure gets to you and the war's on the line, the best players are going to perform under the pressure, and those are the teams to ultimately make it to the world championship. So it just goes to show.
Yeah, it's completely understandable. I mean, and don't get me wrong, when I point out something he could have done better, so I'm not saying that's what I would have done, that's what anyone would have done, you know. It's not like he did anything bad. It's at this point, it's the highest pressure you can attack under, and just everybody at home, you have to imagine that, you know, having to attack when you know, the success of your whole team depends on it. But, you know, we've talked enough about the attack already. Let's go back to an attack that went really well here for Kazuma, you know, starting off the kind of the winning streak, or the tripling streak for Navi that in the end got them the victory. And we can see him coming in with the Queen charge. And look at this Town Hall compartment and ask yourself, would I charge this compartment? And honestly, my answer would immediately be no. Look at this. There's a Warden, there's a Monolith, a Town Hall, a Rage Spell tower around 2 ground targeting expos. Like, so much. You are definitely, you know, you will definitely get your Queen on such low health, but Kazuma is like, well, hold my beer. I'm just going to do it, and I just bring 2 invisibility spells. And look at this, how perfectly he placed them, how perfectly he timed them, and not enough. You know, he was not relying on the invisibility spell. He knew that the damage was so much, he also needed to invest a freeze and his king to tank. And look at this, the Queen never was close to losing her ability. He did perfectly here with the Queen charge, and then he probably thought about, okay, what can I do for the back end of the attack? What is strong enough to finish off this base? And he came up with the idea to combine a LaLo with the Stone Slammer. And look at the Stone Slammer, there's no air defense close by, so basically only Seeking Air Mines can damage, can do big damage on the Stone Slammer. So without any considerable damage, this Stone Slammer just cruises into the base as Kazuma is sending in the rest of his LaLo portion from the outside, where they will finally meet up with it and the Warden. And he delays his Warden ability, I said it before, so beautifully. At this point, he could just pop it, but he's like, no, I'm going to wait because there's just a multi-inferno doing damage on some of the balloons. So I'll just wait. And look at this, the red mine almost hits its target, and then he uses the ability. And now, look at the top side. Notice how he sends in the 3 balloons for the air defense. On the top right side, the Super Wall Breaker with the 1 balloon, because the Super Wall Breaker does splash damage and also provides tanking from the Archer Tower. So he knows this way, 1 loon can take out this Archer Tower. Just beautiful usage of every single troop that he has. He also deployed the cleanup in time, and as you can see, the cleanup is basically finishing at the same time as his balloons are finishing the defenses. And that was just a beautiful showing of how he knew exactly what to expect, what damage to expect, how he knew exactly how he could keep his queen alive, and how he exposed the weakness of the back end of this base where there was not much damage for a LaLo. Congratulations to Kazuma for manifesting the win for Navi in this one. I'm heading out now and leaving it to Woody and Eric. See you guys later.
Wow, did they save a great war for the middle of this broadcast? Navi coming in over the top above Chasmac EA with 1-star defenses and drama throughout, Eric. That was a pleasure to watch, man.
Yes, it was, but there is still much more to come here. We're going to be moving into Imperium Titans. The former MS Esports have placed in the 3rd place spot in the World Championship. They are going to be potentially the future opponent there for Navi, but we'll have to see how ITP Team does against them. They had a crazy run in the Swiss bracket where they were 0-2, then they had a 3-win streak in a row, and they were able to make their way back and arrive here today. So we'll see how they do as they take on the Titan that is Imperium Titans. He's got a Looks like Dragon Rider attack here. He's got lightning to pair with it, so a lot of times lightning is used to minimize the damage that the queen is going to be taking as she makes her way forward. Because the Dragon Riders, they don't need a ton of spell support here, Woody.
Yeah, not especially. They're very bulky on their own. They don't really do splash damage, but they hold on to the front line and allow those heroes to push in ever harder. Big zap into the core of the base this time, and that's going to be a big donut shape now that Kingsman is shaping up for this attack. Expect to see him still go in to finish off that Town Hall along the bottom with that Queen there. But without any recall spells, he's going to have to pivot. Whether she goes left or right depends on where he's going to set up for the second stage of the attack. Left side, he's got the enemy Queen to deal with. Right side, he's got the Royal Champion, so it's not very happy either way. But he's got the firepower necessary to get in there and go deep. Queen's going right, so expect to see him set up that attack along the right side. He might even want to do a little bit of funneling over in that right side corner before he gets these Dragon Riders down. Just make sure that they don't wander off too far. There is an Archer Tower that could present a little bit of an issue over there. But as the Queen continues to path, she'll find her way toward the inside and actually finds that Tesla and goes for the interior expo. So no, she's going to be swapping back out to the left now. Very patient from Kingsman here, waiting to see exactly which side he needs to fully commit to. But remember, the more patient you are, the more time you're spending, and he does need to get this attack started off. He's only got 29% finished off of his base and 1:20 for cleanup. That is enough time, but he's going to have to move fast here, Eric.
Yes, indeed. He's going to get the Eagle Artillery distracted with the King over the left side of the base to take that fire off of the Queen. She still has her ability. She should be able to get the defensive Queen out of the way. And with the main push going in at the Eagle Artillery at the top, he's got the ward ability active. Slammer working with the Dragon Riders up there. And Headhunters searching across, but the Headhunters are not able to survive, so they're not going to provide any support there. I'm a little bit worried about the defensive Royal Champion in the far, far back side of the base over on the right. As everybody converges into that area, the Queen will run out of targets here to the scatter shot, but she's done plenty of work here. Dragon Rider's going to get picked off by this defensive Pro Champion. He needs to find a way to get her under control, and he does not have the Warden protecting Headhunters like he had earlier. And he has some troops going to the King circling in, the Pro Champion trying to get in that area. He's actually looking pretty good as far as the overall amount of force he has. Now I'm starting to worry more about time here, Woody.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. He does have almost all the buildings on defense down inside the base. It's going to be this multi-inferno going down next, but the cleanup along the outer edges is just going a little bit too slowly. He's sweating. He's holding his head. He's pumping his fists. Can he get it? I don't know. I don't think so. Time runs out, and Kingsman leaves Imperium Titans with a 2-star 96% to start this war, Eric.
Yeah, that was close. He had that Archer Tower that was on the right side that was picking off some of his cleanup over there, and maybe he could have pulled through had his cleanup survived a little bit better. But man, you were talking about start there. Like, you spend so much time on that Queen charge. He even used that invisibility to redirect his Queen to push her off to the left there to try to continue there rather than just reshaping the plan there and pushing her to the right. That could have saved some time, although it would have made so the Queen was going to be getting less overall value. So I don't know. That's kind of a catch-22 there. You make the Queen get more, or you spend more time doing it. But either way, now it's an opportunity for ITP Team to come in for their open attack, and they're also attempting a Queen charge into LaLo. Looks like a pretty heavily stacked Town Hall area here, but a quick funnel on the left side, and this charge will begin. And I think it's actually okay here. There's ground expos deep at the base here, but there's ground expos on his right and left flank over by the scatter shots as well. This is actually a really high damage. He's going to have to get some of those under control as he approaches to Town Hall here, Woody.
Sure will. The Queen now with those healers out in front to try to keep her safe and up as she moves in, gets the CC pull, and it doesn't look like it's very much of a threat at all. Keep an eye on that poison spell next to the Town Hall, opting for poison over rage in the center there. Tryhard is kind of trying to bait out a big clump of troops to try to move it against that Town Hall. So instead, Zubaidi is very shrewdly using just that Queen. The rest of the CC comes out. It's going to be Ice Golems and Rocket Loons. They're going to pivot over to the right side, facing off against the King and that Royal Champion, who should be able to take them down with that spear, slowing her down quite a bit, though, and there's a lot of damage being dished out against her. Zubaidi's going to find that invisibility spell to keep her up and safe a little bit longer, just denying those ice golems the value that Tryhard was looking for. Firing off against the Town Hall now. The first star is claimed, Eric.
I was a little concerned if the Queens ended up walking off to the left there, but the Slammer was able to clear a lot of the trash out there while sorting the other buildings, and that's able to push the Queen into the Multi-Inferno. His World Champion down south is able to claim the other Multi-Inferno, but this Rage Tower is about to activate it. It's not only boosting the Multi-Inferno damage, but it's boosting the damage of these ground expos and forces the Queen to ability, but with that ability there to protect her, she still will keep on powering through for a bit longer. He rages her up again, but she goes down anyways, and the Multi is tearing up these blues. We've seen it time and time again. The raged up Multi-Inferno is a nightmare for these blues to move through, and it claims another LaLo here and is going to hold the percentage down, and that means Imperium Titans is going to be opening up with the lead in this match.
Hellfire and brimstone, the red deep inside that Inferno Tower, taking on this cursed purple hue as the rage pops on out to make that damage so difficult to surpass. Zubaidi from ITP Team in the mid-80s now on that 2-star attempt is going to be a little bit behind the Imperium Titans, and it's thanks to that raged up multi-inferno on the back end of the base. Interesting design here from Tryhard, and I like, once again, how he is leveraging that extremely valuable multi-target defense to keep those balloons out. It isn't even really the air defenses that have been causing trouble for these aerial attacks. It's that multi-target Inferno, which can just splash against so many targets. I don't even know if we would really call it splash damage from a multi-target Inferno, because it's not even hitting one little spot and then splashing around. It can just independently beam out so much damage onto those balloons. And it doesn't even really waste damage either, right? When you get a big shot from something like an Eagle Artillery, you know that that's big trouble when you have a lot of troops that are clumped up in one little spot, right? It can just obliterate them.
Right.
But sometimes the Eagle will like target the Queen or the King or like a single troop who's being healed up, who's at high health, and it's not a problem at all, right? But it's almost every time that the Inferno Tower fires off, it is getting really good damage. It's not the highest DPS structure in the game, but it is the highest like effective DPS, right? Because if you're hitting for a big amount of damage, you need a big target. The Monolith is a good example of that also. If the Monolith is hitting a minion, that's really low DPS. If the Monolith is hitting a Barbarian King, that's really high DPS. So it's a very variable structure. These just raged up Infernos, though, are almost always really big obstacles. I can't repeat it enough, Eric.
And this base is going to have 2 rage towers, one on each flank here, but Tryhard goes to a very early Queen ability as he gets into a Tesla farm right as he deploys. And we ground expos up ahead here on either side of the Town Hall, but the Town Hall itself is going to be relatively easy to claim. But what's beyond it is going to be much less simple. He's got the Monolith, he's got the Ground Expos, he's going to have the CC, and he has multiple defensive heroes. But he does not want to endanger his Queen by continuing that charge. He recalls her out and puts her on the other side, and he's just going to use what the Queen was able to do as a funnel, and he can use the Electro Dragons and the regular Dragons to go in here and push to the defensive Queen and try to come in behind the sweeper there with, I assume, an early portability to make sure that Rage Tower doesn't melt these dragons out of the sky here. But this Queen moving down south, she's already got a wall break, and she's going to make the approach towards the defensive King. He has a Headhunter on standby that he can use to support her, and he also, I want to point out, that he used the Phoenix onto the Queen in this attack here rather than taking the Unicorn, so we could put all 5 healers and recall all 5 healers as well. So Queen will arrive to the defensive King. Where's the Headhunter down there? Is he paying attention to that, or is he more concentrated up top here? Multitask, Tryhard, your Queen's in danger. Queen goes down! Did not get the support. The Phoenix will pick her back up for a little bit there, but the Dragons keep charging through the middle, and now it's up to the King, the last remaining Dragons, and the World Champion to sweep out the backside of the space, Woody.
I'm not even really sure what he could have done there. He spent so much of his spells. I guess he could have dropped one more freeze, but at least he'll be able to hold that on the back end to support this Royal Champion up on the top side, takes down the multi-target Inferno, and does freeze that scatter shot there, just trying to keep her alive a bit longer, but the shield has already been tossed, and with a black bomb exploding in that Grand Warden's face, Tryhard is going to miss the 3-star also, and Imperium Titans have not yet given us a triple to get that convincing lead over ITP Team. Now, with that big 12% advantage in the percentage that they earned earlier on, Tryhard is not going to let that slip because he surpassed the 88% mark. It is impossible for ITP Team to come over and above on percentage now. They really do need to get that triple in order to get that lead over Imperium Titans.
Absolutely. This attack came very, very close here. He's going to have those minions finish off the Expo down south, but 10 seconds is all that he has left here, and 10 seconds is not enough. He does have the force. The king kept on moving where the queen left off there, and literally, if the king had the support of the queen, he could have the extra firepower to move faster, and he probably could have finished that up in time. But that headhunter did not come down to protect the queen through the defensive king, and that was all the difference in the world for everybody. Literally one single troop to save that queen, and he had it on standby. He had it ready. You could tell that he was going to use it there because there was nowhere else to use the headhunter, and he ended up throwing that headhunter into cleanup, and that's just when you start to get into the craziness of the attack there, you lose track of little things like that, and your plan starts to break down a little bit, but ultimately cost him. That is insanely close right there, though, Witty.
It's so easy for us watching the attack to just like scream out and be like, no, get the queen, she's going down. He's focused on so much, though. Tile perfect placement, second perfect drops for these troops, spells all over the map. And it really just goes to show you how difficult even a world-class player coming in with just a tiny bit of a miss there can still just get 97%. Very strong hit, but we're going to give ITP Team the chance now to try to get that triple of their own. We'll see how they move in against Kingsman's base with a Warden Walk to start with. Get that little poison dart firing off to get some good range against these buildings as well. Latif knows that he's going to be pivoting into the Electro Titans. Haven't seen many of those yet today, but big, heavy, ground-based assault will even get support from a siege barracks. That suggests to me that he thinks that this big open compartment that the town hall is in should be easy pickings as long as he can get either the top or the bottom lanes finished off. The bottom, of course, is now being destroyed by this hero assault along this bottom edge, and with that siege barracks added on top, there's no question at all that he'll be able to enter this Eagle artillery compartment from the bottom. And just that one jump spell now committed to get that queen over and into the middle. Keep an eye on that monolith and hope that it can stay shut down because there's only one free spell, and he needs to keep these ice golems out in front to make sure that that queen and Grand Warden are safe through that interior charge.
Absolutely, and the ice golems are getting those freezes, negating the rage tower damage that's all the way up ahead here, but the jump, I want to point out that jump there, it is only giving him access exactly where he wants to go. He does not want to push his main force off to the right. He wants to push him towards the town hall because he did not invest the siege machine to go secure the town hall early, so he has to take the turn there. He's sustaining damage, but he is able to heal through it. His healers are still inside of the raid. They're boosting all of that healing. He's taking black air bombs in the middle. The queen is down to low HP. She pops her ability. Defensive king may stop him from securing the town hall. This town hall is not secured yet.
No
he locks onto it now. Queen's right there.
No!
Oh, Woody! It's a 1-star! Latisse raid has come to a close here. The MVP over on ITP to get him here in the first place. And the town hall is going to stay standing, and the king is going to block her approach. There is nothing he can do to recover the town hall takedown now.
This is just heart-rending for Latif. Tosses the shield out. The only hope now is that the Grand Warden will help to collapse onto the town hall. They're going to get some more damage now. Fire it away with all that they've got. They need a lot more, though, and you're right, Eric. It is just not enough. At least they got a little bit of targeting damage onto it, but at what cost? You just see a despondent look on Latif's face, downcast and dour as he knows that missing that second star is such a big loss for his team. ever so close to the triple, but just could not finish off that town hall. It bears, I mean, it's a defense in itself now. You can't take it for granted anymore. Guys like me have been around since 2015 are just like, all right, Town Hall is going to go down, and it's all about getting the 3-star secured. No, man. That Giga Inferno just heating up and burning everything in sight is a big hurdle to leap over. And Latif even throwing his queen at it. The Grand Warden swaps off onto it. The Royal Champion is going after it. 3 heroes got shots in that town hall, but 3 heroes were let down.
Yeah, that's really rough there. I'm pretty sure Latif had the highest hit rate for ITP going into that, and that's going to be a ding on his record right there. Still, really high percentage. They potentially can overcome that, and with the high percentage,
we just saw
maybe could make a comeback here. But remember, because they got the defenses, they're still down on percentage overall because Imperium Titans was able to rack in so high. But it is still only a 1-star split and about 16 buildings, if my calculation is correct. And now Amulon is going to try to lengthen the lead here for Imperium Titans and potentially get the first triple on the board using some lightning in the core of the base. Takes down the Monolith and the Sweeper. No spell towers claimed there, so he has a double invisibility tower around the town hall, and that's always a bit dangerous. I feel like every time we see 1-stars, they're almost always caused by invisibility tower. Not in the case of the last one there, but most 1-stars are caused by invisibility towers next to the town hall, causing problems. And this one has 2 of them, but that means that there is less support of things like rage towers in other sections of the base. So it's a little bit of a give and take there.
Green along the top side, relatively unsupported. Almolin's hoping that she can drill down deeper on in. Might even throw a spell out here to help her out. Yeah, it's going to be an invisibility this time around. She does not have that ability up and ready, though, so I don't know. It's going to take a lot to take down the Town Hall, and he is not willing to commit there. Just gets a few more shots off into the Barbarian King and will rely on these sneaky goblins to make their way all the way in. But invisibility's traps are going to go off. That's going to help to keep that Town Hall up a little bit longer, but that's why he saved even more in sneaky gobs. He saw those invisibility spell towers up and ready and has spent a little bit more time to finish those off now. Minute and 30 in the main stage of the attack has now started. I'm feeling really good about this hit so far, Eric. He has got so little base left to have to clean up with just these balloons along the outer edge, and he's holding on to still half a dozen of them ready to pivot off to wherever he needs. He sees that Tesla trap up on the top right side of the base next to a multi-target Inferno, and that is going to be the last line of defense for him to have to finish off. Holding on to one more freeze, he's going to wait for those balloons to get into picture-perfect range. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes, Almolin. Hold on until the last moment, and victory will be yours.
Absolutely. Just hold that freeze, keep on pushing. He's gonna have the rest of the blues want to drop in on the defensive ward in there. He's got the time. He's got traps going off there, but the Hound is able to absorb most of them, and that should carry him through. Almolin gets the triple, the first triple of the war, and now that's gonna put them into a significant lead here. You'll have to wait out for that invisibility tower. It's always funny when the invisibility tower is at the very end of the attack there, but he quickly turns around, takes it down. Plenty of time to make it happen there, Woody. That's what we're talking about. That's the triple that they need, and it came at a great time. Responding to a 1-star puts them up huge here in this war.
Almolin shows them once again, you can run, but you can't hide. Drop that invisibility, but it will not last forever. And even though it buys Lord from ITP a few seconds, it will not buy him a defense in this case. And the Imperium Titans, with a 1-star defense before this round, have now picked up a 3-star offense. And this war has swung very decisively in their favor, Eric. It is almost impossible for ITP Team to come back at this point. They're not quite yet out. But man, would it be an incredible upset to turn a 2-star deficit into a win.
Well, it's only a 2-star deficit if they missed their next attack. Remember, they had 2 defenses, and then it was 4-3 going with that attack there. So if they match that triple with a triple of their own, then they're right back where we were when we came into it with a 1-star deficit and a 16 building in the negative as well. So if he can triple right now, then I think you're calling it too early there. I think we still have a lot.
I didn't say it was impossible. I'm just saying the odds are stacked against them.
Oh, yeah,
they need back-to-back triples and a defense. So they basically need the coin flip to go in their favor and it's not even a coin flip, right? The hit rates are below 50%. So like they need extraordinary offense and then an extraordinary defense to follow.
Absolutely. And it looks like Lord is going to be sending in the next attack here with a queen charge into LaLo. And this town hall area seems manageable. The ground expos worry me a little bit there, but he'll send in a wall breaker to get the queen to transition without having to go around the bottom. She can go down the little mini channel here and then step through, or she could go south. I guess she has her choice of entries there, catching black air bombs, headhunter down for the defensive king, powers through that very, very nicely. At the same time, the queen was controlling the damage up there for the flame flinger to push its way forward, and if she doesn't go to ability right now, then she'll sustain the expo fire and keep the flame flinger safe on its approach to the scatter shot up top. So don't let her go to ability, don't use an invisibility on her, make sure that you keep her alive, and if you do have her go to ability, I guess the unicorn could pick up the taking for just a moment there, since it is also surviving, but he's not letting it go down either, and that flame flinger doing some fantastic work there, supporting the queen. There's the talent takedown. Invisibility tower frozen, so he doesn't have it cause problems. And wait, what is this? He just put the warden onto ground, delayed, and pushed in with the queen, and that means no warden ability for the raged up 3 multi-inferno set facing the sweeper on the complete opposite side of the base. This feels really, really risky, Woody.
Is it gonna pay off, though? That is the question. He's got that warden stuck like glue to the archer queen, and he is going to do his best to get them powered in through the center. All those walls have come down, and so they can fire away at all 3 multi-infernos. Can't she get the pop shots off? There's no storages or anything blocking her. She is having a field day in the middle of this base, and Lord has picked it off. Well done for that base identification in here, but not having that Grand Warden to help support the Lava Hound and Balloons up top. Are they going to be missing out, or is the fact that those Inferno Towers down mean that there's basically nothing to stop him?
The Lava Hounds are tanking everything. The Lava Hound is right there, soaking up all of the damage. The Balloons are completely protected. They don't need the Warden support. They don't need spell support. He's got the Hound pop, and he'll swag the rest of his spells. And that is the response that they needed. They are definitely not out of this war here, Woody. They're down on a star, but they have now recovered from their 1 star, and they just need to get another exchange like that, and they could very reasonably take the lead here above Imperium Titans.
Very excited to see it. Super happy that this war is going thick into the very end. Down a star, but not counted out. That is the perseverance that has taken teams in this exact same position, down a star after the 3rd round of attacks, to still yet find some way to get a win. I mean, we've seen 1-star defenses before in this very war. So as long as it has a chance of happening on their side of the map, we can keep them in contention for this upper bracket last match of the day for this opening salvo, right? So we've got these 4 initial wars to decide who's going to be in the upper, who's going to be in the lower brackets. Then we'll have the 2 wars in the lower bracket and then 2 more in the upper bracket before we finally finish things out. We're only going to have 2 more teams standing in the upper bracket at the end of the day, and it's a possibility that one of them is in this match here and now. Eric, we've got 2 more attacks left for either team, and I'm starting to feel like ITP's chances, even though I thought they were slim, have still got a little bit of an opportunity to make the win here. But if anyone could be the closer to start the beginning of the end, it would be Sinthe. Certainly one of the strongest attackers in the game, and in an all-star lineup for Imperium Titans, a standout in his own right. A big percentage lead and another star to their name. Can Imperium Titans continue this path of glory with Sinthe at the top?
Well, I mean, at his side there, if you look at his camera, he's got his trusty Hog Rider there, and he's got 31 of them to bring to the field here. Sinthe, the Hog Master, gonna be sending in that flame flinger from the right side. He uses an Electro Dragon and the Queen to fight off the defensive CC. No reason to go in with his typical Skelly donut to go try to secure the CC takedown when it is so exposed on the edge of base there. Quickly handles it and wall breaks the Queen through, but that Eagle Artillery, or the Town Hall, I mean, activated because of that Electro Dragon chain. so he's gonna have to have the Queen ability to lock onto it, but she is calculated perfectly there. And the Electro Dragon was able to chain through and get the invisibility tower to trigger early, so not only did he get it, but he got it more spell efficiently than he would otherwise. That was a 200 IQ play right there, and Synthé now comes in with the Hog Riders, marching across this base, Woody.
Big hammers ready to swing right in Latif's face. That enemy Archer Queen's going to be no problem at all, with plenty of Headhunter to support with this big hog army. Not even swapping for the hybrid this time. He says, miners, who needs them? I'm hopping over these walls and I'm busting up these defenses one at a time until they all go down. He's got one more priest left to commit, but man, he's taking a lot of damage here along the bottom side, letting these multi-target Infernos just fire away. Finally, the CC troops are going to come in and the cavalry has arrived, but is it enough to rout the defenses set up by Latif? One more multi-Inferno ready to shoot off, and yes, he's done it! Oh, swing that hammer! Synthé, the master of disaster, has demolished this base, and he is gonna march onward to victory for Imperium Titans. They are so confidently in the lead now, and it is all smiles on their side of the bench, Eric.
He smashes the hog. He's got his hammer! He will not be stopped! Yes! He is the hog master!
Love to see it. Sitting right down there.
Oh man, that's why we love to watch Synthé. He is by far the best hog rider attacker in the world. He delivers again and again, and he has some fun doing it, and he carries us along for the ride, and we enjoyed it every single time. But that triple right there, that is a big blow to ITP Team right now, and that, like you said, playing from behind is a tough blow to receive right there when you're in the position where you are playing a star behind, and Imperium Titan is not letting up on the offense.
Yeah, not at all, and nor should we expect that of them. A squad formerly known as MCES, you've seen them on the top levels of Clash competition for many years running. This French team has got a fire in their belly to get back to the world's competition and to get that top spot again. They've been semifinalists before. They've been to the upper echelons of Clash competition, and they know that it just comes down to whatever happens on that last day who decides whether or not they're going to be champions or not. They want to give themselves another opportunity. They know that they deserve it, and now they've got to earn it.
Absolutely. And I speaking of when they were playing as MCS back in 2019, they were actually the team back in 2019 when Town Hall 12 was max, who were the first team to popularize the hog attacks there. So like they've been hog rider attackers from the beginning, and they continue till this day, many years later, and they hold to their roots here. But now we'll see if ITP Team is able to come on the other side here, and I guess he's going to be sending in a queen charge into LaLo, immediately wall breaking that scatter shock compartment. Heavy damage on the queen, but the rage is down in time, and she's starting to recover her health, and she will top off here as he moves into the range of the Grand Expo, but he doesn't want that Grand Expo locked onto her. He throws out an Ice Golem on the left side, and a Wizard over there as well. What's he doing over there? What? Oh, the Battle Drill. He puts in the Battle Drill over there, and it's going to make its approach in, but it's met by a whole bunch of Teslas right there that could cause some problems. He really and clearly wants that Eagle Artillery down, and he's not going to get it there as the Yetis fall a bit short. He'll range him up anyways, and the Queen is veering off to the right. Oh, he might be in a bit of trouble here, Woody.
And that just shows you the value of these traps. Sometimes they get set up as Tesla farms to try to distract and destroy incoming balloons. Sometimes they can prevent an early stab from taking him down, but fortunately for Marawi, he does get a little bit of a pivot here from the Archer Queen, who's able to go finish off that compartment. So this is still salvageable, to be sure. Marawi, with a big lava loon army, has also got one less Inferno Tower to worry about. That one on the top side next to the Town Hall is set to single, and these multi-target Infernos are not going to get that rage spell support that we had seen on so many bases set up before. So Arium has not left an easy target at all, but Marawi has got his work cut out for him, but still has hope for victory.
Maybe it's going to be tough to get through with that Queen going down the way that she did, leaving up the multi-Inferno on the inside. He'll put it as Road Champion and go try to pick it up here, but this Town Hall takedown is going to require a lot of investment here. He throws in all the balloons to go after it. Red air bombs are going off. He freezes, and then he'll have the word abilities that comes off of that Town Hall, but a couple of balloons escape it. But most of them get caught there. World Champion is taking Monolith fire, and she is actually going to find an invisibility there. He pops the RC ability. Diggy gets the stun. Hold the front door. He might actually have this chance. He's got the Ground Expo picking away at him. His ward is still moving. RC dies, though. Oh, and I thought there was a glimmer of hope there for just a minute, but his troops quickly get knocked down there, and I guess the Royal Champion gets picked up by that backside Ground Expo, and the scatter shot claims all of these balloons. It was a nice attempt there, but yeah, it's hard to recover when the Queen goes down the way that she did there, Woody.
I always want to give these guys any chance, any edge that they have at making the win happen, because I'm wrong time and again about where the shape of these blows are coming from. But as we saw with the early miss there by Marawi, having to commit that Royal Champion to take down the Multi-Inferno just left him too little on the final assault to be able to finish off this base. ITP Team down a star and on percentage are not going to be able to close that gap with Marawi's strike. And it looks like Imperium Titans are going to hold the day with a 2-star lead now. It would be almost impossible for ITP Team to come back and close that out with just one attack left for each team. Very easy, confident 2-star finish here from Imperium Titans would be enough to secure victory. Absolutely.
And a lot of times when you don't have time to change your plan, then you're going to be potentially taking they need to have a 3-star for. But in this case, since Synthe was able to get the triple, and then they pushed that position, and so he can definitely play it a lot safer here. He could have had time to change his plan, and he could be already prepared to make sure that bare minimum he's able to secure a safe 2-star, and it looks like it is going to be one of the safest 2-stars in Clash of Clans, the Electro Dragons. As he starts to form out the funnel on the right side, you can take out the air defense, you can get the air defense down the bottom, and you can have a lane directly into the Town Hall using rocket balloons, regular balloon in combination there. Regular boost to trim off the perimeter defenses, rocket balloons to go a little bit deeper, and it looks like he's got it pretty much under control here. Get those ground skellies off of his flame flinger, and now he can just sail these Electro Dragons through, take that Town Hall down, as long as that invisibility tower doesn't have anything to say about it, and he can send Imperium Titans to the next round, where they have Navi waiting for them. That is going to be a crazy, crazy matchup, and that has set the stage here, Woody.
Navi will be finding a new foe. I hope that they're watching this match so that they can get a sense of what is coming up against them next, because we know that the best team from Japan and the best team from France have had plenty of opportunities to face off in previous rounds. Of course, Navi, as the reigning world champions through their performance at the last World Champions qualifier as the Queen Walker Stephanie, are gonna have that big title to defend now. If they want to get that golden ticket again and move back to the World Championships for 2023, they have got to power through all the way to the end against a team that has upset them before and could do it again. Imperium for ET-XSports is going to be the finishing nail in the coffin here, as we now pass that 2-star mark at 50%. They have secured victory, Eric.
Definitely not going to be a 3-star here, though. That's fine. He didn't need to. He just needed to play it as safe as possible. There was no reason to take any risk here. I 100% agree with the decision to break out Electro Dragons. And honestly, coming behind the sweepers, if the Electro Dragons were able to push a little bit further into the base, get the Monolith and the CC down, and maybe even get some chase to get some expos out of the way, he could have easily pushed his heroes across the other side of the base. But as we talked about in some of the previous wars there, when we see the defensive CC that does not deploy at the Electro Dragons and instead stays in there, then it is waiting, and it's like a ticking time bomb right there for that Royal Champion to go in there and pull it out there, and then have her get completely shut down, because she can't really get through that core there if she has to stop and fight the CC while she's under fire. Otherwise, she does sometimes have a chance to pull through, but It's fine. It's perfectly okay. Imperium Titans lock in a 12-star victory, a solid performance there. That's the bar that you want to see the winning teams reach there. We like to see 12 stars at a minimum for a winning team. That's always, I think that's always a good mark to reach. But I think when we get to the ends of this competition, they're gonna have to step it up, and they need to be racketing closer to 13, maybe even 14 stars to really make it happen when we get to the final stages of this golden ticket competition, Woody.
And there is just not a more relaxed player than Imperium at this point, especially when he gets to finish off and knows he only needs a 2-star.
Right.
Just kicking back in bed. I don't even know what he could do to be more relaxed. What would he need to get this guy a beanbag chair and some like cozy pajamas or something? He makes it look so easy, and I think that is actually working in his favor, right? It's like there's some players who will just like have bug eyes and will be like staring at that screen super hard, and I'm sure that attention helps them too. That's how you play, Eric, right? But some guys are just like, I'm going to study this base, I'm going to have a plan, and I'm just going to breathe. Be zen about it, relax, kick your legs up, let all the blood flow to your brain. Ooh, I wonder if that's part of his strategy, right? If he's got his legs up in the air, you know it's all going into his head, and he can leverage all of that sanguine spirit for maximum firepower. Congratulations to the Imperium Titans, going to clinch the win in this round, but we do have one more attack, so let's send it back to ITP Team, where Black will have his chance to fight back.
Yeah, let's just get some confidence built back here, get a triple on this first war, and then they'll have to go down to the lower bracket, and we'll see what they can do there, but I always want that confidence builder here, and never easy to build confidence against the Imperium Titans base, but he does have a Blizzard drop in, super Blizzards, and a blimp, which is why we call it Blizzard, by the way. We will have it drop in there and secure the Eagle Artillery and the Inferno, picking up the Rage Tower, tags the Defensive Queen, pulls the CC, and clears out that entire bottom compartment as well. There are some tests on the outside of the base, but this Queen can start to make her way through, fight off the CC in relative safety, and she will then, I guess, which way do you want to send her here? I feel like you could put her off to the left there, since you didn't invest a Warden into the blimp. You can push the balloons through the Town Hall if you have the Warden to support it. So I think that's the option he's going for as he finishes the funnel down south. And I think he's, it's kind of questionable right now. Is this Queen going to go to the right or the left? He'll have to switch up the whole plan here based on where she goes, though.
Ooh, frozen up, but it does look like she's wandering over to the right side there. Finds that gold storage a little bit more attractive, and the Goblin in this Queen will send her on over to that right side compartment, where we do see a scatter shot. There's a few juicy targets there, but that Eagle Artillery in the center is looking mean and nasty. No way to hop over these walls. She could potentially reach it if she gets deep enough into this compartment, but there's a lot of base left to finish off before we're going to have time for that. And man, Black has already spent half of his time setting up for this attack. These balloons need to get in quick if he wants to get this 3-star. It's so easy for us to call that out as casters, you know, but it's like, I just see so many time fails that it breaks my heart to see so much offense still left on the battlefield when the clock has run out, and that 3-star ever elusive to even some of the best players in the world.
Yes, but a minute is more than a time to push a LaLo through. LaLo is one of the faster attacks that will move through the back of the base there, which allows you to go for the longer setups, as long as you can keep the Blues alive, that is. The Town Hall goes invisible on him. The freeze wears off. The War Ability wears off. We're champions right there. She'll take the final strike, but that means she is going to be taking that blast and sitting inside of the poison until she can get out of it. His Queen was able to power through the walls in the middle base there and get some great
nice
value
freeze
in there. And okay, now the RC ability pops. It's going to move through, and it hits the multi in the backside, and she's on a beeline approach to go claim it. It looks like Black will close out the war with a 3-star indeed. All the balloons except for one are going down there. Ground Skelly stalling him up here. 17 seconds to close it out. But if the Diggy's still alive, he'll still get the stun. But the Warden's right there getting this tar. Oh, Warden takes a... Oh, I guess that was the electric owl that took the Black Air bomb, but he does pull through. All right, nice adjustments right there. That was beautiful. But unfortunately, it is too little too late here for ITP Team. And they're going to be moving down to that lower bracket.
Tesla trap zaps Black, but he comes and claps back. Still, it's going to be a win for the Imperium Titans. They will not be denied victory, even with that triple to finish things off. That leaves Imperium Titans ahead by a star, because of that 1-star strike from ITP Team earlier on, just leaving them in a lurch. 12-11 is the final scoreline with that percentage advantage as well in Imperium Titans' favor. They are moving on to fight off against Navi in the later stage today. That sends ITP Team down to the lower bracket where they will have to fight for survival now. The next defeat means elimination, and that is going to be half of our matches today. We are getting into the second half of today's stream, but we need a little bit of time to reset, Eric. We need someone who is wiser even than us to join us on stream and to give us a bit of insight into what's going on into the wide world of Clash. Why don't we go ahead and bring him on? Welcome, Judo Sloth. My friend, it is so good to have you back again with us. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Woody. Thank you for the kind words. What amazing attacks we have seen. I'm excited to see the rest of the matches today as well. You guys have done a great job drilling this up. And I'm also excited to break down one of these attacks. It was an exciting war, to say the least, Eric.
Oh yeah, definitely was. I was very impressed there with Imperium Titans, and we've had a lot of very defensive wars throughout the day here today. And when the offense comes, it seems to be coming in towards the second half of the war, which is pretty wild. It makes for some crazy endings here.
It certainly does. Well, I do have one attack that I wanted to break down, and it was really the attack that turned the war. I know you were trying to keep things going there, but I think Woody called it absolutely right. After that 1-star, we had the 3-star come in from Almualan, and that's the attack that I want to break down for you. So, starting out here, we use the lightning spells, or Almualan uses that, and that's the first learning point that I want you to pick up from this. His main target is the monolith, obviously, right behind that town hall, huge damage dealer, but you can also pick up other buildings. So it takes 6 lightning spells for the monolith. He rotates that, has 3 lightning spells either side, and the other thing is you have to be quick when there are builder huts in order to wipe out that section. So always make sure you are rotating your lightning spells around to get maximum value. The second point is that you want to try and make your attack as uncomplicated as possible. So you can do that by setting the funnel early, and a couple of sneaky goblins around the map sets up his funnel, but it also checks for potential skeleton traps. You do not want them popping up mid-attack, luring your heroes in the wrong direction, and he can deal with that with a wizard over by the flame flinger. So always try and make sure that even if your attack is complex, you can dial it in as much as possible so you're not doing that mid-attack. The third main learning point that I have for you in this attack is to try and spread the damage of the defenses, and I feel he does a fantastic job here. By the way, sending the Electro Titan in with the king just helps in this area when he's diving in, because there's a huge potential for skeleton traps, especially when there is the defending royal champion. The king could get slowed down massively in that section, so the Electro Titan is brilliant. But back to my main point, you have the Barbarian King moving into the central part of the base here, but notice that some of the defenses, for example, this Expo is firing at the king, meaning that the queen can walk around this top side with less damage. The exact same principle applies to the other side of the base as well. Quickly takes out one of the wizard towers so that the royal champion can move in, and again we can see the Expo is locked onto the Barbarian King, allowing the royal champion to then move right of the way in towards the Eagle Artillery, which is the main target. So always try and make sure that you have your heroes close together, yes, so that they are absorbing as much damage as possible, but not too close together that they're just firing at the same targets. And with that, you can just see that the entire left-hand side of the base is destroyed, essentially. We then have the Flame Flinger doing a brilliant job. If ever you can find an area where the Flame Flinger can have maximum time to do damage, that area is gone as well. Then with the Sneaky Goblins, you can carve a path, you know that they're safe. It's a very easy method to get the Town Hall as long as you get that invisibility right. Now, LaLo, it's always a complicated strategy, but if you can break down the base as Almualan did here, then you don't even have to worry about it. He has this thin line of defenses whereby he can just send the balloons in with the Hound early warden ability. So yes, they split initially in order to hit the different defenses, but he captures them all in the warden ability. And eventually they are then going to merge together up towards the top here. But notice how he's continuing to just reinforce a couple of balloons onto the outside defenses. Still has a couple in the pocket as well to do exactly the same at the top, even over towards this ground expo. And I want to pick up on the point that Woody was talking about earlier on in the cast here as well, in that the multi-target Inferno can often get overwhelmed. It can only do 6 beams. It's not the same as a splash damage defense. So in this case, yes, he ends on a multi-target Inferno, but he's got 99 balloons. It's not going to take them down. Using that freeze spell in order to freeze it and just guarantee the 3-star. This was the attack that really turned the tides. A fantastic job by them for sure. And I know we're going to see even better attacks moving into the later rounds.
99 Luft balloons to finish off, and what a way to bring back Maxi into the chat. How you doing, sir? We have got another war coming up in 5.5 minutes, but thanks very much to Judo, who just left too soon. I miss him already.
Same here. I didn't even get a chance to talk to him, maybe at some point later on, but it was great to see him back here. Judo, you know, someone that you cannot think of Clash of Clans Esports or Clash of Clans in general without thinking of Judo in the same thought. And it was really, really cool to see him back there. So cheers to you, my friend. And great job breaking down his attack, especially pointing out some things that you guys at home can take away from it and maybe even try to use in your own attacks, whether it's just casual playing or Legend Leagues, for example. So some good learning effects here, at least for me, Woody. Very good to see. So now we're going to have to go down to the lower bracket, where actually, Woody, now it comes down to win or go home, since we have a double elimination bracket and those teams have already lost once. If another loss will mean that they are out, Woody. And the first one is TWOB against Bad Zinger that we're going to be looking at.
By my recollection, these first 2 rounds in the upper bracket between Clash, Champs, and TWOB, and between Bad Zinger and Inquisition, were some of the closest wars that we have seen in the Queso Cup 2023. So now that we see 2 really closely matched teams that just barely got knocked down to the lower bracket facing off again, it is going to be a tearjerker for the fans of whatever team takes the loss here, because we know that they have worked so hard to get to this stage and have just barely been kicked down to the bottom. But that is where they are. That is the fact of the matter. And now it is up to them to try to fight for survival. Just as you said, TWOB in somewhat of a surprise position, having been able to break through with a 3-win, 2-loss record from the Swiss stage, is nonetheless back at the bottom and has their work cut out for them against this Bad Zinger squad, which has been on a world stage before, which I think has the upper hand in this upcoming match. But the underdogs have proven that they are scrappy and will not go down without a fight. I think we've got another really close one ahead of us, Maxi. What do you think?
I completely agree with you there. I mean, if we look at the results actually of the first 4 wars, then there wasn't a big gap between the best performing or the lowest performing teams in general. Yes, we had 1 9-star war that was due to a very risky last attack where it was all or nothing. So if we don't just count that as a 10 because he could have easily been taking home a safe 2-star, then we just have between 10 and 12 stars seen so far today. So that means basically any team can win against any other team at any given moment. And the next 2 teams that we're seeing here, TWOB and Bad Zinger, they both had 10 or 11 stars in the first war. So it will be close in this one again, as we will see Ajas, Gohill, Drago, Tayyab, and Sumit going into the fight for TWOB, and they will be facing off against BN, Kadiel, Dima, Andy, and Vanna. And if I remember correctly, Woody, then we have seen some very creative hits like from both teams, but especially I remember the bad Zinger attacks with the Electro Dragons, with the Super Dragons also coming into the Town Hall, and also I think it was ND really taking out the base, you know, compartment by compartment, and I'm really eager to see what both of these teams can bring to the table in this next war.
Yeah, right, you are. And TWOB just right there alongside Clash Champs virtually eschewing the entire Lava Hound meta. Just balloons and Lava Hounds were almost nowhere to be seen on their side of the field. We will see whether they've watched these other 3 wars and got a little bit of inspiration to bring those back into the 4. But that remains to be seen. We'll have to see what bases these teams have brought up for this next round of attacks and whether or not they have been, as we've seen, kind of specifically set up to deny these Lava Hound strikes. Anytime you see a multi-target Inferno, especially when there's multiple multi-target Infernos that have rage spells on them, balloons are just going to have a mighty tough time cracking through. That's when you start to see these Electro Titans storming in to try to get some damage in. Electro Dragons as well. Any big, heavy, beefy troops that have to face off against multi-target Inferno are going to have a much better time than balloons. It's really only when you have 99 of them that you're able to overcome those big multi-target Infernos, or when you can get heroes to take them out early on, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was what I was just going to say. There are also some teams that like to do queen charges into these compartments, because we know raged up multi-infernos, they do considerable damage to balloons, but a queen with just this multi-beam can still be held at full life with the help of a rage spell or freeze or invisibility spells, for example. So pretty low costs to take out some key defenses, and especially these multi-infernos and rage towers are often around the eagle artillery. So that's another bonus you can get. Then again, the base builders know that, so they stack some black air mines there that are very bad for your healers. Or oh, okay. As I was just going to explain something else, we already see the first attack, Woody, and I don't want to waste time talking about some abstract thoughts when we have some concrete, tangible attacks going on. And it is Go Hill, and for the first time we will see mass super dragons, Woody. So interesting to see how this can go. We see Go Hill has the blimp ready, and he will just send it into the town hall straight away, freezing the poison spell tower, and just some balloons coming out casually, you know, taking that out, funneling a little bit on the left side, and I think he will just then go in full force with this super dragons in just a second, Woody.
Here they come. We love to get the predictions in as well as to who all of you think will win, so make sure to vote, whether you're watching over on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube. Keep those votes coming in. Right now, I do see that Twitch is favoring Bad Zinger on this vote prediction, but YouTube is favoring TWOB, so we will have to see which of these communities is going to come out with the prediction foresight to call this one. Go Hill, one of the MVP attackers from TWOB, certainly a very strong striker, but has missed before and needs to come back with a vengeance this time to grab that 3-star. Drops another free spell there right in the center because he's only got one more Super Dragon to take out the interior. He does finish off that Eagle Artillery, but leaves that air defense and a multi-target Inferno still standing. I don't know what he's got to be able to finish it off. Just has to lean on these heroes now, Maxi.
Yes, he does, and there is so much left in his base that I don't really see his heroes finishing up the rest of it. Especially with that Royal Champion being slowed down by the poison spell there, you could really see that he wanted his Super Dragons to path right into the core where there were actually these raged up multi-infernos that we talked about before, all stacked up with the Eagle Artillery in between and the air defenses, which you could see a second ago and you might see again in just a couple of seconds. But remember, there was a stacked core in the base. At the Super Dragons, they just didn't make their way into it, and that's where he would have needed them, and we can see the attack finishing up with the core still being up. He can just collect a couple more percentage points there. Luckily, the archers protect his queen, so she can take out the king that is slowed down by the poison, so the queen might get 2 or 3 more buildings, but after that, it will be over for Go Hill, showing his device there in the camera. He did everything legit there. That's what he is proving, finishing at a 85% 2-star for his team. Not too bad, but also not the head start that they were probably hoping for, Woody.
Yeah, a tough beginning here for TWOB, finding that 2-star in the middling 80 percentages. And we know that that is not how you want to start off a war. You want to get that big, clean, decisive 3-star against whatever base you think is going to require the least amount of preparation time in order to take down. For Gohill to miss again is just one more piece of evidence here that TWOB, although they were spectacular in the later rounds of the Swiss stage, are not really quite finding their footing yet here in this bracket against tougher teams, against bigger, heavier bases that have just denied them any easy planning opportunities, any quick strikes. These bases are just so super tough to crack, and it just seems like as more defenses get added, as more variability in defenses get added, right, with these spell towers either being set to invisibility or set to poison or set to rage, it's like there's lots of different ways that you can configure these bases. It just takes so much mental effort to break them down, to develop a plan in such a little amount of time, that I'm kind of starting to sweat and feel bad for these guys. I feel like they need a little bit more time to have that opportunity to get their mind in the right place to make this attack work. But both of these teams have just about the same amount of time. It's only Vane with another 3 minutes of his own that he's waiting and watching TWOB attack before it's his turn to get in there now. What are you noticing first and foremost, Maxi?
First and foremost, I'm noticing once again a stacked Town Hall compartment, basically like we saw before in the Navi versus Chasmac match, where I talked about it with Eric, where we have the Rage Tower, the Multi, the Bomb Towers, and especially these ground targeting expos as well. But you know, most of these defenses only target ground, and that's why it's a great idea from Vanna to send in his big force of the Electro Dragons. And with this Warden ability, look at how far these dragons plus the balloons actually get through the Town Hall poison. They are at pretty much like 60-70% health, so they still have a lot of force going into that core, and Vanna notices that, rages them up in the core. And Woody, you asked me what I think of what we're seeing here, and I think that this will most likely be a 3-star strike. Calling it already, I know there's a slight risk of jinxing, but honestly, in this case, he has 3 hero abilities, and look at this, just a couple of defenses, and they are basically all reachable from the outside, with the exception of that Multi-Inferno and the ground targeting expo. But 3 Electro Dragons in the mix as well, Woody. I don't think Vanna is going to be stoppable in this attack.
Yeah, I don't think so either. That multi-target Inferno could be a notable exception if this were an attack that was relying upon like a mass of hogs or balloons that had already been damaged. But really high hit point Electro Dragons that have still got over half of their hit points remaining on those, 2 of them anyway, are going to be able to power through that multi-target Inferno section with no trouble at all. Oh, one does go down there to that big Seeking Air Mine. But still, Vanna is going to grab that 3-star, and Bad Zinger will hold the field in the first salvo of attacks. It is going to be a 1-star lead for them and a nice little percentage bump as well. So our friends and fans over on the Bad Zinger side of the arena are going to be cheering them on. Very happy to see a good early strike.
Yes, that was a beautiful attack, and I guess their manager Inferno will also be happy at home while he's rooting for them to 3-star. By the way, Vanna, we remember he had, I think, a 96% 2-star, like a heartbreakingly close attack that almost got the 3-star done in the first war. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't. Could have gotten them a step closer to the winner's bracket, but this time he is at least putting them a step closer to staying in this tournament with this 3-star strike to start it off, and certainly also puts a good amount of pressure onto the TWOB attackers, since they will now be having to deliver nothing other than a 3-star, Woody.
Yeah, Bad Zinger's looking really clean out of the gates, and if they can keep this momentum up, I'm sure that just going toe-to-toe with TWOB at this point is good enough for them. They have an advantage, so this is a big confidence boost for them as well. They've got time on their side. They've got the confidence of knowing that they've been to the top of the Clash of Clans World Championship esports scene before. They're making their way back there once again. Even though they're in the lower bracket right now, they know that their foe is too, and with the better record in the Swiss stage with an advantage in the first round of attacks, this really does look like things are swinging pretty hard over to Bad Zinger's side. But you know what? I casted the Swiss stage. I've seen TWOB in action. This is a squad that can pull off nearly perfect wars, and you can never count them out. The offense is just incredible, and I don't know if there's any fandom out there besides TWOB's that is like bigger and stronger. So we'll see if Drago now, as the next attacker for this squad, has got what it takes with a bit more of an old school. We're going back to the LaLoon. We're playing it smart with fewer risks early on, but having to commit that eternal tome to get the blimp over and into that center compartment. It is all about whether this blizzard gets the effect that it needs.
Yes, and that he barely made it. I mean, he invested just one free spell into the one sweeper. I don't know, maybe he could have gone without any spells there at all. And at this point, I think, yeah, he shouldn't invest any more spells. Good job. Also, the Super Wizards tanking or like activating the poison spell tower was very important there. A little bonus for him because he wants his queen with the golem now to take out the town hall. And look at all these build outs, all these expos around the town hall. Just imagine if he had a poison spell thrown at his queen, she would slow down even more. And she is already struggling, to be honest. He might need to invest in invisibility spell. There it goes, because the town hall takedown at this point is the next step in this attack. King going to the right would be nice to take out the enemy royal champion, and then he can already start the LaLo. And look at what is left of this base, really. If he takes out the right compartment there, not much actually here, just the south to the east, west side there.
Yeah, hardly any of the base. That was a really great value strike early on. And notably didn't have to spend very many spells to support it. Look, he still had 4 freezes, a couple of haste spells to stack onto this LaLoon push along the bottom side. And what's going to stop him? I mean, the multi-target Infernos are already down. He's got right on top of that scatter shot, so it can't fire back. He's got a great spread of troops here for cleanup. Drago has pretty confidently followed up for TWOB, grabbing that 3-star. He still is scratching his head, seeing if there's anything else left that he needs to do, but it looks pretty dang strong to me. There could be some sort of disaster with a red bomb or a slowdown, but look, he's got 50 seconds. He's in the clear. Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah.
I was worrying there as well with the, when we saw the first couple of red mines there. Just imagine if there was just a builder hut surviving this attack. That would have been heartbreaking, but no, you said it. You can never count out TWOB. They showed it in the Swiss stage, and they are showing it once again. Very nice attack there from Drago. Even though he invested the warden ability in getting the blimp into the base, he noticed that the base offered so much value if you got the blimp into this compartment that was worth it. And he proved himself right there by getting the 3-star. Even though we were worrying a little bit towards the end of attack, Woody, the 3 stars on the board is what matters.
Hey, I'll never stop sweating whenever there's a really great attack on the line. As long as they've got so much riding on this war, I am going to stay invested in their potential success. We know that there's a ton of fans out there still cheering TWOB on, and it is not over by any means now. We have 1 3-star on TWOB side, and we have 1 3-star over on Bad Zinger side. So if TWOB can hold on to a defense this time around, it could actually be in the lead for them right now. But that is not an easy thing to ask against a squad like Bad Zinger, starting right out the gate with a 3-star in their initial attack, and with time on their side, attacking second, right? They've got 3 more minutes to prepare for every attack minimum. That gives a lot of time for them to prep, to think, to get that strategy honed, clarified, and finished off with without any concern at all. And it's something that they've earned too, right? In the upper bracket position as a higher seed, that is certainly the sort of thing that you would want for them to have going down here now, where a loss means elimination. Kadil is not going to let that happen if he has anything to say about it. And with healers to support, it looks like he's going to be starting off with a queen charge or potentially a warden walk. We'll give him time to get this attack started. And here he goes from the top. It is a warden walk, it looks like.
Yep, I would think so too. That's because it's a Titan Smash, Electro Titan Smash, and we could see him warming up his fingers down there at the bottom. I really like that nowadays we always have the player camps available during the attacks. Very cool to see, and their little rituals and what exactly they are doing. to prepare and to not make any mistakes in the heat of the moment in an attack or a match that is as important as this one. Now we can see, as usual in the Electro Titan smashes, that you use the Zap spells, the lightning spells, somewhere around the Town Hall to make sure, with the help of the Earthquake, you also activate the Town Hall, so it is counted as a defense. And what that does is it makes the Flame Flinger consider the Town Hall as a target, and we can see the Flame Flinger at the top side as the smash is going into the base, that it is moving its way towards the Town Hall, where it will hopefully at some point send his strikes to take this out. Now we have to focus while it's going on there on the smash in the core of the base, and a perfectly timed Warren ability is essential, and Kadiel used it early on here to make sure that most of his Electro Titans survive, and now he has to get through the Eagle Artillery and the Monolith, and Woody, the Town Hall is finally being targeted.
Wow, getting a Flame Flinger from the top corner all the way down onto the Town Hall is just so satisfying for Kadiel. You often do have to commit a big old siege machine to get that thing down, but whenever they have to float all the way in and just explode and drop sneaky goblins, I'm always left wondering, would there have been a better way to do that that could have gotten more value out of that big investment and still left the troops alive afterwards? Kadiel has found that way, and he is getting paid handsomely for it with the Town Hall. Boom! Now destroyed by that long-range artillery. It will continue to just fire away at defenses. And still on the bottom side, the heroes are looking quite healthy. Healers have actually swapped off onto the Electro Titan, though, leaving that Archer Queen with little support. She's got to be worried now because that multi-target Inferno is going to start beaming her down. Kadiel does still hold onto that Archer Queen ability, though, so she will survive through a little bit more firepower. But this is not yet decisively finished either way here, Maxi.
Yeah, this is going to be such a close one. I don't even, I'm not brave enough to call it at this point. But since, now the CC troops are down, the Queen is taking out, I fear that he is just going to be falling short. Maybe a Headhunter more or a Headhunter out of the CC could have helped him to get through the King and then do some damage onto these defenses at the top side, especially if this ground targeting Expo would have been tanked, then his Queen could have survived the attack. I mean, he did great in between when he used the Rage and Freeze spell combination for his Royal Champion onto the enemy Royal Champion, sending in a Headhunter at the same time, and under Rage this Headhunter was able to take out the enemy Royal Champion and his own Royal Champion taking out the scatter shot. So that actually was a very, very good move here, but still it wasn't enough because, as you said, the Clan Castle troops are somehow wasted after the Flame Flinger takes out the Town Hall, and they didn't really get any additional value being stuck on that King. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a good plan, a little bit unlucky maybe, just falling short. But I mean, for us, it's good, Woody, because it evens out the score and we still have an open match at hand as Sumit is making his way in the next attack.
Yeah, a little bit of bad news there whenever you lose the healers that are supporting your Queen. That's kind of one of the downsides of stacking up a lot of troops next to her. Hey, she can get a great bodyguard out in front when she's got the Electro Titan giving her some love. But if the Electro Titan pulls the healers off of her, then it's like, what the heck, man? I thought you were supposed to help me out here. It's not like the Grand Warden will chase down and support the largest clump of troops. Those healers are just going to find whatever target they think is best and stick to it. So swapping off the healers was, the end of that raid. So let's watch now as Sumit, one of the strongest players for TWOB, seeing a percentage deficit against Bad Zinger, but knowing that the stars are even, can he get this back into a potential win column for his squad? CC pull to the very bottom corner means that he doesn't have to worry too much about this Rocket Loon piling on out with some lava pups. That King down there at the bottom is going to have to chop through some defenses and is soaking shots from the Eagle Artillery. You hope that while the King is taking shots from the Eagle, that Sumit will be able to set up something along the top side. Yes, there he goes with Rocket Loons to take out another air defense. Big investment, but it could be worth it. Rocket Loons just getting spread out all around this base. And this is a strike with surgical precision, Maxi. Not even relying on balloons to finish off the attack. It's now these 4 Dragon Riders moving back.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really cool that he does that at the same time as his heroes are going, because it just, makes sure that he will not get, or at least lowers the the probability of a time fail here. Now, unfortunately, the enemy Royal Champion will lock onto these Dragon Riders, and they really have nothing to defend her. He could send in the Headhunters, but then again, there's a ground targeting Expo and the Multi Inferno, both to which the Headhunters are really vulnerable to. So he has to rely on his heroes, but they're actually doing a great job, as he still has the Queen ability and just one compartment to finish. I think Sumit is looking strong here towards the end of this attack, Woody.
Those Dragon Riders really ought to take out that scatter shot. Oh, they miss it. Bit of a letdown here, but I think that you still are right, Maxi, that this Queen is going to be the hero of the day. That one big compartment defended by that Royal Champion, but Sumit has got no fear at all. Cavalier as he marches into the last round of defenses and didn't even have to take out the enemy Royal Champion. A 100% 3-star for Sumit, and TWOB are back in the saddle, riding onward. They've got their lance out in front, charging into the late stage of this war, but Bad Zinger, with a small advantage on percentage, still will have the final say. They'll be moving in next, and we'll see if they can go toe-to-toe and keep that 3-star coming.
You're talking about 3 stars, and actually, I'm not sure, but I think this is the highest number of 3 stars, same as in the war between ITP and ET-XSports that we've seen so far. I mean, 4 attacks in, or 5 attacks in, and already 3 stars. That is a very good showing by both of these teams, given that before no team has earned more than 12 stars. We have seen such a little number of 3 stars today that this is very impressive. You know, the pressure is maybe even higher than before, because these teams need to win now, otherwise they are out. But the players are showing that, you know, they are not new to the competitive scene. They just they know the feeling, they know they have to deliver when it matters, and so far they're doing a great job. And I couldn't be more excited about the next attacks that are coming, and I'm also very impressed by the showing so far.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely great war. Strong offenses and defenses where they're deserved. We'll see if BN from Bad Zinger can follow up with another 3-star strike. A very gutsy battle blimp floats on in, gets a CC pull. There goes the invisibility, the rage up as well. He's got to get lots of value from this Blizzard, chaining that Super Wizard Lightning all throughout these defenses, takes down the Eagle Artillery, obliterates that multi-target Inferno, zapping through the Battle Builder hut, finds a spell tower as well. How much can he get before they're taken down? Quite a bit. I don't say it's the most value we've seen out of an early Blizzard like that, but it is solid enough that if he can follow up with these balloons on path, that the C shape that now remains of this base is pretty well funneled if he's happy with the defenses that remain. I see that single target Inferno next to those 2 air sweepers in the core. If he can finish off this top right compartment with heroes, then adding on the balloons as well to follow, I think BN has got a good shot at making this a triple.
I agree with you here. I'm just wondering what his plan for the Town Hall is, because he didn't bring anything to go through or over walls. No jump spell, no earthquakes, no wall breakers, and that is basically everything that can get a king and queen through a wall. So I'm wondering if he's just relying on his queen to go around the outside, but she will definitely first step into this ground targeting Expo. So not sure. Okay,
it's gonna step into her. She's firing away at it.
But yeah, LaLo into the Town Hall, and we've seen before, Woody, how this can go with these stacked traps around the Town Hall. But BN is like, I don't mind. I have a Warden Aura, and my loons will survive the poison spell as they are doing, using the haste spell, sending in Headhunters and the Hound beautifully, so he can use the Warden ability to cover all of those troops. And he did a great job, even getting the Royal Champion protected by the Warden ability, and with 2 free spells in the back, he's still looking strong.
He completely negated those air sweepers by pushing in from the opposite side. The Queen did take a little bit of fire from that single target Inferno, but just as soon as she got locked, she started to go back toward the top side of the base, winding her way around and staying safe. BN is now scrolling all over this map right now, trying to see if there's anything left that he needs to do to finish off and guarantee the triple. He's got 30 seconds left, and the cleanup is looking strong. I would have expected him to pound his fist a lot sooner than that. But as long as he gets those 3 stars, he is going to be happy. Boom! There it is. Bien from Zinger finds another 3-star. And that keeps TWOB in a very tough position, Yaxi.
Yes, very impressive stuff there. BN going 2 for 2 so far, and given how few triples we've seen today, that is even more impressive. So kudos and GG's over to BN, who is really showing what he's made of today. And yeah, it also brings Zinger back to the top, but just a slight bit there with 58%. Compared to 57% over on TWOB's side. So 8-8 after 3 attacks, 2 triples each. Everything still possible. Exactly a lower bracket match that we would have wished for, Woody.
Yeah, this is going great so far for Zinger, but not decisively tipped in their favor by any means. TWOB have got a lot left to fight for, and with this being the final war for whichever clan is eliminated, you know that they're going to put it all on the line. They've put their best bases up. They are struggling and studying as best they can to get these armies cooked for the last 2 attacks on both sides. TWOB has got so many fans cheering them on in the chat, and we want to give credit to everyone who's watching right now who sends that love and support. You know that these teams see it. You know that they're watching it, not even just live, but also whenever you show that love over on social media. That's what gives them the motivation, the encouragement to continue to fight on war after war against really tough odds. Credit to all of you out there who are doing your part to fight for your clans in this Clash Fest. The Queso Cup continues as Ijaz will fight next for TWOB with a couple of super minions to back up this Electro Dragon army. We saw a few more of these than we expected earlier on in the bracket stage today, and I was starting to get a little bit suspicious as to whether or not they could actually pull off the triple. But we'll give Ijaz a fair chance because we've seen it happen before, and with some creativity here, drops a skeleton spell to keep that enemy Royal Champion distracted and give that Archer Queen the space that she needs to take her down.
Yes, very nice stuff there, and I love to see these little additions by the players because it shows that they really dissect this base and really kind of plan for what their troops and their heroes will do during the attack. So they predict what is going to happen and have a plan for that in the back already. Very nice stuff. Now sending this Stone Slammer from a little weird angle, but it perfectly, navigates into this scatter shot there. Now finishing off the monolith just by a slight bit there, but still half of the base is still standing, and he has to get through the Eagle Artillery to ground post to multi-infernos, and especially that poison tower looks deadly to me because as soon as the Royal Champion steps into it, she will be slowed down considerably. I wonder what he's going to do with the super minions. Okay, he's put them down on the left side already, so would like to have this Royal Champion take out the air defense so his air targeting troops can survive for longer.
Tosses her shield off. There's not many defenses left. The Archer Queen doing her best along the top side with that Phoenix. Does take down that multi-target Inferno. And she's in range for the Eagle Artillery as well. Finishes it off with that big modified X-Bow blasting through. Multi-target Inferno survives though. Diggy doing his best to help finish off this wall to get that Archer Queen back into the action. Could be a little bit of damage now onto these super minions as an Archer Tower on defense is going to do its best to hold on for dear life. 91% and climbing higher still. Ijaz is in the jaws of defeat right now. I don't know if he can make it through to finish off this multi-target Inferno. 34 seconds left, and you were just wishing and praying that that poison spell could have been an invisibility spell instead, because dropping that onto the super minion would all but guarantee victory. He's only got 3 troops left on the board. The super minion stays out of range. It's wandering toward the multi. It's firing away. Can he get it down? Ijaz, go, go, go! No! The black bomb! Undeniable! A 2-star, 99%.
Oh, rip. Ijaz, no. I mean, it was so good to see the super minions. They're making their way, and I was sure that they can take out the multi, but then finding the air trap there, so unfortunate there for Ijaz. it was a good plan. I have to hand it to him. Maybe the Stone Slammer, maybe he could have sent the Stone Slammer a little bit more from the left side so it would take out all the defenses on its way, rather than having to send the super minions on there later on. But honestly, I don't think it would have made a difference. If only the Unicorn would have survived, Woody, I was thinking, while the Queen was, banging on that wall and finally getting through, and she just had a slither of health left. If there had been a little Unicorn, using the time that she was beating on the wall, just giving her back some health, that could have been the game changer, but unfortunately falling short. But now it's back over to Bad Zinger, and ND can now get his team way closer to staying in the competition than they probably would have expected at the start of this match. With a 3-star, they would be in the lead now. Now he has to deploy his spells perfectly, and wow, that was actually a perfect invisibility spell. So close, Woody, and he's got everything he wanted.
Wow, and you would expect nothing less from a player of his caliber. Fighting in as the pride of Kazakhstan, Indy from Bad Zinger is holding a very powerful mallet in his hand, ready to smash Sumit's base. A gigantic piercing strike has given him now a great shape up for this balloon Lava Hound army to follow through. Not committing any healers to this. It's going to be a full-on LaLo, and he's got plenty of help out in front. Ooh, good job catching that Tesla farm. That's going to give him a little bit more of a read as to what he has to do next. Drops the Barbarian King. That's going to be soaking some of that Tesla damage, trying to keep the Queen safe on the backside. Eagle Artillery has not yet activated, and he's being very careful not to draw its fire until he absolutely knows that he's able to take it down very shortly thereafter. The Queen should be able to pivot off onto it, and with the Royal Champion stacked on, this is a triple hero strike in the top that's going to do a lot of damage, Maxi.
Yes, he needs to start the LaLo, I was just about to say. And also a second wall breaker would have been so nice there going into this ground targeting expo. But the Royal Champion is going to make her way into the multi-inferno. Anyways, now it's all about the LaLo, because the value he got from his heroes and from the Super Wizard Blimp, I think, was incredible already. Tremendous value, and now...
Nice freeze!
Yes, absolutely. The freeze deployment here was perfect. He uses the Warden ability rather early. I think he could have delayed it a little bit more, so all the loons in the Town Hall Poison will die, but he has still a haste spell and many loons around the outside. Just there's a little monolith, but honestly, Woody,
a big monolith.
Such a good plan. He got substantial value there in the start with the Super Wizards, and I think he crushed his base here. He's already celebrating down at the bottom of your screen. Incredible stuff here from Andy.
And with that Michael Jordan shirt, you see a slam dunk by ND. Certainly among the top in the game right now, and Bad Zinger, who were starting off this fourth round of attacks even on stars but ahead on percentage, will now be ahead on stars and percentage. Only one round of attacks left for both TWOB and Bad Zinger, and it is looking like Bad Zinger are in a very confident spot. They're going to be attacking second, so they know exactly what they're going to be up against. TWOB need to put a triple up on the board just to have a hope for survival, and not even that will be enough to guarantee a win, Maxi.
Yeah. They are in a tough spot right now, TWOB, but we've seen it before. We've seen comebacks before. We've seen Navi do it just a couple of hours ago. So they have just to keep their cool. I know that's easier said than done, but if they just perform as they usually do, they have a good chance of coming back here with the 3-star, and that then again will put the pressure onto Bad Zinger. But at this point, I already have to say I'm very impressed by their performance. The highest amount of 3-stars so far for any team. No team has pulled off 3-stars today. And even, Clash Champs that were coming into this with a 13-star average, they were playing the same opponent, TWOB, and they only got 1 triple. Now, Bad Zinger just comes around the corner and they just 3-star 3 out of 4 bases. So very impressive stuff here, but we cannot call it yet. TWOB coming in, and his goal is to put pressure on Bad Zinger, and he's coming in with the lightning spells, so the Zap LaLo strategy, Woody.
Big strike into the center of this base, not taking down the CC or the Eagle Artillery. It's that rage triggered off though, and he's just going to do a little bit more spread out on this bottom left side. These buildings are at the very periphery of the base, and so TWOB is going to be very careful with the positioning of these giants, these Yetis, in order to make sure that everything just gets dropped perfectly in position. He's got an Ice Hound, interestingly enough, for this LaLo push. That's going to be a little bit more oomph added to that side of the field, freezing up everything on the ground. He's also got Ice Golems blocking out in front for this Archer Queen, so he is really trying to put the freeze on this base. Defending Barbarian King is going to get a chance to go chop that up, but it is going to be frozen solid in just a minute whenever that Ice Golem pops off. Uh-oh, but that Queen is in single target range. TWOB really needs to dump some damage in here quick or add on a spell to keep her alive.
Yeah, very unfortunate that the Royal Champion didn't get the air defense, since it's a...
Oh, no.
Okay, I think that was the auto ability at the Queen. But you know what I really love is in these attacks when at the start, when I see the attacker drop troops so quickly, because it just shows me that they have planned this so detailed that they know everything that will happen already by heart. You know, they've gone through this several times, and then they just basically do it, not even worrying about what will happen, because they know what will happen, because they played it through in their head. And TWOB's attack still looking strong, as he got the Town Hall down with the troops in the blimp, and he's got a lot of spells left, Woody. A haste, a rage, and a freeze, making use of two of them right now, and just read air targeting defense on the back end of this base. But the red mine, Woody, can it still fail is my question, because it looks basically like a triple at this point.
Man, haven't just seen a 99% 2-star because of a trap that goes off at the last second. I don't want to call it until it is over. You've got a wizard tower over here, and that can be a big problem for these minions. Can the Electro Owl hold aggro from that wizard tower? It looks like it does, and that might have just saved this attack's life. Grand Warden low on hit points, Electro Owl low on hit points too, but that is going to be a lot of damage coming in because they kept the fire off of those minions who now are just going to overwhelm the remainder of this base. 99-100! TWOB finish off this war with 13 stars, more than we've seen from anyone else. And yet it looks like Bad Zinger are in prime position to get the win anyways. They are going to need to do a lot of work, though, because it is not going to be an easy it's not going to be an easy strike at all. They need a 2-star and 94% to get the win, Maxi.
Yep, that is correct. Very impressive how you did that quick math there. I wasn't.
It's all because of League Ops. They gave me the answer in chat right there.
Woody, I know you know your numbers. Great job there, but honestly, even greater job to tie up. That look at him. Yeah, that was just a very impressive last attack there. Keeping his cool, especially this invisibility spell, was very, very good because it led his troops into the air defense and make them skip the ground targeting expo, which wouldn't have gotten him any more value. So great stuff from him. But yeah, now Woody, I'm just eagerly awaiting this last attack. I love it when it goes down to the very last moment, to the last attacker, and once again it is Dima finishing off here. We've seen him last week in the Swiss stage pulling off 2 consecutive 99% 2-stars. I think generally that is not what he wishes for, but as now this would guarantee them the victory, I think he could live with that. But yeah, I think his plan is for the 3 stars anyway, so let's see what he can do with the once more Electro Titan smash, Woody. But one interesting switch that he did here, he's not bringing the Flame Flinger, but more so a Siege Barracks, which we can see at the bottom side.
Dima missed hard in the last war as the final attacker for Bad Zinger saw a 2-star with Super Witches that left his team just a little bit short. He now has a chance for redemption now to come back in strong with these quintuple Electro Titans to try to zap through a pretty mighty base. We've got a Rage spell right next to that Multi-Inferno and these heroes and an Eagle Artillery in the top compartment. So that is going to be Dima's first target to try to take down nice and early on. The Rage is out and it's starting to fire away. freezing up on the top side from those ice golems. He is doing his best to try to keep them on point, on target, and with enough healing to keep them alive. The Queen's getting awfully low, though, taking a lot of damage. The healers are staying locked on, but they're going to get pushed back by that air sweeper. Do you see any more spell support, or has he given them all that they can deserve? A jump spell into the interior of the base as well. The Barbarian King taking a few more shots in front. Man, that Queen is just holding on for dear life, Maxi.
Yes, it is so close, and I mean, so many troops making their way to the town hall, but it turns invisible at this very moment. Everything skipping the town hall.
No.
Can anything go there? Can anything get this? And remember, he needs a 94% 2-star, and look at his reaction. It doesn't seem like he even still believes that he can get it, and it looks like TWOB have done, not the impossible, but the improbable with the comeback after they got the 99%. And at this point, Dima is really struggling where he could even deploy his Royal Champion to get a 2-star. Yeah, he just decides to go on the left side, but look at this, just 50 seconds on the clock. So many defenses still up, just a couple wizards, and I think he knows that he can never get to the 94% in time, let alone, you know, getting the Town Hall at some point. He's not even getting a Royal Champion in the direction, and I fear that this is going to be a 1-star to finish things off, Woody.
This is really a heartbreaker for Dima, and you can see it in his reaction. Guys, give him some love in the chat, because Dima has been fighting so hard for this bad Zinger squad and has put it all on the line against what must have been one of the toughest bases for Bad Zinger to have to go up against. It's always the clutch hitter in the 5th position that is relied upon to close out this war. But the base building from TWOB has been supreme and denies Bad Zinger advancement in the lower bracket of the Queso Cup 2023. TWOB are moving on. This squad has fought tooth and nail, and with the first 13-star performance of the day, they have certainly earned their win over Bad Zinger. Another well-fought war by that stellar team, but only one clan can advance, and TWOB will be their name. Bad Zinger have been eliminated from the Clash of Clans Queso Cup 2023 off of a very tightly contested war where the defenses finally started to crack. Offense is now back in style as 3 stars came in over the top, and with TWOB showing up one of their best wars of all time, they have still yet again survived, and they can hold out hope for a golden ticket in this tournament, Maxi.
Yes, Woody, that were some nice superlative words you used there, and I couldn't have come up with any better words to describe what TWOB just did. An outstanding performance, like top tier clashing there, like not just the quality of the attacks, but also the situation in which they had to do these attacks, keeping their cool. The 99% getting so unlucky, getting so close to a 14-star war, which would have been even better, but still 13, the best score we've seen put up to the scoreboard so far. And they're very excited to see TWOB back here in the tournament tomorrow, even though it's in the lower bracket. You know, one team out of the lower bracket will always make it into the final. So there is always still a chance. Never stop believing, and nothing could show this better than the wars we've seen today. The Navi war, but also this last war. TWOB, great stuff, and I think it's definitely not the last thing we heard from them. So Woody, why don't we try to enjoy an attack from them once more?
We certainly shall, and with TWOB taking the victory, it's great for us to see one of those stellar 3-star strikes that we watched earlier. It is going to be the one that we just recently saw with the La Lune hit. TWOB going to kick it back old school again with this super well-respected, deeply ingrained meta strategy, but taking a few more risks and using an interesting approach here to make it happen when they needed it most. TWOB, knowing that his squad was not ahead, he had to get the 3-star here to get them back into the win column, and that is exactly what he did. Pushing in now with these heroes along the bottom left side of the base. Sometimes you see a Battle Blunt move in early on to get the damage. Sometimes it's a Flame Flinger firing off to get this funnel down. But TWOB committing all of these heroes knows that he needs to get maximum value from them in order to guarantee the 3-star at the end. A lot of times it is going to be the heroes that are going in for the cleanup. You want to keep them alive, and certainly if you've committed healers into a queen charge, they must stay alive almost until the end of the attack if you need enough DPS to finish off this base. But with TWOB getting a really good shaping up early on, he pops an early Eternal Tome for this Grand Warden because he knows that there's going to be a ton of incoming splash damage from that scatter shot, from the multi-target Inferno, from an Eagle artillery that is still alive. A lot to handle, but he is just bursting through as quickly as possible and finds a really good enemy CC. Look, seeing a Lava Hound and loons coming out of the enemy CC is pretty good news if you've got an aerial attack, because that Lava Hound does minimal damage. It doesn't even distract the balloons. And so he can basically ignore that, negate a key defense in Kadil's base, and it just demolish the rest of it. Look, he has got so many minions spread out along the backside for additional cleanup. It looks kind of like overkill on the minions. I might have just brought another couple of balloons instead, but he knows exactly what he is doing, and that is why he is in the driver's seat, finishing off TWOB's run through this lower bracket, still alive. The balloons have got just enough firepower to finish off the last remaining defenses in the bottom compartment here, and this is when Maxi and I started to sweat just a little bit because we were unsure whether or not they would be able to hold fire against this wizard tower, because the Electro Owl had been able to survive throughout the entirety of this raid and move into position just close enough to take that damage. It is going to be enough DPS yet still from these minions to clear out the rest of the base and claim the 3-star. TWOB did a brilliant job in shaping up this base early on with the hero assault in the bottom left side, and then finishing it off with the rest of these minions and balloons. You can even see that Lava Hound popping over on the top left side. He dropped a poison spell just to show that he could have managed it if something else had come out that was different or could have caused a problem or a surprise for him. But nothing was going to frustrate or fluster him in this attack. TWOB, well done on that 3-star. TWOB advancing on the backs of players like you who have done so much work in preparation, not just today in preparing for this attack, but in knowing what to bring to these sorts of situations and utilizing that instinct, that killer instinct, to get the triples where you wanted them. But I don't know yet quite if we have got another replay ready for you. I know that Maxi is going to be hopping off, and we're going to be bringing Eric back. It looks like that was going to be the one and only. So Eric, if you're with me, please break down this bracket and let us know what your thoughts are for this next round.
All right, looking forward here. We need to go to another elimination match. So down to the other half of the lower bracket. We'll wait for the other half of the upper bracket to be played a little bit later. We will have Chasmac EA versus ITP Team. So TWB advances, surviving the lower bracket. And we always say, if you get knocked down to that lower bracket early, your path through the stages here becomes significantly more difficult, because as you can see, every time you're in that bottom half, you have to take out the teams that are getting knocked down, and you have other teams that are need to be eliminated down there. So it's very difficult, but now we'll see who survives here. Chasmac EA versus ITP, and look at this. Oh, he had the Electro Titan, but he's fine. He gets it lured off there, Maxi.
So close, though. I think these wizards are at such low health while you were talking about survival. You know, just one more second, or, you know, one's mini bomb would have finished them off, but Hiroya got the job done, or rather his super wizards there. Very good job, and welcome back, Eric. Nice to have you back here. Yeah, we don't have any more replays to show you guys, because we dive right into even more action, because that's what you came here for. The second bottom match of the losers bracket, and it is Hiroya with a beautiful start so far. Eric, he's funneled the queen beautifully into this compartment where the king provides some tanking, but the ground targeting Expo has already locked onto her, so he decides to freeze it, wants to get deep into this base and getting, I think, at least one of the multi-infernos with the help of his royal champion, and to make sure he gets that, he already started his LaLo portion at the top side of the screen, moving his way into the Eagle artillery, and now everything has to work together, Eric.
Not only that, he had an archer chipping away, took out that air defense in the very, very bottom corner, so he's going to deal with that later on, but the ward ability pops as he pushes his way into that multi-inferno, also protecting his road champion, and the headhunters they search for, they take out the defensive road champion, re-engage down at the defensive king, but they will not survive forever, and the king will stand ahead. Gonna block the path of the Royal Champion, but she's out of steam anyways. She's done more than enough. He's got Ice Hounds down at the very bottom of the base here. No more air defenses to direct these Hounds through to go to anything other than the defense right in front of them. So they'll stay right with the pack, which does make them vulnerable to red air bombs. There's some red air bombs right there.
Don't
The
talk about it,
entire
Eric.
pack right there. He gets the split of the pack though. And that split, that one balloon that veers off, clears the way of any potential red air bombs there. And the
Don't
rest
mention
will
any more
move
red air bombs,
forward.
please.
he's okay.
No!
He's got the Hound. The Hound pops, and that clears the rest. And the Warden's still moving. The Ice Hound's still down south.
Eric.
Okay, I thought he had enough to overkill it right there, but it's actually come a lot closer than I thought here, Maxi.
No, he might still like this Ice Hound. It was providing tanking at the bottom side, but for nothing, because there was nothing it could tank for. It was just sitting on this Archer Tower, not getting any damage, and now he needs this Lava Hound or this Ice Hound to pop in time so that maybe the Ice minions can take out the remaining 2 defenses. He's got the Tesla down, now it's just down to the build-out. Can he get it? Oh, I think he's showing us the 3-star already, and
Yeah.
yes! Oh, wow. I feel like you made
Maxi.
it closer than it needed to be, Eric. With your red mind.
A little bit. That we always say that the king is best air defense of the game. He blocks your cleanup so often. A lot of times you just kind of ignore it. What's this? A tweet from Darian, huh? He says, currently loving the show. So many amazing top 15 strategies in the Queso Cup Golden Edition. Hashtag Clash Royals if you want to have a chance to see your tweet shown. Just throw it out there on Twitter and put that hashtag on there, and maybe you can pop up there alongside Darian. So,
Yeah.
so
Darian
really
showing
nice
us
triple there.
How it's done.
Very close on that one.
And that is he's saying something very true there, because I can't really remember when was the last time that we've seen such a big variety, like pretty much every single troops being used. The only thing missing so far was a P.E.K.K.A. Would have been nice if Marawi would have just brought the P.E.K.K.A. to this.
Well, they get a P.E.K.K.A. They get a
Huh?
P.E.K.K.A. out of the siege barracks.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely. Calling the yeah, nice. Perfect. Yeah, so basically every single troop and so many different strategies, but also, you know, LaLo is just not LaLo anymore. And also there's not Queen Charge and Hero Dive LaLo.
CC.
Oh, he missed the spell. Oh, he missed it again.
Okay, well that's a problem.
I just
No
wanted
poison
to point
here.
out this strategy, the Skelly Donut LaLo, but unfortunately it seems like he cannot make it. Oh, can he? Oh no, he still got close, even though he missed the he missed the invisibility spell 2 times. But like, I just wanted to say, there's a big variety of certain strategies. Like with the E-Drags, with the Super Drags, there's not just mass Super Drags. There's also not just 2 LaLo types. There's so many things, because basically everything is viable in this current meta. But you know, a strategy that is really hard is the missed invisibility. Or the missed Skelly Donut LaLo, which we're seeing here from Marawi. So let's see how he can come back from that.
I definitely don't recommend the missed Skelly Donut of any attack, but he's gonna have to fight off that CC somehow. He's got the bulk of it dealt with there. Actually, the Phoenix was able to deal with a lot of it, but now he's got Headhunters running around loose, and the Queen already used her ability, so she's gonna be taken out there, and now the Royal Champion is gonna struggle with that area as well. But wait, he did get the Headhunters down. The Queen got a lock on. She survived that? How on earth did she survive that? He now has the Royal Champion. Oh, not Royal Champion. That's very long there. Okay. Now it's just a matter of securing the town hall, because this top side is a little bit of a dangerous zone with that multi-inferno still standing, and there's not a lot of blues to go to the town hall here. This is a 1-star risk right now, Maxi.
He's got a lot of balloons. He basically still has a LaLo, 1 Hound and 13 balloons. But I think he just doesn't know how she should get them. Oh,
Okay.
Well, the town hall is down.
Okay.
How did it go down, Eric?
The blimp must have taken it. It must have stuck in there. I didn't even see it.
Oh,
How did he sneak it in there? Well, that still doesn't alleviate the troubles of a now rearmed Rage Tower at the top of the base there, sitting next to that multi-inferno. And so he's not really going to have a way to cross that. The balloons are not going to be able to arrive there to even find out if they can push their way through it. But he'll gather as much percentage here. And it does look like Chasmac EA able to open up with our initial lead.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. And I'm struggling to understand if Marawi wanted to do the LaLo like this, or if it was just improvised because it looked a little bit wild. Like coming in there from the top side with the Warden and the Blimp, okay, it makes sense. But the LaLo from the other side, it kind of felt like it wasn't really planned out because he basically never had the LaLo portions working together or anything working together. He just kind of took out outside buildings with a couple of balloons and not really having something to follow up for the second layer of defenses.
True.
But we don't know if something went wrong or if he didn't really have a plan for it, or maybe, I mean, he probably expected more from his heroes, right? Because the Skelly donut went wrong. So given that, he basically swapped a couple of spells there. He still got a very good result there with the 87% 2-star Eric.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you miss the CC with the Skelly donut, the attack becomes almost unrecoverable. So, like, I understand the thought process there. If you miss the Skelly donut, you just make sure you get the Town Hall down, and you do just go with the perimeter defenses there. You give up on the core. You can leave up a couple buildings in the core there. Usually it's just a couple of heavy buildings that take a huge investment to get through. But you can use what you have left and pick off a lot of the perimeter defenses, and you can gather up a lot of percentage, and he did there. He was able to claim almost every single perimeter building along that entire base, and he got it all the way up to 87%, which does keep his team very competitive in this match. But now, returning fire here will be equal from Chasmac EA, Lightning, to take out the Expo in the middle of the base there, along with that Inferno. I think it was an Inferno, right? And it potentially, he could have got the Rage Tower of that too. Rage Tower there, Maxi.
No, I don't understand either. And I don't know what the structure was next to the Rage Tower. Was there something else, or is it just what is left over from the Zap spells?
He must have missed it. Or, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But that Rage Tower is going to stay standing, and it's going to now activate as his heroes push to move forward. And the Queen is missing the entry. He doesn't have any invisibility. There's nothing he can do. She's going to wander off, and the wall breaker. Oh man, this is trouble here for Equal.
Yes, absolutely, and he needs to. I mean, he still has another wall breaker. I don't know if he wanted to use it for the king, but he could have used it for the queen, because now she would have made her way in. But he decides not to for some reason. Let's see. Royal Champion making her way in, but then there is an enemy Clan Castle coming out. A beautiful freeze poison spell there, timed perfectly, but the Royal Champion will not get any more value at this point. Luckily, these Barbarians can keep the CC troops a little longer inside the poison, but still a super minion survives, and that can be deadly for the LaLo area.
Yeah, 2 super minions, one still taking away poison, may go down. No, it does end up surviving, so he's going to rely on the lava pups to be able to go finish him off here, but he will push his way through the Town Hall. He's got the freezes to lock it down on the approach. As you can see, already crossed 50%, trying to save his portability for as long as possible here until that blast is ready to go off, and now pop it right as the blast goes off, and now Rage will carry him out of the poison and into the core of the base here. He held onto that Soul Summer for a really long time, and he drops it into the bottom of the base to go after the other Multi-Inferno, and that gives him a chance here, but he's losing his entire pack up top. Comes on the right side, doing some okay work there. There's a chance here. It depends on what comes out of this, and actually, I take it back. The defending Royal Champion is still standing on the base, and that is going to shut any chance that this had down here, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, still, basically like the last time, a lot of outside defense is taking out, so there are some more buildings up for grabs to increase percentage on this attack, so it will end up in almost the 90s, I think. I guess high 80s at least. And but yeah, I think it was definitely, look at what is left. Basically, where he war broke with his queen. You know, if he would have done, if he would have gotten the queen inside, and then sent the Royal Champion in from the 9 o'clock side of the base, he would have taken care of the scatter shot that took out a lot of balloons there, and that would have gotten him the chance for a successful attack. I'm struggling as much with my English there as he is with this attack, with his queen funneling. But yeah, it can only get better from here. I mean, we still have a very open war here at hand. Two very close attacks, but 2 attacks where something substantial went wrong in the start of the attack. So let's see how it will go once the attack goes according to plan, because so far I feel like the weaknesses of the bases have been exploited well by the plans that the teams brought to the table, yet the execution has lacked just like a little bit in one particular detail, but it made the plan actually fail to the 3-star.
Definitely a battle of inches there where the slight half tile off on an invisibility when you try to do a Skelly donut. Very slight miscalculation on a queen's funnel where she finds a different target just outside on the outside of her funnel there. But now we will see if ITP Team can close the gap here. Now look at the scoreboard here. If they get a triple here, they would advance their score on percentage by exactly 20%, and that would put them one building short of Chasmac EA. So he can effectively tie up the score here with a triple, and he needs to make it happen as he pushes in a queen charge into LaLo. Flamethrower for the very top of the base there, and the queen looking like she's getting ready to charge to Town Hall. We're looking at a rage tower there with multiple ground expos, heavy area with the defensive king and the Grand Warden. We now see Teslas popping, a very, very threatening area and a very challenging charge here, Maxine.
Yes, absolutely. Almost like the charge that Kazuma did earlier on. Oh, these wall breakers. I don't know if he was intending them to go there, but it will take a long time for the queen to go back. Okay, he decides to send in the king, but still, there's nothing that will pull this queen into the town hall compartment. So, unless he uses the king ability very early, the queen will be pulled outside. Okay, he uses the king ability now, but it goes in and the queen will follow. It will go around now. Okay, good job there from Lord, just timing the king ability perfectly and getting the queen inside. And what the king also did is take away some of the damage, because it actually tanked the ground targeting expo, so the queen could survive without the investment of more spells. And look at what he has, Eric. He has a jump spell, so he has big plans for this queen, and that's why he decided to send the warden in as well. Now this queen needs to survive with this heavy investment.
Luckily, that Flamethrower would clear a bunch of the trash buttons on the right side with all the fire on the ground over there, and that will help the queen stay in the middle. I have seen attacks go south when the Flamethrower opens up sidewalls and gives them a path to leave, but the Hound is crossing over. The queen is still alive, taking heavy fire there, but somehow, when the smoke clears, the queen is still standing. She lost her ability at some point in there, but the World Champion joining in. Warden right there, taking damage from red air bombs to the healers, pops the ward ability, not only protecting the queen, but also saving the World Champion, letting her hold on to her ability for a bit longer, and now she can pop it to support the LaLo into the Multi-Inferno, and the queen will be right there to join her. It's going to be a spell-less and wardenless LaLo, but this queen is in a perfect support position as she goes down, and now it's all up in the air here.
Yes, I was just about to say how impressive this attack was, but then he's just falling short. The Flamethrower got so much value at the top side. I don't know how it then, after taking out the scatter shot, was not able to take out the enemy Royal Champion, and Lord will be falling short here, Eric. No way.
Wow, I can't believe it. He did so well on that attack there. That was a very, very impressive charge there. A lot of, in fact, I think every single spell that he had was committed into the queen charge there. The warden invested into it. The king invested in it. Everything was surrounding that queen and giving her every bit of support that she needed. And unfortunately, she falls short. One more building would have been the difference. If she was able to reach over there and get that Multi-Inferno down, then he would have been able to pull through, but that leaves it at 97%, and we said that they were behind on percentage by one building if they got the triple, but now they're going to be 4 buildings down and a star down, but definitely they're still within reach. They're still very, very close, and any attack is swinging at any second.
Yep. That is true. It is still open. Anything can still happen, but they would have wished for the 3-star now to take some weight off their shoulders and to get just a little bit closer to evening things out, or to even getting ahead of their opponent here. It was a very nice try and also very impressive, because in my opinion, very few people are able to keep a queen alive through that monolith and town hall poison. So he did good there, but then the raged up back and ground expos really, you know, gave him the rest, and he couldn't get through this without some more spell support. Very unfortunate, but now let's see what Navi can do with his next attack, and we see a blim. Okay, I was just thinking, like, the Hound and the balloons, they really didn't get far into the base, but he still decides to send in the blim. Now, no, Eric!
Oh, what happened? Where'd they go?
There was a
giant bomb.
And it was just like a millisecond, triggered a millisecond too late. Usually, if the goblins come out, they trigger it right away. It's no problem for the super wizards, but somehow, I don't know, the goblins missed the bombs at first, or like if maybe it was just a 200 IQ base building, but I don't know what Lavi is doing now. He's investing the invisibility spells into his queen. In general, a good idea to using the invisibility spells now for his heroes. But remember that Town Hall is still up and somehow he needs to get there. I don't think he can make his queen go all the way into the Town Hall area.
No, definitely not. And now the CC's in the distractor even more. He wall breaks up top there, but that wall breaker is not really going to do much. The king will loop out, and he is going to be trapped in that area around the bomb tower as he goes to Phoenix. He'll just stand there, continue to take the queen for a little bit longer, but he doesn't really have a choice here. He has to follow through the town hall, but there's a lot of complications as he pushes his way through the town hall. Not only do we have the rage tower right there, boosting the damage, meaning he has to keep it frozen up the entire time, but then he has to shift the remainder of his freezes to lock up the town hall and the invisibility tower. But on top of all that, the town hall did activate. Something was able to lock on and get some damage to get it activated, and he will secure with that warden ability. But the balloons are going to take a lot of damage here with the poison, and they will try to get out of there. But the monolith is like stays dead, and he needs now, at this point, you saw when things go wrong on other attacks, when we have this nightmare scenario where you have to salvage the town hall and try to get as much as you can. You want to pick up as many perimeter defenses as possible, free up the trash so your minions have time to work. And in this case, it's barely crossing that 2-star mark here. He is barely crawling across that 50% line, and that is a massive, massive miss here for Chasmac EA. And big opportunity now for ITP Team because they have to triple take advantage of it. They definitely will have percentage advantage if they can do so.
Yes, wow, just imagine if we would have seen a 1-star with under 50%. I mean, I'm very happy that we didn't, but Lavi made it pretty close, so it was definitely in the scope of the possible there. But yeah, then again, you know, it is so hard when things go south like that. Inside you, there's something that just wants you to drop all the troops and just force quit the app, you know. But these players, they have responsibility for their team. So it's not like a legend attack where you can just go, oh, okay, whatever, I'm just going to go to sleep and tomorrow is another day. It's this attack that matters, and it's very hard to keep your focus when things go wrong like that. And like especially when it's so close, like with the bombs taking out the super wizards. And I mean, after that, you basically know you're going to fail, like not 3-star, but then to keep calm and to just go for it, and also to collect percentage on the way, you know, not invest every single troop into the town hall takedown is very, very hard. So the way Lavi did it, even though it ended up being a very close 2-star, I think was a very, very good showing here of keeping it together. And remember, ITP Team, they still have to 3-star because they are still 1-star in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why team communication is so incredibly important here, because your team will be on comms with you. They can help you keep your cool. They can help you try to figure out how to recover it while you're maybe flustered by what happened. But speaking of flustered, this blimp hits a black air bomb that was not able to be soaked up. Yetis pop out of there, but they're going to fall short of the town hall compartment. And it's another baited blimp. Walks right into a wall of black air bombs and a Tesla farm. But he does get the funnel established there. And now we'll see what he can do here as he sends in the queen. And he's obviously not going to have the option as a siege machine to back up the town hall here if something goes wrong with the queen charge. So it feels a little bit risky there. But I think he at least got at least a bare minimum amount of blimp value there, even though it fell short.
Yeah, I think it was okay, but it's basically the same situation as we've seen before. And just remember about Latif today. Latif came in here today with the best hit rate of his team. I think he was even perfect so far. Yeah, 5 out of 5 attacks in the stages so far in this tournament. And then he missed in the first one, even getting the 1-star. Against ET-XSports. So now failing this super wizard blimp you know, it just makes him think, oh no, not again. So he needs to get somehow to the town hall, and I hope that this is what he will be focusing on now, because the queen is going in the complete wrong direction. Look at this queen. He needs to keep her alive, at the cost of all of his spells. So needs to invest another freeze and the rage spell, because luckily there is no invisibility spell behind the town hall. And it does exactly that. Very happy to see it. So he will secure the 2nd star now. If there's any chance to get a 3-star, I don't think so, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't help that he swagged its queen ability there. I think he panic pressed it because the queen was wandering all kinds of crazy there, and she could have sustained without the queen ability. But yeah, he's going to run to the defensive king now. Now would be an excellent time to have that in your back pocket there to be able to throw it down. But yeah, the healers will hang out in the middle there. They're going to get smoked. He'll gather whatever percentage he can up top. And yeah, not able to capitalize on the big miss there from Chasmac EA. But I mean, the percentage, like if you're going to miss, you're still heavily in percentage. I don't think that Chasmac EA has any chance at this point to be able to recover from the percentage. So they're going to need to win on stars. And so their next attack here to gain a potential 2-star lead would be huge, but ITP can still, at any second of this war, swing it and turn it around and take advantage. So let's just see if they can hold on. A little bit of a slip up here from Latif today after his stellar performance in the earlier stages of the tournament. But I mean, he carried his team here. We'll let them see if they can carry him to the day 2 of our playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this is still very close, and both teams would have a great advantage of a 3-star. Both teams could put incredible pressure on the opponent by 3-starring, but you know, it doesn't help talking about 3-stars so much when nobody does it. So somebody, especially in ITP's team, somebody has to do it. It's easier said than done, we know that, but they definitely need it. You know, there's no coming back for them without the 3-star. While for Chasmac, it's just additional value. It would be even better, even easier for them if they get the 3-star done, because they have the 2-star lead. But ITP, they need it. Otherwise, they are out. So I hope that they are full focused now. And on the other hand, I hope that Chasmac, you know how much of how value it would have for them. And I couldn't be more excited for the next attack from Chasmac. And Eric, what are we going to see?
Looks like Yada be sending in Recall, Queen Charge into LaLo. Only 4 healers brought in this. Remember, Recall has enough capacity to pull out 4 healers, the Unicorn and the Queen, but not much more. Can't get out 5 healers and take the Unicorn, but it looks like he throws out an Electro Titan, delays the healers initially, and will use the Electro Titan to burn through and tank as he fights off that CC, meaning he didn't really need a poison spell on top of that. So now, with the CC out of the way, he begins his 4-healer Queen Charge. He actually is going to be playing against the same base that ITP used against Imperium Titans. So this is a rerun of this base that held very strong in that war. And we'll see if he can push into the town hall and claim that. And then we'll see where he decides to recall the queen and redeploy her. But as she pushes in, you have the 1 rage active. You don't really want to use a 2nd rage here. You take the town hall. If the queen has an opportunity to take an additional target or 2, then you let her finish out the current rage that she has, and then you get her out of there. And then you can redeploy her somewhere safe, and she'll have a moment to re-evaluate or get her health back up. But no, he drops her right back into the range of another Ground Expo and has to rage her up immediately as she now will start to push north and go to the Eagle Artillery.
Okay, he wants her to go south, actually, and I
you're
think
right.
it should work. I think it should work. And very nice there, he used the... Was it a Hog Rider? No, couldn't be. He used something to trigger the poison spell early on, so it misses his healers. So very good job there. Poison spell wears off, and his queen makes her way into the enemy queen area, taking her out. He didn't need the freeze spell there. Should have rather saved it for later on, but finding the tornado trap there as the single locks onto the queen, he uses the ability. Also not necessary, Eric. I think it just locked onto the queen. He could have just waited for a little bit. I feel like, I don't want to call it panicking, but he's struggling at least a little bit. But Eric, the LaLo is looking good with the Warden ability early on into the core.
Okay, well, he's got traps going off in the core as well. Got red air bombs going off as he works his way into the range of the scatter shot, but he's got a very, very strong grouping of troops here, and they get the stun. Digging gets the stun, and he's going to easily overwhelm the back end. So that is not the time that ITP wanted to receive a 3-star, and it's a fantastic time for Yada to get another one on the board for his team, and that'll put them up to 10 stars now with a lead very well established now. And at this point, ITP's path to victory is going to need to be a defense, I guess any percentage, but they're going to have to play perfect the rest of the war. They now need 2 triples to close it out, so it's now or never. Otherwise, they're relying on a 1-star.
Yep. That is exactly the case for them. So strong showing from Yada. I was criticizing them a little bit there for the spell usage and the early queen ability. I guess he just knew everything was going according to plan. You know, if I don't have to play as efficient as possible at this point. I will get the 3-star if the queen survives somehow. So I don't need the ability later on. She's not going to face the monolith or so. She go on the outside. So I don't know if the Inferno just locked onto her or if it was on there for longer. I just don't want to take the risk, you know. And that is actually the perfect play in a situation like that. When you don't have to play as perfect as possible when you already have the 3-star, you know, or when everything else will go according to plan. So it's, I think, the exact right choice. So I definitely take back that it was a mistake. It could have been done better, but it wasn't necessary. So for his situation, it was actually better the way he did it. Okay. Ooh, now going in for ITP, Zubaidi, and sending in the healers with the giant, Eric, and we know what that can do. The healers followed the giant to heal it back up and therefore went into the range of the defenses. So he lost 1 healer, but luckily the other healers are out of range of that archer tower.
And now with the Warden controlling the Expo right there, he'll use the lightning to take everything behind it. He just needs to have the Warden continue to maintain the tanking of that Expo. So he needs to get the Flamethrower, get in there and take it down, or the Warden could help assist with it. But investing the Warden to tank for the Flamethrower is always a strong approach here. But you have to get the Expo down before you can pull this Flamethrower off. And I want to point out that the lightning not only took out those key targets in the middle of the base there, along with that spell tower,
but
it also...
Sorry.
Okay. He's okay. But he did pop the ward ability. I've seen people recover this before. I'm pretty sure I specifically saw ITP players recover an attack that had an early ward ability before. So a big mistake there cost him the ward ability. And unfortunately, his queen has missed the top side of the funnel as she wanders off away from the pack there. But Maxi, he has the lock on Town Hall, and this might be salvageable. It depends on what the healers do as he marches forward.
Yeah, and he needs to pop his queen ability. He does that perfectly because somehow just the queen went another direction than all of the other troops, and she is now, you know, lonely on the enemy hound, but he doesn't have a poison spell, if I'm seeing correctly, so these pops could finish her off. But if we look at the other side of the base, the Electro Titans also went to the outside, nothing taking this jump into the core of the base where the multi-inferno is still doing considerable damage. I mean, the Flamebringer is going strong, but nothing will pass towards this multi-inferno, and I don't see how it can be taken out before this attack will fall short, unfortunately.
Yeah, the defensive queen is going to hold the line there. This Royal Champion now will engage the defensive queen, but not even able to get the defensive queen never took a strike at her before he froze her, so she never pulled aggro. Now the ground Skelly still her up, and she does not have a chance to get her down, and these troops will just gather up for whatever percentage that they can. And there's only one path now for victory for ITP. They have to hold Chasmac EA to a 1-star on the final attack. But you know, at this point, I mean, maybe Chasmac doesn't have enough time to change their plan. But they very, very reasonably could just go in with a safe 2-star. That's all they're going to need. And they definitely should play it very safe here. Don't risk anything, and make sure that if they're gonna show off and take risks, save it for the later rounds here, because first and foremost, you must survive. 91% here to close it out. Still percentage advantage. If they can somehow hold to a 1-star defense, they still would have a chance, but it is very unlikely.
Yeah, and it is basically like this, if we want to make an analogy, it is basically like the situation before with Yada's attack. You know, when you just need the 2-star, better just go for the 2-star than aim for the 3-star. Just like he said, well, if I can use the spell somewhere else, but I don't need to, so I better make sure my queen survives. And he should, like, whatever, I think it's Takana who was still up for CMG. And remember, Eric, he had the 1-star actually before in the match against Navi, where they needed the 3-star. Like, this time, they don't need the 3-star. So please, Takana, just don't go in from the opposite side of the town hall. Just make sure to get that 2-star somehow, maybe even with a safe blimp with a warden ability. Like, I remember from my times when I was a professional player, at this point we were switching plans. Like, and if it was a queen charge LaLo, for example, from the opposite side, keep it, okay, but just bring 20 super goblins to take out the town hall, and Takana decides to bring the super archer blimp Eric to make sure to get the town hall. He got very close to it, so I really hope that it can work. And yeah, what do you think? Will he get it?
The poison tower right there, but the poison tower never actually threw its poison bomb into the super archers. A little bit of a risky play right there, but he dropped it just shy of causing that triggering, and he is able to wipe out that town hall, and that should do it. That is all but in the bag here. He can do anything at this point to gather in another 30%. He's got a full army and all of his heroes as he claims that town hall nice and early, and that means that Chasmac EA looking to survive here in the lower bracket and pick up their first win in the playoffs, and ITP is to be sent back in there. I can't imagine there's any way this can possibly fail, bar a disconnect right now. So I'm not gonna jinx that. I just don't really understand the words.
Honestly, I don't think you can jinx it anymore, because at this point he's dropped 2 heroes. You know.
Oh,
they
true.
Have all abilities, so they should be able to even with a disconnect to get the 2-star. But look at, like, I want you to notice how he still got incredible value with this blimp. I think he just played his initial plan. Look at the center of the base. There's nothing there anymore. Like, everything in the center around this clan castle and the town hall is gone. I would love to, you know, paint it onto the screen right now, so you can see that there's a clear path around the base, something that you want to achieve when you plan a LaLo attack. Now he comes in from the town hall side, even though there might be stacked traps. I think he will just go with an early warden ability. There we go, and we see the stacked red mines. But look at this royal champion and queen still going strong on the other side of the base, and I think Takana this time will be finishing in style. There's nothing that can stop him from 3-starring this base. So congratulations to Chasmac, Eric, for an incredible performance. One attack was a little shaky, but other than that, they showed, yeah, very good work. Brilliant attacks here, and a deserved victory.
Absolutely, definitely a strong team. And just yesterday, they won the Itsu Cup, so they are coming off of the high of that, and they almost were able to take down Navi earlier today after they fought Navi in that one there. So, like, they're definitely a team that has some momentum right now. They can definitely pop out here and get some big triples on the board, and they can take those wins. And I mean, ITP played so hot there. Like, when they were in the Swiss stages, they went down 0-2 in the very depths of the lower bracket, and they were able to get 3 wins in a row to reach here today. They went on a hot streak, but that streak has cooled off here, and unfortunately for them, they're out of the competition. Don't worry, they're not walking away empty-handed, so they still will get their prize for making it here in the first place. So they are going to be one of the teams that is eliminated, along with the other team from the lower bracket, and that is unfortunately the end of their path. But I mean, we got so much more to come here, Maxi.
We do. First of all, one last attack for ITP. Let's call it a farewell attack, and they have done well in this tournament as well. They have impressed us very much with their attack, and some especially some strategies that we have not seen from being used by other teams a lot. So very good stuff by them. Unfortunately, Latif didn't have the best day today, but we could see what he's capable of in the earlier stages of the tournament. Yeah, in general, the whole team, I think they also had very good opponents today. You know, they had Navi first, and they had Chasmac EA now. And as you're pointing out, they actually are in very good shape with their victory yesterday over Navi in the ITP Cup, and also with today's attack finishing now with 13 stars. So a little bit unfortunate for them, but I'm sure it's not the last time we've seen ITP in a golden ticket tournament this year. But now all eyes on ITP Black, as he is coming in with the Skelly Bat Donut, I think, Eric.
Last-ditch effort to close out their season here. Do you think a invisibility could land right in between all 4 of those Infernos? I'm looking at that and be like, wow, that's a lot of Skelly donut value, but the invisibility tower would stop a lot of that. But he does have a mistake there with his invisibility, and he does adjust it on the second one there, so the skeletons didn't really have much spawning at that point there, so they would have at least stayed protected attack walls because they had nowhere to go, so they'll turn right back onto the CC, even bring in an extra insurance plan of the earthquake to take it out there, but ends up missing over on the left side as the damage was split between the Expo and the Inferno, which I think he maybe didn't expect that Expo to be protected and have the bats lock onto it. I don't know. But either way, both of those stay standing, and the battle builders are going to go to work there to repair it. And at least it got his primary target. A lot of times, the Skelly LaLo is mostly unrecoverable if you miss the CC takedown. But if you leave up one of the other buildings that were your targets, then a lot of times they can still come back and get the triple afterwards.
Yeah, that is completely right. And I think he's still doing good here. Unfortunately, the scatter shot got a couple of shots off onto his queen, but the queen now getting healed up by the unicorn, being tanked for by this ice golem here, and she should make her way to the tower, but there's still an enemy king. It could be close. I think he's probably going to invest something more. Okay, another ice golem. The headhunter doing a great job there, but we also have to remember there is a invisibility tower, so he needs to freeze the town hall in time.
Yeah, so you've got the wizard now deployed down the bottom side here. Ground Skelly stalled him up here. The unicorn is unfortunately going to get almost sniped off by that battle builder, but the Diggy gets in there and gets the stun onto it. The World Champion will cut across over the base there. She doesn't have any freezes, or I guess she could use the freeze with the Inferno there, but she ends up getting targeted and taken out by that single Inferno when she misses that entire section. So he will secure the town hall with the queen, but there is about a 0% chance that he's able to charge through these 2 multi-infernos with the remainder of the balloons. He'll pop the ward ability, try to surge them as far as he can, but yeah, that's a lot of damage right there, and he's starting to run low on resources. I mean, he's 1%. Let's increase those odds to 1% here. No, 2%, still climbing. What? He actually pulled it back a lot further than I thought he did, but he still has the abilities down south there, so ultimately he'll get through the Infernos, but not the rest of the base effects.
Yeah, I think he would have had to delay the warden ability even more to have a chance to triple, but maybe if he had done that, too many balloons would have already died, so he wouldn't have protected much anymore. It was still a good effort, especially if he would have gotten that multi-inferno down or anything. I felt like the problem was that the bats actually kind of were split up between the multi-inferno and the ground targeting Expo, and he only brought 1 bat spell. If he would have brought 2, he could have maybe gone for both, but this way half a bat spell just wasn't enough for either of them. Yeah, but anyways, congratulations to Chasmac. We see the final result here, a 3-star differential. Very good stuff, but still the percentage in ITP's favor.
All right, well, they stay alive here, stay in contention, continue to fight for this golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship, climbing out of that lower bracket, and will continue their push. They'll have to play in their next match against the other team that claps that lower bracket down. That match isn't going to be happening tomorrow because now we're getting ready to move into the upper bracket, and we need to find out who's going to be surviving up there. There are 4 teams waiting on standby here to begin their matches, and that's what's next on the dock here, Maxi.
Yeah, but actually, Eric, the 2 teams, the 2 teams that will win that will lose later on will be facing off against Chasmac and against TWOB in the losers bracket tomorrow. Right. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But now let's take a look. I mean, we're watching this on ×2. Okay, I was just about to say, okay, then I might as well comment on ×2, but this would have been hard for me throughout the entire attack. So let's slow it back down, guys. Watch this attack with ease as Yara is coming in here with the Queen Charge LaLo, but the Queen Charge recall spell LaLo. Look at this beautiful timing. His Queen is on the Town Hall. He doesn't want to invest more than the Rage spell, so he waits just after she finishes it and recalls the Queen with the healers. And now look at that. Queen, but he realizes, oh, there's a lot of damage on her, so puts down a Rage spell, and he puts it down beautifully, so it goes as much into the base as possible, so the Queen and the healers will stay in there for as long as possible. And now look at this. The charge goes into this multi-inferno, and he already activated the poison spell early on. But now I want you to notice the top side of the attack. That is actually where he gets the incredible value. The king with the log launcher in behind, and then the king makes its way over into the second multi-compartment, where also the enemy royal champion waits, and he doesn't send his royal champion in there. He sends his royal champion from the right side towards this air defense, and the heroes working together with the log launcher and the Yetis now following the king actually get so much value that he's not struggling with his LaLo. And I want you to notice how early he starts all of the consecutive stages of his attack, especially this LaLo followed while the hero part with the king, the Yetis and the royal champion was still going on. But this made for a symbiosis, you know, any defense that shoots onto his balloons or that shoots onto the king or the royal champion cannot shoot onto another troop of him. So when the king and the royal champion are tanking, his loons are actually safe, and the other way around. So they soak up damage for each other. They are working together. They are cooperating through the base. And Yara perfectly showed how that can make an attack look easy. But that's the reason why he got the 3-star so easily in this one. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to Chasmac, as I'm heading out for now, leaving you guys with Eric and Woody. See you in a bit.
Well, thank you very much, Maxi. I'll take it from there. We have the bracket on screen now, and you can see advancement for TWOB and Chasmac EA. Meanwhile, up at the top side, we still have Clash Champs and Inquisition ready to face off, as well as Navi versus ET-XSports, the Imperium Titans there on the bottom side. Those 4 remaining teams in the upper bracket. And Eric, those are going to be some amazing matches to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely 2 wars left to go here, but the upper bracket is the most important spot to be watching, because if they make it all the way to the end, they have the best chance of getting that golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship. It is a double elimination tournament, remember? So if we end up going all the way to the very end in the upper bracket, then the team that comes out of the lower bracket will have to beat them twice, which definitely makes it very, very difficult, being that there's 2 lives remaining in the upper bracket in the double elimination. So next up, it looks like, are we going to Clash Champs and Inquisition? Is that right?
Well, I would think so. They're on the top, aren't they? That would be a good indication for me, and I would be very happy to watch that match too. These have a little bit less stress for me as a caster because, you know, I always feel so bad when these teams get eliminated. So knowing that both of these teams are still in the upper bracket and have a chance to move on undefeated, that gives me a little bit more hope. Makes me happy, makes me know that at least if they take a loss, we're going to get a chance to see them again tomorrow. So Pcaster will be the first attacker for Clash Champs, moving back in with some Hogs and Miners. I know we've seen lots of Hogs already in the tournament, but pairing them up again with their favorite buddies, the Hogs and Miners are a hybrid combo not to be trifled with. Very excellent ground-based defense that does need to overcome these multi-target Infernos and scatter shots. They are definitely vulnerable to splash, but doesn't have to worry so much about the pathing because they can burrow under or hop over those walls. Pcaster will get this Town Hall early on first, Eric, and set up for the next stage of the hit.
Who's a big fan of the Queen Charge Hogminer hybrid against these bases with the Town Hall in a corner quadrant of the base there rather than a flat edge of the base like we see in the box bases, because it makes so the Queen can attack the corner, and when she attacks the corner of the base there and collapses into the Town Hall the way that she is right now with the CC pulled nice and early, nice pull of the CC to fight it before he has Town Hall activation, before he steps into into the danger with the queen. And now, as the king and the siege press collapse in the left side and the queen plays at that bottom corner, you can see the lane that is created right in between them, right into the defensive queen, and that is exactly what you want to see out of these hog miner hybrid attacks. But he has wall breaks on the right side. The wall breaker did not get the transition to get the queen out of that town hall compartment, so a little bit of waste on that one. But he'll have the king push towards the eagle artillery, and here comes the hogs out of the siege barracks to rejoin the fight there, Woody.
Storming on in, and very little opposition to face off against them. P. Castro has got a great entry point, and they're still looking so healthy, even into the final compartment along the top side of the base. Miners have spread out along the bottom and are helping out a lot with that funneling and cleaning up the rest of those interior defenses, so that the hogs could just have a clear path from the top corner all the way down to the right side. Would be really, really nice if that scatter shot could just go down. It's ever so close, but there's only one miner left on it. I think he's got it. That shovel is deadly. Finishes off the scatter shot with Queen getting a little ability popped off. P. Castro is just working for time now. He did lose all of the hogs along the top side, so 30 seconds left is going to be, I think, a little bit too much to clean up. Unfortunate, because it was looking so strong into the top section there, but I guess he might have just committed too much to this queen. Maybe if he had saved another spell or something to top off the hogs along the top corner of the base, that would have been enough. But with a 2-star pushing toward 90%, Clash Champs can at least pack up with a solid percentage strike out of their first hit.
Unfortunate there. I think one of the biggest problems with that was the defensive king. He invested in invisibility spells and whatever he could. He had headhunters. He had so much to go in after the defensive king, but his royal champion, somehow in the mix of everything there, she was the one who he claimed as a target. And once she gets targeted, it's hard to stop that incoming damage. He did everything he could to try to protect her. And even if the rest of the troops died of back-end splash damage, if you can at least keep her behind, use the hogs and the miners as a meat shield out in front of her to just soak up the damage, give her a buffer so that she can survive to the end. And if she does survive, and she's the last troop to emerge out of the pack there, then a lot of times she could easily sweep through and clean out those back-end defenses. But you really have to pay close attention to her, and he definitely was. And it's just unfortunate because even with that investment, he still got wrecked by the defensive king as he just, I don't even know how he found her, Woody.
And Eric, I want to thank you also for pointing out once again the shape of that base and how that helps these attackers to identify what sort of strategies to use. So often the commentary that we're getting into is just how to make the attack that they've already brought to this base work. But they're spending so much time analyzing these bases and trying to figure out what attack strategy they want to use that it really is great when you're able to highlight that. And I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But this one here is going to be a queen charge that is going to be going right at the flat side of the base here. Gonna probably need to funnel her back to the town hall. He's got a stone slammer. He could get the king to go to the town hall compartment, but there's at least just a poison tower on the other side. And I don't know if he can get the queen to take the turn here. I think she's going to walk off to the side, and maybe he can... Honestly, I don't know. I mean, how can I question the judgment of Einstein himself? So let's see what he can do here, Woody.
I suppose we shall. And remember, if you're cheering on one of these teams, get your vote in over at YouTube or Twitch, where you can let us know which one of these squads you want to take the win. Chasmac EA and ITP Team are now down and out, so I hope we're going to get another vote up soon. But anyways, Clash Champs and Inquisition are duking it out, and with a quick recharge of that battery, we will get back into the action and watch the rest of this assault. The queen down here getting a lot of value, but really going to face off against a lot of defenses very shortly here. Just that Expo firing onto her right now, but we've already got a multi-target Inferno getting into the action, and that requires a freeze spell to keep that Town Hall down. But with the first star claimed, Einstein is ready to set up next for the Lava Hound Balloon Army. And with this queen finishing off just a little Skelly trap down here, she might even pivot more toward the core, where if she can take out that air sweeper and maybe get a few shots off against that multi-target Inferno before it can do any damage, that would be really, really helpful.
Is targeting her healers right now. She can reach the Eagle Artillery from there, but I don't think she can reach the multi. She's going to end up moving south. He goes ahead and invests the invisibility spell to keep the damage off of her healers as he slips in the ward ability, now protecting the balloons, and the slammer to cut across the middle of the base. The Queen under heavy fire as she fights off that defensive king, but she had her ability. She was able to power through the defensive king, and now she's reached a pocket of safety at the bottom of the base here, but the Blues don't have that luxury as they march forward into the defensive queen and the scatter shot. Diggy's still intact there with the Royal Champion, and they're on their own, and that Inferno Dragon that came out of the Slammer was able to claim that other Inferno in the middle of the base there. Inferno versus Inferno, but now I'm worried about how he gets the defensive queen down. He's got the headhunters where Champion steps through, has her ability. This is gonna be close, Woody. He's pushing, but this RC's running 1 HP. It's close, and he's got it! It's Inquisition pulls through. Einstein celebrates his triple, and that's how they're opened up here against the unstoppable Clash champs.
So much happiness, such a relief for Einstein to have that plan cooked up and ready to go, but to come so close to the end with just 10 seconds left and only a handful of troops. I don't even know if that was a handful. It was just like a little sprinkle of troops that was left there for the cleanup, but enough is enough. He had it with that base, and it was ready to go down. 3 stars claimed there, put them into a very happy, strong contention for this match. We are going to continue on with 4 more attacks left for each team, and it's anyone's game, but what a way to start.
Absolutely, and it's a good thing that Clash Champs is able to at least get a high percentage on their opening attack so they can still remain close. Now some pressure ramping here, nice and early. We like to see that early pressure, get some triples on the board at the start of the war here and force them to respond or start to fall behind. But Padalino is the man for the job. And I would often see Padalino all over the top of the Legend League leaderboard all the time. The dude's really, really impressive. Every single time he attacks, he uses 7 lightning, no quakes to take out the Inferno and the defensive queen there. Remember, if you want to go after the Inferno and the smaller buildings around it, then you need 5 lightning and a quake to take it down, usually to be the most efficient. But if you want to tag out that defensive queen along with it, then you sacrifice the earthquake and bring 2 extra lightning, and you finish her off there, and now he doesn't have to deal with her pinging his troops over the wall. But most importantly, notice how on that town hall, on this edge that he's approaching from, you're split into 3 different sections, just like 3 different compartments. You have the town hall compartment, you had the Inferno compartment, you had the scattershot compartment. If you split the base there with the lightning and then push the queen to the town hall and the king of the road champion to the scattershot, that is a very, very normal approach here that is extremely effective against this style of base. And if you can identify that weakness, which he absolutely has, and deliver the king to take the town hall, which she does, then you're set up perfectly. That is a picture perfect Zap into LaLo start here, Woody.
Glorious beginning, and he just needs to follow it up with these balloons beautifully spread. There they go, and an early Eternal Tome. Once again, this is a great entry point for these balloons, because especially if they're going to be taking a lot of splash damage from something like a multi-Inferno and a poison going out now, you definitely want to keep them as safe as they possibly can be. Does catch that tornado trap along the bottom side for those balloons, but what's firing away at them? Nothing too threatening, just that monolith. We do get it in this spell coming on out, and a red bomb catches them as well, but they are going to keep on chugging, powering through, finishing off that monolith, and then the rest of them should collapse onto this multi-target Inferno in the center. We've got a lot of cleanup along the edges, and so even if this multi does burn up these balloons, I think he still should have a pretty good position here.
Come on,
he's looking a little bit worried.
Oh, Dragon Rider!
Oh, he lost the Dragon Rider!
Oh, the electric owl takes through! What?
Yo, the owl's gonna save the day!
Oh my god, that electric owl just clutched the triple, saves the attack, and takes the final strike when everybody else went down there, Woody. And now he can celebrate. Now he's got it. What a close one right there.
There's a reason they say the owl is the wisest of nature's creatures. That's a great use of that electric chain attack to stay out of that Inferno range and yet still be able to take down That multi-beam could have burnt all of those minions and pups up, and there would have been nothing left for cleanup. And you know how crushing a defeat that 2-star 99% is. We do not want to see that, and this is not the time for it. Congratulations there to keep things on an even pace now, as we have 3 stars on both sides of the scoreboard.
Yes, but now if they want to capitalize on that, they gotta get a defense to follow it up here. So right now, we do not see Clash
Tough
Champs
crowd,
this
Eric.
war.
I'm like,
But yeah.
I'm like partying out here, celebrating with him. He was like pumping his fist, and you're like, yeah, okay, they can attack, but can they get a defense? Let's see what they really got.
Yeah, true. True. Yeah, call me out. Call me out. Oh boy. All right. Well, what do you? I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens here, but it's going to be a lot of pressure now passed over. He handled the pressure there. I mean, he got a little lucky. I'll admit it was a little luck on the end there. You don't expect that the Electric Owl is going to take the final strike there, and you can see the roller coaster of emotions there as you watched him on the camera there. I was all over the place there at the end, but yeah, he does ultimately pull through, and now Inquisition's going to have to, at a minimum, get the percentage up to match the open attack there from Clash Champs, which was, if I remember right, a 96 or 91. 91% was the mark there for the open attack of Clash Champs, and so that's where Simon wants to reach, or if ideally, cross, he can keep his team in the lead.
I'm checking the results of the poll so far over on YouTube, and it looks like 69% of the vote has gone to Clash Champs, 31% to Inquisition. So definitely a big tilt of the scales in Clash Champs' favor. Congratulations to them for getting the fan vote here, but with Inquisition pulling off a 3-star to start things off, you've got to wonder if Clash Champs are going to have that staying power necessary to hold on. Inquisition with a 3-star here could maintain that lead, and Simon is not looking to give it up easy. Once again, very hard focused onto that device, doing everything he can to get the tile perfect placement at just the right time. You know, I wonder if there's an advantage in like being very close to it, keeping your eyes peeled, if you have kind of a more focused attack. It's like Simon is like all concentrated on the bottom left side of this map. And so maybe that is a step up, an improvement over the sort of attack that might get some more value by having spread out pokes and prods around the edges of the base, but doesn't let you stay focused on where it matters most.
Maybe. I was able to evaporate that defensive lava hound. These Electro Titans march quickly into the core of the base as that invisibility tower go up, and his troops are standing inside of the invisibility, so it is not going to waste on offense or defense there, but he is taking some damage there to his healers as that poison tower throws from the other side. He secures the Town Hall takedown, and now the healers are going to get pulled into the Town Hall poison, taking red air bombs. Every single one of them is gone, but he has a lot of force wrapping around the top. He's got all the troops that came out of the Siege Bears, P.E.K.K.A. King, and all of the March of Wizards, and the Hog Ride as well. That Siege Machine delivering so much staying power into the back end of this attack that is going to give him a really solid chance to pull through. His Roar Champion is staying safe for now. Diggy's still alive, gonna provide some stun support as he makes his way forward and continue. I love this minion chipped in at the far left side of the base. That's why we always bring in a handful of those minions, regardless of the attack that you're doing. Ever seen an opportunity? Baby Dragon doing the same over there. They're all gonna be up on the back side of the base here, and Woody, they've done it! They got another triple! And that's gonna keep Inquisition into the lead here.
Hold on, he doesn't look too happy about. Oh my goodness, he was covering his face. I thought that he was crying, but he's just so pleased with how things had finished off here. All right. A very emotional moment, and something that you got to be very proud of, to be a member of Inquisition, to see that sort of excitement from pulling off the 3-star. Congratulations to Simon. He has done all that he can for his team at this point, and he's got to be very happy with how that closed out. Another triple for them puts them up to 6 stars total, and that means that they will be pushing on with the lead over Clash Champs and a solid chance to upset this community vote and be the one that will advance undefeated in the upper bracket after all. But it's not quite over yet. We're moving into the middle stages of this war right now, and you would need a magnifying glass to get even closer into this, deep down into these weeds, into this action going on, than to just like have that device so close up to your face. I'm just like staring at this screen, like trying to dissect every little troop that gets deployed. But At this point, it's more like a big picture zoom out, right? We're not yet into the final stages of this war. There's still a lot to go on. So do you have kind of an overview or how you're feeling about the war just from these first 2 attacks that gives a broad picture of what we are looking forward to next?
Well, we'll see. But right now,
that's not an answer. We'll see.
We were into the attack here, Woody. Leo's in. If Clash Champs is able to triple again, then it'll force the Inquisition side to once again put it at 91%. We're in the same situation that we were after the initial exchange and the same conditions to be able to tie it back up here. So Clash Champs trailing needs to keep the pressure on as they make their way in. It's going to be Leo charging at this multi-inferno here. He's got skeleton spells. He's got plenty of freezes and invisibilities and lots of rage here. A lot of things that he can use to support LaLo, but I want to point out that he does not have any haste on his bar here. So going to rely heavily on the kill squad, and he's investing heavy into that with the Warden and the log launcher, Electro Titans, King and Road Champion. Everybody piling in on that left side of the base to try to clear out as much as they can, and that means with no Warden support for the LaLo and no siege machines to go in there as a backup, he has to secure the town hall with the Queen charge, and the Queen just lost the healer to a Black Air Bomb. He's getting control of her. She'll start to make her way in, but this next wall break is critical, and here it comes, Woody.
Here it comes, tosses the shield off, gets a lot of damage into that scatter shot. Good news there. As we pass 50%, the Tesla farm in the top left corner is going to pop up, and that might be a little bit of a surprise for Liu, who has got still some heroes that are trying to pivot up in that top compartment. Meanwhile, the Queen along the bottom side does get the Town Hall down. The second star is claimed, and he's going to rotate that Grand Warden into the balloons and this Lava Hound set up for the LaLo in the top corner. Ooh, big black bomb is going to explode in that Lava Hound's face. The pups are going to come out trying to distract that air defense for a little bit longer, keep that fire off of those balloons if he can. He's actually going to drop the freeze out, committing a lot to try to keep it safe, but the scatter shot, fortunately, has been distracted by that Queen, and that's going to keep those balloons up in the air a little bit longer. Leo is forced to pop that Queen ability, and so a shot from the scatter does go onto those balloons. Ugh, lots of big splash damage, but they will survive a little bit longer. Queen's getting burnt to a crisp by that single target Inferno. Bad news for Leo. Needs to keep them up through 2 Wizard Towers now, Eric.
Oh, but the healers did not go to waste there. They're going to transfer back over to the Warden, who's on ground, so we can actually receive them. But the balloons are wrapping around the single. The single claimed the Queen. Now it's going to claim the Warden. Is still enough, and he'll swarm into the area, but this single Inferno is looking like it's going to be holding the line there. Now has traps going off, and everything starts to fall out of the sky here. And Leo, that is rough there, especially when your team is trailing. Now they are definitely going to need a big defense, and I mean, I'd love to see the excitement out of Inquisition picks up that triple, because that was or picking up that defense, I mean, because that is a huge hold here, and that is 2 holds that are all the way up into the 90s, 95% for this one, but a hold is a hold, and oh no, there's Electro Titans in the back there going to waste. Oh man, would have been nice to have him up for it, right? Or her, I mean.
Yeah, for real. I know exactly what you mean. I mean, yeah, and at the end there, the minions chasing down those skeletons, even just like another little thing that you cannot predict. The traps are obviously invisible until you get the attack in, but then dragging them straight into all that splash damage, any little tiny hope that you might have had to get another percentage or two just goes by the wayside there. You just wish that you had that like vision to see where the traps were. Wouldn't it be cool if there was like some sort of spell that could like give you some sort of insight about the traps? You know, it's like you have to spend a spell, but then you would get some sort of knowledge there. I'm not trying to tease any new spells that are coming out anytime soon, but I mean, hey, it's an idea, right?
The most broken scout spell.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen, Woody. Don't even wish it.
I know, right? Well, April Fool would think that would happen.
That would be pretty wild. Imagine if today was April 1st.
Oh,
all right, here we go.
Wait.
Oh, what? Oh, what? It is? All right, well, it's maybe an in for Inquisition's next attack with 1 star behind Clash Champs. Clash Champs is definitely going to need to get a defense here. Percentages are very high there for Clash Champs, but all triples across the board here for Inquisition. So it looks like he'll be sending in a Queen charge into Dragon Riders. Queen going to be moving off to the left here. Another box base, but she's making a beeline towards the defensive row champion. And the scatter shot even deploys Ice Golem's headhunters. Make sure to put that Ice Golem down and then the headhunter while the Ice Golem is still tanking. Offset the headhunter off to the side so the scatter shot, while it's hitting the Ice Golem, doesn't actually hit the headhunter as well. And you can get through those heroes on the edge of the base there with very, very minimal HP lost. And now the king keeps on wrapping around the outside and he's ready for a wall break. He needs a wall break through between the king and the queen. Oh, yeah, queen's not cooperating here. Maybe she is cooperating. I don't know, but that multi worries me here, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, the multis should always worry you because that is the one thing that has stopped so many attacks time and again. Now, fortunately for Fabian, he did bring Dragon Riders here, so that was a good selection. Won't have to be quite so fearful of that raged up double multi section in the bottom left of the base. But dang, this queen is taking a ton of damage, forces out the ability from her there. And even though Fabian's invested a rage spell, that is going to be a big loss early on. Might be able to follow it up with enough overwhelming firepower, though, to get through, though. Eric, what are you seeing?
Woody, the healers just took an Eagle artillery strike. I don't know how it was able to find the healers. It must have been when the queen popped her ability and the Dragon Riders hadn't deployed, but the healers are hanging on by a thread of HP. Keep a very close eye on them and keep an eye out for any red air bombs. A single red air bomb will wipe out the healers and could cause this attack to go to a miss. The red air bombs are going off down south here. The queen's still hanging on, though. She's
the Skelly trap!
And the balloons are powering through.
That's
they
one
get
healer.
into the other multi.
Two healers.
Okay. Yeah. She's gone. She's gone. Okay. Does he have enough now? He still has Road Champion moving.
Road Champion still has got, it looks like 2 Dragon Riders, but they're at low health, man. This is just done. This is out. Can he get to the very end with so little hit points left on these troops? Seems pretty doubtful.
Yeah. Well, it's a good sign for class champs because that's the hope they needed. So this percentage is still climbing, but as far as this point right now, he has not reached the percentage needed, and I don't think that he will to match the lower miss there from class champs. So this one is looking like it's going to wind right up into the high 80s, but obviously not going to climb to the 90s. The lowest miss there from class champs was a 91%. So this one will fall just shy of that. They still could end up tying up the percentage later on if things shape up.
I think he's got to buy like
perfect
2%.
Numbers there. Yeah.
Inquisition's still ahead by 2%. Very, very narrow on the percentage march here, but ahead by a star. That is what matters way, way much more. Looking like class champs need to come back and get some triples on the board because they are really struggling right now. And in the initiator position, right, they have to attack first. They don't have the luxury of being able to sit back and watch and think and plan and get a safe 2-star in later on. They have got to go full gas, all 3 stars from here on out.
Absolutely. Yeah, always difficult when you're playing on the leadoff position there when you have to go first and you don't get to respond to what your opponent does. But there's some merit to that as well because you can apply the pressure if you start off strong. But when you're trailing in that position, it definitely is a bit different. Looks like Luzera going in for it's not a Skelly donut, it's all bats. He's going after both of the Infernos there. And he got some damage in the other buildings around it, but the Battle Bills will repair that. Just going after 2 Infernos. I think he could have got the CC down with that as well. I am questioning why he didn't go for it, but maybe he didn't think that the invisibility could cover the Inferno towers and protect the skeletons at the same time, but that's questionable. Maybe he made the right call. He would know better than I would, so I'll trust his judgment on that one. But it looks like he has the king collapsing on the left side of the base there. The World Champion moving in right in the middle, and the queen down south will make a beeline approach towards the defensive queen and the scatter shot. And we'll see what he does with the defensive CC because he didn't Skelly donut out the CC. He does have a poison, so he is perfectly capable of handling it there if he can get things to develop right here, which is a bit up in the air right now here.
Loop Sierra is a mastermind, though, and I would not for anything ever question his targeting or tactics. Now, he may miss deploy every now and then, but he is so on point right now. taking down exactly
Queen.
what he needs to. An even trade on the queens in the bottom compartment. More good news for these balloons who won't have to worry about that backside hero. Big old rocket loons coming out of the CC, as well as a couple of headhunters, looks like. Gotta keep that Grand Warden safe on the backside. Looks like the Owl and the minions are going to be enough to finish them off, as the Battle Blimp will now path in straight toward the Town Hall. Should pop right over and get the first star there. Oh, interesting. We get a little bit of spinny action there with a Tornado Trap and Invisibility going off, trying to keep that under wraps. But Loop Zero will keep on pushing.
Yeah, he's got sneaky goblins inside of that CC. He will take it down here, but a lot of his balloons have made a way all the way off the left side. Still trying to get this defensive CC under control. Like you said, the headhunters were able to be taken out by the Electric Owl, but the super minions kept on powering through. He still has more balloons, and he drops it in the backside of the base there, and everybody will converge in the middle. And now there's nothing left to do but sit back and watch here. Oh my gosh, a whole bunch of red air bombs go off on the right side. He's got the Phoenix, and the balloon's getting knocked back by the sweeper, and that invisibility tower is resetting. And you can see the visible disappointment there from Loop Zera, as he understands that there is no chance that these troops can pull through. A very, very small section of the base that disappears out of sight there, and will just taunt him as he counts down these last seconds and tries to gather another building. But percentage is not what they needed here. They needed to get the triple on the board, and now there's a pretty strong percentage, another one racking it at 91%. They'll pass it back over to Inquisition, and they're just gonna have to hope their defenses hold strong again.
Very tough moment there for Loop Zero. You saw just the sense of mystery and wonder and hoping that those troops could manage to finish off the rest of that base. That might be the most suspenseful, toughest time in an attack, because you can't do anything at that point. You've already dropped everything. You've spent your entire, weeks leading up to the event preparing these attack strategies. You get this base and you only have a little bit limited amount of time to perform. Then once it's all out there, but the result isn't in yet, that's just
Especially when you know
my teeth would just be shattering, and I'd be jittery and is it gonna work or not? Those are the moments that we really love in Clash of Clans, but in order to love them, there has to be that question mark at the end. Is it gonna 3-star or is it not? In this case, the answer is no.
A lot of emotions in this match, and as a total, all these matches, when you have this much pressure, you're shaking, you try not to get tunnel vision, you have to maintain good communication with your team. They got to keep you cool. This one is going to be sending in a blimp to land on top of a bomb tower, but he's able to weak out the bomb tower enough that the super wizards were able to get the bomb to go off before they came out. They're at very low HP because another giant bomb went off right next to it. He's very low HP on those, and they do wander into the Town Hall poison, but he secured his primary targets there, Woody, so I think he got a sufficient amount of value. Very risky, always risky to drop directly on top of a bomb tower, because that bomb tower does exactly enough HP off of your super wizards to take him out there. So if they get a landing directly on top of it and come out and then it explodes, like you would if you had the crash damage of the blip they were taking out, then you end up having the bomb potentially hitting the wizards and could kill him. So very, very risky, but it does work out for him. And he will now make his way into the right side of the base with the queen and the king and an Electro Titan to help him burn through ground skellies. They may pop in the areas. The king leads the charge there, provides the tanking. Ground skellies are popping, but they are immediately evaporated by that defensive, or by the Electro Titan's aura damage. And so they're not going to slow down the king and queen at all.
Big scatter shot firing off, and these heroes are not able to get the relock onto it yet, thanks to the distraction provided by that Lava Hound up top. Meanwhile, we've got multi-target Inferno Monolith, all sorts of big, heavy defenses firing away at them, and this is just a very frustrating start for Stefan. Nevertheless, he's gotten down 41% of the base. That is a big chunk, but he's invested a lot of spells into it, too. It's kind of still a split decision as to whether or not this opening is going to be enough to provide the opportunity for the 3-star. What?
Queen barely clutched that scatter shot, and then the sweeper on the right side of the face, so he did get the value out of that. Woody, continue. Sorry.
No, go ahead, jump in.
All right, we got the LaLo now moving from the left side of the base here. He's got the Warden ability, protecting the Headhunters as they cross through, and also the Lava Hounds, timing the Headhunters to go after the defensive Road Champion. They'll chase her down, but she's running away. She's chasing the Hound. He doesn't want her to get away. He freezes her, and they are able to catch up, and he was able to get her at the same time, freezing the scatter shot, and now he's making his way back into the middle here, and yeah, you can tell he's already thrown his hands in the air, and he knows these balloons are getting melted.
You don't even need to have the rage up for these multi-infernos. A poison spell is going to do the trick this time, and Stefan is just in a fit of rage, as well as any player should be at this point. A very frustrating finish for Inquisition to be ahead on percentage and stars. They're now giving up that percentage advantage, it looks like, with Stefan's finish now in the low 80s. Clash champs are going to have that ever so slim chance of pulling back in. A 3-star from them and then a defense could still mean their victory. So well done to Stefan, but ultimately doesn't find the 3-star that he's looking for. And without the high percentage either, it seems like Clash champs have got to be pretty happy with that last defense.
Yes, and this moment now is when competitive experience is really going to start to make a big impact. And nobody has more competitive experience in this match than Seleno, playing in that 5th spot. He is absolutely stellar in that position. He handles the pressure like a champ. And here we go. He's in for the final attack of the war. If he triples here, he will force a triple out of Inquisition, because Clash Champs has the percentage lead by 6 buildings. And if he can get through with this Zap LaLo, he could very likely claim victory here for Clash Champs. But so much pressure here as he actually starts in with the lightning and a blimp, protecting the war. What is he doing here? He drops in the Warden and the blimp down south. The Blues and the Lava Hound and Headhunters go in there and take out the defensive queen. It is a safe blimp. This is not what we typically see with like a Super Archer bomb and investing spells and that, because he already used them all in the lightning. This is wild, and this is a risk that has to pay off here for Clash Champs, Woody.
It's a gigantic investment, but man, he has got a lot of this base down. It only says 21%, but a lot of that really is defenses. What did he miss there?
Town Hall didn't drop. The blimp did not take the Town Hall, Woody.
Still standing up. I mean, he hasn't deployed the Hound and the Loons in yet, so he can definitely go from the right side corner to go for the Town Hall immediately. But that's going to be an awkward entry point, especially without the Grand Warden to be able to support them. They're almost guaranteed to just go down as soon as that Town Hall goes off. There is just not going to be enough cleanup, even though he's still holding on to heroes, drops them over on the top side. They should be able to clear through all the way to the left corner, but with a Tesla farm popping up as well. Wait. The Town Hall still. He still hasn't dropped enough balloons to take down the Town Hall.
I'm telling you, he didn't have any freezes left. The Town Hall had to go down. It melted through every single one of those balloons. There is no way to recover this. And on top of that, with all the ground expos in
he's
the
got
area,
the Royal
with the
Champion,
monolith, with the Town Hall, even the Royal Champion, I don't think she has enough punch with 0 spell support to go in there and secure the Town Hall. And the balloons could do nothing but watch her fail if he even attempted it. So he'll put her in on the left side of the base there, and that's not any better. That puts her right into the defensive king. He's got a Headhunter to help her through there, but there's nothing that he could do. That had potential, but all of that potential was wiped away the moment that blimp, the safe blimp is what we call it, right? When you have a safe blimp that was supposed to take the Town Hall down with sneaky goblins, but it misses. I don't even know how it missed. It landed right on top of the Town Hall. I don't understand, Woody. What happened?
We are going to have to check back the replay to get a sense of that. I don't know why when that missed, he just didn't say, okay, everything left in this attack is going onto the Town Hall. He had a Lava Hound. He had plenty of balloons. He even had a little bit of spells left. He had the Royal Champion. Like,
right.
I think he just was, he knew he needed a 3-star, I think is what it came down to, right? Because a 2-star wouldn't have been enough to give them a chance to move on. They needed the triple there. And so he figured, where's the best chance at a triple? It doesn't matter if I get a 1-star or a 2-star. Where is going to give me any chance at all for a 3? And I guess he still figured that trying to get that Royal Champion to rejoin with the rest of the troops on the left side was the best chance that he had. But man, it's just... It must be frustrating for him. It feels frustrating for me, so I know it must be really sad and disappointing to watch it as a fan or as a teammate. Or I know he's going to go back and watch that replay himself to try to learn and try to improve for future weeks. But at this point, it looks like their chances in the Queso Cup 2023 are gone.
Well, I mean, not gone. This is the upper bracket, remember? So
yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. I told myself that at the beginning of this match. Okay.
All right. Yeah, they're down here, but they're definitely not out. So, all right, here we go. The final attack of the board to close it out. And Inquisition is like the Cinderella story that just keeps on giving. They keep coming out with these absolutely insane wins all the way through, taking down big name teams all the way through. And now Mark will come in, and all he needs is a 1-star to close out the war. So bar disconnect, this should be a shoe-in. Let's see him close it out here. Let's see if he can close out strong and strike fear into the heart of the winner of, I guess their next matchup would be either Imperium Titans or Navi, depending on the result of the next match here. So this is a chance for them to show that they can put up 13 stars and really give them a good show once they arrive into that match there. But Log Ledger falls a bit short. Yeti's throwing at the Multi-Inferno. Gonna miss that there. It's a little bit shaky right there. Log Ledger did get targeted a bit. It opened up way earlier than it was supposed to, and it missed some key targets throughout the middle of the base. So it might be a little bit of a problem for him later on.
Mark the Eagle Eye is watching and waiting. Nothing yet that he has to do. He's still just holding on and watching this queen walk along the bottom. No healers on it, so maybe I shouldn't even call it a queen walk. Just diving into this compartment, but facing off against that scatter shot, and then maybe even be able to draw that enemy queen out. Pops the ability. Yep, and there it is. Big damage dished out. CC troops are going to come on out, but that shouldn't cause much more of a problem because the queen has done all the work that she needed to do. Meanwhile, the Royal Champion's going to take that moment of distraction to run in and stab through that multi-target Inferno and the Eagle Artillery as well. Good pickups there for Mark, who's now starting to fly furiously, triple tapping those balloons over onto the top of the map and getting this deploy ready to follow up. 20 balloons ready to back up this Lava Hound, and here they come on in with minions as well to assist in cleanup. The collapse onto the Town Hall is going to be all it takes. Inquisition have already claimed 1 star, and that's going to be enough for a victory in this upper bracket match over the Clash Champs. But will they close it out for the 3?
I don't know if he gets the 3 there. The Multi-Inferno is doing a lot of damage. Now the Rage Tower is active. He's going to take the Town Hall Blast and all these red air bombs going off in the area. Tornado Trap as well. He'll freeze up. He'll try to get through. A couple of the balloons split off there. The Electric out on the ward to take out some of the defenses as well. Continuing to take the strikes there forward, and it does look like he's gonna pull through. He's got a Lava Hound that is gonna pop right there, and he just needs to get these blues to coast over with another 34 seconds. I mean, maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe he doesn't have enough time. That's definitely a possibility here. There's only 2 blues left, 1 defense, but because the balloons are not in a tight packing, the Wizard Tower is only gonna be able to hit 1 of them at a time, and it is looking like it's... It's a bit close here. What do you? Okay, how's
I think
doing?
time ultimately is going to be the problem.
Yeah, time's a bigger issue for him there, but maybe the minions and the pups and the headhunters and all of them could work together to get that Wizard Tower down. Maybe not, but it's irrelevant. It's a win. Inquisition has 12 stars on the board.
Well done to Inquisition, coming very narrowly to grabbing another triple out on the final attack, but a 2-star advantage over Clash Champs, held at bay at just 10 stars total. Brilliant defenses from Inquisition here, and that has been the order of the day. We had a friend call it out in chat earlier on that whoever had the best defense was going to win this Queso Cup, and it is looking like that has been a story that is true so far throughout. 93.4% average destruction for Inquisition, summiting Clash Champs' 91.4% performance, and that is going to be the finish here in the upper bracket that leads Inquisition to the upper bracket finals. Just 1 more match for them to win, and they'll have a chance to face off against the lower bracket finalists tomorrow. And that is a very good spot to be in, Eric. with 2 wins that the lower bracket victor would need in order to get that golden ticket, you have got to feel very confident right now if you're Inquisition, a squad that has been working so hard and has been richly rewarded for it.
Still, I mean, I feel like Slingo's going to be watching that attack back 1,000 times, being like, why did that blimp fail? Because you think about the final score there. Class Champs had the percentage advantage, and that 1-star was all that swung the war there. That Town Hall, if that went down, I really feel like Slingo's attack could have ended up pulling through, and he could have ended up pulling that triple off, and then the miss there on the end for Inquisition. That scoreboard does not reflect how incredibly close that score and that war was. That was insane. That is literally on the verge of being in your grasp, and you can't get it. That's got to be frustrating. That's got to be really, really frustrating for Class Champs, but it's a huge pickup for Inquisition. So let's take a look at one of their attacks here. Let's take a look at this Electro Titan attack that Simone did, as he started in with this Warden walk down at the bottom of the base here. He had the Warden going to go after the defensive queen right there, deploying right into it. That's why he uses the poisonless right there, but he invests the rage. If you have the extra spells, or because you're not using lightning with an Electro Titan smash attack, then you can definitely make this attack work. But because he is not using a log launcher, and because he's not using lightning, he has the double jump to cross the entirety of this base. It's a bit risky. It just feels risky. Honestly, it's actually not too bad there. If you're gonna Warden walk out at least one of these side compartments, or at least the bottom quarter of the base, and create a lane right there down the middle of the base, and you can see the perfect spots for the jumps to be able to cross all the way through and get access to everything. But make sure when you put your jump spells down, you're giving access to everything, but you're not giving your troops a chance to leave to the side of the base or go to compartments that you don't want them to go to. You want the main force to charge directly to the Town Hall. So you use the jumps. Notice how the jump could have been placed to cover the Expo compartment on the left and the Inferno compartment, but he deliberately put it so it only gives him access towards the Eagle Artillery to push everybody more directly forward. Get a bunch of coke balloons down, soak up all the traps up ahead of there, and on top of that, the Ward ability was covering the balloons, so they continue to clear traps for a very long time, and in the next jump, does not open up any of the side compartments. It gives your troops a path to go directly forward towards the Town Hall, and don't give them any option. Do not give them any enticement to move off to the side there and attack a wall and not go to the Town Hall. That's how you mitigate the risk when you want to approach opposite of the Town Hall. And if you're not using lightning or anything like that, then you definitely have a lot more wiggle room there to have extra spells to keep the healers raised up, because if you're pushing through and you have that long push, you don't want to approach the Town Hall too early, because the Town Hall is able to take out your healers as you pass through it. So that's why we make the longer approach, and we get the Eagle Artillery down early as an extra bonus, so it's just icing on the cake. But we have the rages to keep the healers raged up the whole time. Like everybody else getting the rage boost there, it's nice, it's beneficial, but the biggest thing is keeping the healers raged up. So more rages overlapping every single time to make sure you hit the healers with them keeps everybody else alive and keeps the maximum number of troops and keeps you marching through the base. And with those fundamentals in place here, it was a sure victory for Inquisition as Simone able to march his way through and get it done here. So huge win right there. That's a massive, massive pickup against Class Champs. And that, my friends, sends Inquisition into the upper bracket finals. So congratulations on that. And we'll see them tomorrow as they play. But I'm going to send it back over to Woody and Maxi as they get ready for our next match here in the upper bracket.
Thank you so much. I'm finally back after a quick break, but of course I couldn't stop myself from watching this war, and we saw that Clash Champs was defeated and are now finding themselves in the lower bracket, where they will face Chasmac EA tomorrow, while Inquisition move on in the winners bracket. Great job by them, and I would say, Woody, that's probably the first upset we've seen so far today, because just maybe a slight hint, I kind of predicted Clash Champs to finish a little more ahead than they are looking like right now.
Yeah, it's a tough follow-up for an undefeated team in the Swiss stage, but you know what? I think that they've done really well. And I gotta say, so far, out of all the matches that we've seen, if there is going to be a rematch between any two teams, I think that the Clash Champs Inquisition rematch could potentially be the most lightning, exciting, fascinating finish. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if that's going to even be possible, because with Clash Champs going down to the lower bracket now, they're going to have to fight their way back up to the top if they want to have that opportunity.
Absolutely, but as we've talked about before, there will be one team joining from the lower bracket, so it might as well be one that is already there than one that is joining there later. But enough talking about the past, let's talk about what is happening right now, and that is the second match in the winners bracket round 2, and we have none other than Navi against ET-XSports. And for everyone who doesn't remember both of these teams, Navi, formerly known as Queen Walkers, were the winners of the last World Championship, and ET-XSports, formerly known as IMS-Esports, were third in the last World Championship. So these are Clash Esports VIPs battling it out here, Woody, and we see Gaku starting again, and it is the Super Witches, and we know these troops are time sensitive.
They certainly are. They can take a lot of time to get to the very end, but if they do, you had better be fearful of a potential 3-star. Although we've seen Super Witches a couple of times already in the Queso Cup 2023, and I'm not sure if they've gotten a 3-star just yet. They wander around a bit slowly, and they need those big boys to stay out in front and soak that damage. Right now, they're taking fire from that Eagle Artillery, and that is bad news for Gaku. He's almost lost one of them. Look how low she's gotten down. With a Wizard Tower stacked on top, that could be the end of one. No, the healers have just barely kept her alive.
Okay, he decides to use the Warden ability early. I mean, in general, it is quite unusual to go through the Town Hall with the Super Witches, but he used the Warden for another reason, and that is the Headhunters out of the CC were coming to his Queen, and his Queen has lost the ability early on. I mean, luckily this time, other than last time, she didn't die during the ability, but she has lost it, and now she might just die to the enemy Royal Champion, and there goes Gaku's Queen. The question is, does he have enough? He has a jump spell deployed there to get all of his troops into the back end of the base, where the Eagle Artillery and some raged up multi-infernos that we've learned to love so much throughout this competition are waiting for him. He makes his way in there, Woody, but I can't really call it at this point. Will it be enough or not?
Hard to say. You're right on that account, Maxi. He's lost another Super Witch, though, and with less than a minute left, the biggest problem that these Super Witches have is just getting to the other side of the base. They've made it there, though, and a Monolith takes another one out. I just don't think that there's going to be enough firepower remaining, as the Monolith has now taken another one down. Big boys out in front, not able to get the job done, and it's just going to be the collapse of the remaining cleanup troops along the top and the bottom side edges to try to get as much percentage as they can. But I do not think that top side is going to survive, and with the bottom side now just one Witch and a Yeti, they are going to get this base down to 88%, but little more to expect of them. 89% for Navi's Gaku, another really strong attacker, but Navi has been playing at a little bit of an uneven keel today so far. They are still in the upper bracket, but putting up 1-stars, 3-stars, throwing Super Witches at us, this is not the sort of standard play that we've seen from them in the past. One of the big reasons why they've been able to become world champions is because they play very consistently most often. So I don't know if Town Hall is just giving them some confusion or problems, or if they're just like thriving in this chaos. It is certainly interesting to watch, though.
Yeah, they've certainly shown us everything you know, that you can see in this competition, except for a disconnect, but we definitely don't want to see that anyways. But other than that, they're doing everything possible for exciting matches here, and so far they have not been disappointing. We've seen a little bit of disappointment on Gaku's face, though, in the last attack, but that is just because he, as a starting attacker, couldn't get his team the head start, the 3-stars right away to put pressure on the opponents right away. We know that the first attacker is a tough position because you have the least amount of time to plan, but the same goes for the next attacker for ET-XSports. Whoever it is will only have had 4 minutes more than Gaku, so that means quick plans that can sometimes also have some mistakes. Maybe you didn't look at something, maybe you didn't have time to figure out the funnel completely, but let's see just how it does. It is Kingsman coming in, Woody here, and he's bringing the Electro Titan. I think it's his favorite strategy at Town Hall 15, and he's also using it in the Legends League.
Warden Walk gets long-range value sniping down those buildings. Oh, and we get a big lightning earthquake zap into the core. Does trigger that invisibility spell, but nothing to worry about for Kingsman. He sees now that the CC took a little bit of damage, but didn't quite go down. Big hole punch right into the core, but not committing all of the spells just yet into that assault because he needs to hold on to that jump to be able to hop over a wall with these Electro Titans. Flame Flinger paired with the Grand Warden is about as much long-range, slow burn damage that you can get from an attack. How is he going to speed things back up, though, with the stage 2? That's my question.
That is a very good question, because he really took a lot of time, more than 1 minute for the Warden Walk with the investment of a Rage, but he definitely made sure he will get to the Town Hall. He will shortly send in 2 Hawk Riders near the Flame Flinger around the Town Hall, but I think he will, he won't have a problem taking out this Town Hall, and he's got so much routine in doing this will work fine. The more important question is here, how will the troops get through the core of the base, the Queen, the Electro Titans, and his King on the outside, and right now he used the Ward ability to protect his Queen from the enemy headhunters that came out of the CC. King making a good job on the outside, but let's see, the Electro Titans stayed back a little bit, but he's got some of them alive, he's got some healers alive, sends in a very aggressive Rage spell, and now the Royal Champion should probably follow around the 3 o'clock side while this King is still tanking to keep the rest of the troops inside of the base. Yeah, maybe he's holding on to it to make sure he doesn't get a 1-star, because the Flame Flinger is not on the Town Hall, but now it is, and the Royal Champion comes in.
Here she comes, stab it into the right side, throwing that spear out and holding on to that shield as long as she possibly can. We got some more Flame Flinger shots off onto the Town Hall, and that should be enough to get a little bit more damage in there, splashing off with those little flame damage over time effects. Oh, it goes awfully low, but not quite down yet. Drops the freeze. Fire and ice on this Town Hall, and hopping in with some Yeti mites. He finally gets it with the shield toss off. 10 seconds left to finish it off. Throwing it out. Pump your fist, Kingsman. You've done it. 100% 3-star for Imperium Titans Esports.
Wow, what a nail biter right there. I was worried that he didn't even see that he still had the Royal Champion ability, because he waited so long to use it, because I was realizing that it could bounce the Town Hall and thus finish it off. But when he was freezing, I thought he didn't know he had it. But then he used the ability, and just 2 seconds before the timer was on 0, he hit the 3-star. Good job, and I mean, we definitely weren't wrong in calling out how much time he spent with that Warden Walk in the end, but he proved us wrong. He knew that his troops could finish the base in time.
Sure did. But it was a little bit close, we gotta say, for credit to the base builder, that was not an easy one at all to crack. So congratulations. It makes the accomplishment that Kingsman was able to pull off there even more impressive. Nice job there for a 3-2 start in Imperium Titans' favor. But Navi has been there before. They've been behind and come back swinging even harder. Let's see if Stars is going to be the one to follow up with a killer blow. He's brought a Law Loon Assault and has paired it with another Electro Titan, likely to help out on one of these hero attacks. Keep an eye on this blimp, though. It catches a tornado trap early on. Could that be trouble for him now? Invisibility is down, and he's going to use super archers in that blimp to stab through as many targets as he can. Good, nice early connect onto the Town Hall. Also takes out the monolith behind it. Great value here, but can he finish off the multi? There it goes. Down for the count, and Stars has got a really great early strike here.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he's aiming for that second ground expo. He didn't get it, that's why he chooses to use his queen on the left side of the base, so she won't have to face the damage of the ground targeting expo inside of the base. And it was a huge investment, you know. Often we see just super wizard blimps used for town halls so far on the outside, but the reason he didn't do that was the experience that Navi and Chasmac gained in their war in the first round of the winners bracket, where we saw 2 1-stars, and both of them were due to very well protected town halls just like that. Town hall compartments like that, with a couple of defenses around, especially these devastating ground targeting expos. And I think it's a good idea to counter such a base, but let's see how successful it will be. Nice wall breaks here from Stars to make sure that his queen can follow his royal champion inside the base. King on the bottom, but 1 minute 30 on the clock, Woody. He has to start the LaLo at some point.
Yeah, he's going to start it very, very soon. We see still very little splash damage remaining, though, from this initial attack, and he's going to be able to target onto the Eagle and the multi very quickly here. Gets that Eternal Tome popped nice and fast. Look out for the Queen, though, because we got Rocket Loots coming in. The CC is popped, and we've got Super Minions over there as well. Oh, she is going down. There's not much that he could do about that at all. Stars is going to still keep these balloons on path to victory, but can he work his way all the way through these Super Minions? And an Eagle Artillery still popping off. 2 air sweepers have been firing at him this entire time, and he finally takes 1 down with the Royal Champion to get a little bit more oomph into this push. But with that scatter shot still standing with an Archer Queen right next to it, there are just too many little problems that he's had to deal with trying to put out all these fires. He is not dousing them quickly enough, and it just seems like he's having trouble in lots of different areas around this base.
Yeah, he got so close there a couple of times with taking out the Royal Champion, but he still has, okay, he doesn't have a chance because the timer is running down. He will never get to this last storage there on the top side of this base. Oh well, it's low, but the Warden is stuck on the other storage.
Just so close.
I didn't want to call it too early, but
come on,
okay,
come on.
okay, maybe I'm not, maybe I'm
Come
not.
on, come on, give him a shot, yes! Stars 100%! Look at the smile on his face. Maxi, you are gonna eat crow because that was a finish for the ages. What did he just do? I thought he was down for the count too. I was sitting here about to cry, and then one little peek of my eye out, I saw he was still in it. Wow!
I mean,
3 stars, and Navi remain in contention, Maxi.
I mean, I'm actually just happy I finally reverse jinxed someone today, because the other way around, yeah, was a little bit too much for my taste. It's just insane. I mean, I didn't believe it anymore. I mean, I said it. I thought he was done for, but basically all the buildings were already damaged, and I think that was due to the fact that he used the Super Archer blimp, actually. I think the splash, or like the long-range damage of the Super Archer archers had already damaged the buildings, and that's why he just needed a couple of shots onto them. But yeah, enough about this attack. Great stuff there, high-level entertainment from Stars, but now it's back to Cynthia. And Cynthia has shown how good he is with the Hawks. This time, I think he's got a little Barbarian there on his desk. Maybe he rebuilt it from what he had left of the Hog Rider that he smashed with his Hog Rider hammer last time. But he's bringing the troop again in this attack. 30 Hog Riders and a Flame Flinger whose job is this to take out the Town Hall. And we can see how Cynthia set its way towards the Town Hall up beautifully. And now, Woody, now he starts to use a Skelly Dome.
Big damage on the inside, and he's got great positioning on this invisibility spell too, stabbing through so many targets, but also keeping that wizard tower out of the invisibility. Gets a little bit of chip damage off on that too. Oh, it's gonna get healed up by the battle builder. But anyways, we got a Flame Flinger out on the right corner, gonna take down the Town Hall, no problem. Lickety split, add on a Queen Walk along the bottom edge as well with that Electro Titan out in front, and this is going to be a pretty beefy push, especially if he winds up adding in the Hog Riders. Oh no, they're actually going to go onto the top side. Good positioning here, and I love the rage as well. Very aggressive attack. Stacking that alongside with that Eternal Tome means that they're going to move fast through the top side of the space with nothing to stop them through the first few seconds. But as soon as that Eternal Tome wears off, watch out for this Multi-Inferno, and the Eagle Artillery is going to do a lot of splash damage, and they need the freeze. Boom! Cynthia grabs it immediately. He will not be denied. The Hog Master has a strong ride through the top.
Yeah, he needs to get this ground targeting expo though, and there's a lot left in this base, but he's got two of the female heroes, the Queen and the Royal Champion, both with their abilities intact. He also brought a miner that is often used to snipe some defenses that are left standing inside of the base. But we see this bottom, I mean, in general I would say he's looking good, but this bottom compartment is usually stacked with Skelly traps, because we see the Tesla farm around the scatter shot, and then a base builder usually adds some Skelly. So let's see how he can get through there. I mean, it's the Warden, it's the Diggy and the Royal Champion, but there we see the first Skelly. Luckily, they go over to the
Push!
Electro
Yes!
Titans,
Swing the hammer, Cynthia! He's got it again, Maxi.
Yeah, I saw
Won't
it too
be
late. I was
denied
focused.
that easily. And even with these heroes at low health, he finds the triple after all. What an exciting moment for him to clutch another victory. Navi just pulled off one that was a very narrow 3-star. And you know what? You want to see a little bit of drama. Oh yeah, they're going to come back in and give you a little taste of your own medicine. Imperium Titans are going to show us another really fun attack. Big thanks to both players so far, because they have kept this war very tightly contested, and I know that we still have a long way left to go. Even though there are relatively few battles left, I am so pumped to see who is going to be moving on to advance off against Inquisition tomorrow at the top side of this bracket, because either of these teams could be it, and they are so both deserving, Maxi.
Yeah, I am also very excited about it, especially because this victory, I think, is worth a lot, because it actually saves you 2 matches. If you win now, you don't have to go to the lower bracket now, where you would have to win, then win the lower bracket finals, then win the lower bracket round 2, and then be in the lower bracket finals against the loser of next match. It saves you 2 matches, just this one victory. So this match is worth a lot. Whoever wins here has a way better chance to end up being in the finals than who loses. And I think the teams know that. Probably they do. And I mean, but they are not disappointing us so far, with 3 out of 4 attacks being 3-stars and some nice entertainment down in their player camps as well. But now let's wait what Bernal can bring to the table. He's coming in with the Queen Charge LaLo. It's the strategy that he is known for, Woody, and he's you know, explored some other options on Town Hall 15 so far this season, but I think it's always good to go back to the roots, to go back to your comfort zone, and that's what he is doing here, and let's see if it brings him the success they need.
He is also really well known for having some of the most expertly positioned queen dives possible in this game. He's already cracked 1 layer of walls on the exterior with that super wall breaker, and I would not be surprised at all to see him crack through a 2nd or maybe even 3rd layer if he can get that deep. Those are some really tightly compacted walls on the inside though, and he's throwing his hands up in frustration for a second there. Not quite sure what he's going to respond to the CC with, but he drops the freeze down. Unfortunately for him, that scatter shot is still firing through this whole time, and the wall breaker getting the miss. This must have been what he was annoyed about here. He's going to have to pivot off now and have another secondary attempt at taking down this multi and the Eagle Artillery, 2 crucial targets. But he does get another crack with that super wall break, and he should get closer, but can he survive through all this damage?
The problem is both super wall breakers actually didn't go for the wall that he intended to get. He wanted to open the wall also to the multi-inferno, and I think maybe even also to the Town Hall, not sure. But, you know, at least 2 walls. So either into the Eagle so he could go for the 2nd multi, or into the Town Hall so he could go for that. So right now he's worrying that his queen will go outside to the king platform, so it would be nice if the Phoenix could take it out. So at least now maybe the queen will wallbang. Yeah, that's exactly what she is doing, but since his time is running low, Bernal really needs his LaLo to start, and that's what he is doing into the Town Hall, using this outside stone slammer to soak up the red mines that we have seen stacked around these Town Hall compartments so much in the last couple of matches. Queen getting nice value there with the first multi-inferno, but she won't get the 2nd one, unfortunately. But let's see, maybe the Loon's protected with the Warden ability through the Town Hall can get it down. No, Woody, he's falling short.
You're right. He sure is, Maxi. This is a big letdown for Navi, team that has picked up Bernal, one of the strongest Brazilian players in the game, and now has gone international with this squad. But it is a very tough base set up here by Cynthia of Imperium Titans, and it looks like Navi are going to be frustrated again. This is going to leave Imperium Titans with a star advantage going into this attack, and potential for even more if they can get a triple on their side again. They are perfect so far this war, and so I would not put it past them. Navi may have met their match in an Imperium Titans team that just seems so well prepared, well practiced, and at the top of their game.
Yes, but still a very good effort there, a nice percentage. The way he picked up every possible building on the outside was like actually brilliant, because you need to be very efficient with your troops and you need to know which buildings can be one shot by what troop and so on. And he used his super goblins, a couple minions, and the wizards on the perfect buildings and in the perfect far away from the defenses as much as possible. So very good job there from him. And I think in general he definitely, I mean, Queenwalkers can Navi, former Queenwalkers, they still were when they picked him up, can be still glad about having him join the team, because so far Bernal has actually performed really, really well for them. Yeah, I mean, you cannot triple every single time, but still a good effort. But now let's go back to ET-XSports side. Woody, so far only 3 stars, and now it's Al-Mualim, and his job is to bring nothing else, nothing less than the 3rd 3-star to the board, and he will be coming in with the Zap LaLo. He already used the lightning spells to take out a chunk of the base, and now, Woody, it's all about the Town Hall takedown.
That it is, Maxi. Relatively soft entry point here, just a couple of archer towers and some minor damage from the multi-target Inferno firing away at these heroes. So he's got a very good entry point. Already gets one Inferno basically for free, zapped down the second one over there on the left side compartment. And now with the freeze spell out, bit of an early shutdown, but he wants to make sure that this Queen's ability is going to pop on the Town Hall. He does not want it to pop on these Elixir storages, because if it pops early and she winds up wandering in without it, she might lose the Town Hall, and that has so often resulted in these just heartbreaking 1-star assaults that could really ruin any team's chance of success. ET-XSports is going to be moving in next with the Stone Slammer up top as Al-Mualim gets the next deploy, starting to really crush the base from both the top and the bottom, Maxi.
Yeah, very interesting there. Using a little LaLo portion there on the left side to make sure the Stone Slammer goes into the scatter shot, and using the big portion with the LaLo from the bottom, with the Warden from the bottom side. Now let's see how many red
that monolith
stacked there in the core of the base. Exactly, the loots are on the monolith.
Get it! Boom!
Last one, drop damage, actually takes it out, and there are not many defenses left in the base. So Woody, at this point it could only be red mines, but there would have to be loads of red mines, and with the full life Warden, with the full life Dragon Rider,
3
I think
stars
that
all the way.
is looking good here, not only sitting down there staring at his iPad in his sports sweater, but also in this attack for the 3-star, as minions and lava pups are cleaning up the buildings on the outside. His Warden moves with the big force of balloons into the last defenses, and they cannot do anything to him anymore. He, rubs his hands in relief, and this is going to be the 3rd 3-star for ET-XSports. What a showing today.
This is probably my favorite attack. Maybe, certainly of this war, but maybe of the entire day. And if we're breaking down a replay, I don't think we are for this one, but you should go rewind and check this one out again, because look how many balloons he's got left. Not plenty of time with just 13 seconds, but hey, it's enough to get the triple, and he has just, like, crushed this base from every single angle. Whenever someone, like, takes all their forces and kind of stacks them on one side of the map and pushes, that's really impressive to me if they're able to get a 3-star somehow because of whatever stage 1 that they've done earlier on. Whenever someone takes their forces and they surround a base like from all sides and then kind of collapse and crush it like a black hole, sucking in the destruction, that is also super impressive too. That second one is what we just saw there. And I don't know how the Imperium Titans just make them look so easy. They're just so relaxed. Every single time they get these 3-stars, they're just like, Yeah, that's what I do. Take a look, enjoy it while it lasts, because we're going to get the golden ticket early on, and you won't see us until the World Finals again.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what's impressing me. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm just doing this out of my memory, but I think they won the first golden ticket last year.
I think they got in
Correct me if
really
I'm wrong.
early, but
Maybe you can let me
didn't
know in the
X-Team
chat.
get the first one last year?
Wasn't that the year before last year? Maybe
it might have
wasn't.
been. Might have been.
Maybe you are right. Maybe it was the second one. Maybe I'm also completely off. No one knows. But we know that Kazuma is coming in with another Queen Charge LaLo. He's done the Queen Charge LaLo before into the heavy stack Town Hall compartment very successfully. We broke it down earlier today. But what's noticeable for me about this attack is that he brought 3 Super Barbarians, Woody. And I'm eager to see where he's going to use them. Okay, first one coming in already there for this army camp. I thought maybe he will use 1 or 2 of them later on to take out an outside defense like an archer tower. But yeah, let's see about that. At the moment he just funneled, so he makes sure his queen goes from the right towards the bottom of the screen into this scattershot compartment. And so far everything is looking to go according to plan, Woody.
Very solid start for Kazuma. He even keeps this queen out of the enemy royal champion range until she is ready to lock on and pop her down. Raged up, she's going to be topped off for those healers, and just the timing is perfect here for Kazuma. Really nice shape of this base early on to strike hard with that queen and keep her well protected and safe on the inside. Man, there was a reason why these guys were called the Queen Walkers, because they are experts at utilizing that really high damage output hero to take down crucial chunks of the base. And it's only 20% so far, but she is going to go a lot deeper. He needs to pivot off, though, and look at the next stage of the attack, because he's got a minute down and out. And even though these Lava Hound and Balloon attacks can go really, really quickly, you do have to get the setup perfectly positioned and get it in there, because, I mean, he still does have 3 multi-target Infernos. 2 of them are going to get raged up over on the back end, as well as that Eagle Artillery. So that's going to be a lot of splash damage to contend with, and I mean, he needs to start getting damage in there quickly.
Oh no. He already lost 2 healers due to seeking air mines that were probably there to stop the blimp. And then his the super minions out of the CC actually took out another healer. Not what you want to see when you're doing a Queen Charge. And you said it, Navi, formerly
Kazuma.
as the Queen Walkers are known for their good Queen Charges, and especially Kazuma this year for me has been one of the best Queen Charge players that is out there. And the blimp at this point takes out the Town Hall, something you definitely want to miss on. Definitely don't want to miss on when you're doing these 3-star attempts. And now he's coming in with the LaLo, but there's still a lot of base left with him.
There still is, and a lot of troops, a lot of spells. He's just holding on to everything. He's just so careful, so precise, so well thought out that I just think that he needs to just start tapping the screen, get it all down. Only 24 seconds and he's just going to run out of time. This was not at all a failure in tactics. This was a time fail for him, and it is just a heart-rending loss for Navi to need these 3 stars, to have the potential, and to just not be able to show up with the speed and agility to pull it off. Kazuma, a very strong attacker, but just a slow juggernaut, has been clocked out of this 3-star opportunity. And the defenses for Amalin will hold up once again. Credit to them. The defenses for ET have been very strong, Maxi.
They have, especially against a team like Navi. That is really, really impressive to me. And you said it, he was very slow there towards the end, very well thought out, as you put it. And I think even though it was a time fail in the end, the only way to make it a 3-star was the way he did it. Like, even if he would have used stuff earlier, his troops were just so far away. I mean, he took too long with the Queen Charge and everything, I guess, but his troops were too far away from the damage dealers that were still left in the base, from the defenses, and so he had to be patient with the spells. And in the end, yeah, it probably was a time fail, but I think he couldn't have done it any better at the point when he decided to be so patient. But Woody, now we find ourselves in an interesting position as Tryhard is coming in with the Queen Charge Hog Riders. ET-XSports now have a 2-star lead, and if they get a 2-star in this attack, so they basically need to finish 2 attacks with 2 stars, just close out with 2 stars, and they will get the win, and that will bring them this, this very important victory that we talked about before, saving 2 matches that you would have to go through if you end up in the lower bracket. And actually Tryhard can now manifest this if he gets the 2-star in this attack, and then the closing attacker for ET-XSports, which will be Imperium, with just another 2-star can guarantee them the victory, and that's a very, very luxury position to be in.
Yeah, the squad from France has got to be extremely proud of their early performing players, because this is just making it look easy. It certainly is not, but the hit rates are going to be going through the roof based solely on the performance from ET-XSports. Look, they have had more triples so far in their early stages of this war than some other wars have had in total of both teams combined. Like, these are really super strong attackers, and the base building is just on point as well. I don't know if they have the strongest defenses in the league, but they definitely have some of the strongest, most consistent attacks. And we're seeing it again here through Tryhard's assault. Takes the town hall early on, and like you said, as long as both of the next 2 attackers get 2 stars, they are going to grab the win. Pushing hard into the top side now with these hogs. Tryhard is getting that Eternal Tome popped off now and making sure that he is right on path to victory. Another early pop for this Royal Champion, though, and that does kind of leave me wondering whether he's going to have enough cleanup for the back end. It looks like he's starting to peter out, but still got the 2-star for sure, and can still hold his head high as a strong performer on this really excellent squad.
Yeah, and there's probably not a chance because of time. And also this queen has other plans. She's taking little detours, but like the king ability there with the combination of the queen with the rage could still get him very, very far there through the back end. And we can see though on the left side there are some buildings left up, and okay, the queen was melted through there with the, oh yeah, there was a defensive rage spell tower, and that's what gave the defenses so much power to melt through the queen. But still, as we said, 90%, I mean that is still more than most of the Navi attacks have achieved, and now even going to 91%, and he didn't even need that much. He just needed the 2-star, so Tryhard doing exactly what his team needed him to do. And yeah, I mean, at this point, ET-XSports has it in their hands. And, I mean, Navi cannot even put a lot of pressure on them if they get the 3-star. It's just, they have to keep their cool. ET-XSports, just stay calm, just do what you do best. Just get the town hall down and do whatever.
We've got some words in here from Phoenix COC, who says very strong defenses today, but some incredible offensive performances as well. Just waiting with anticipation for what's to come. Make sure to use that hashtag Clash Worlds if you want to have a chance for your tweet to show up on screen as well. And thanks to Phoenix for those wise words. Of course, that's the same sort of sentiment that we've been saying up here on the caster booth. We are so impressed with these defenses, and especially with the teams advancing that are able to overcome them. The Imperium Titans have really been working hard, and it shows in their success today. They are all but guaranteed to be in that top spot alongside these teams. You know, these are like some of the 8 best teams in the world. And so to be finally among the top 2 still yet undefeated squads in the Queso Cup 2023 has got to be a very firm and happy spot to be in. Navi is going to be moving in finally with their last attack by Klaus. We love to see it, a very strong attacker, and we expect nothing less than 3 stars to close it out. But even with that, they just be only up to 12 against an ET squad that cannot be surpassed.
Yeah, and I just like it. You know, whenever Klaus attacks, we know we might see something new. And that is also what Phoenix was referring to. He cannot wait what's to come, and that is just because of the variety that we see in attack strategies and in troops being used. And basically at any given moment, a team or a player can come up with a new strategy that they will then perfect and use in competitive wars. And Klaus is definitely one of the most creative attackers out there, which we could just see by 2 different small things. The first was bringing a minion on the left side to tank just 1 air defense shot, and that provided more tanking for his blimp with the balloons. And then the second thing being that clone spell he brought, because he knew he couldn't get the value he needed there with just the Yeti blimp. So he brought the Rage and the clone spell to get some more Yetis, some more Yeti mines, and some more damage to these buildings. Now the Queen should be able to finish this compartment while the King took out the enemy Royal Champion, and it's now going to come down to the LaLo into the Town Hall.
Big ol' LaLo cruising through the bottom layer of this base now. Klaus stocks on a few more balloons out back. I guess he's feeling pretty confident that the split is going to go in his favor. Not having to worry about air sweepers as they are pointed at the 12 and 11 o'clock positions, and he is just going to slide right on past. More good news as it's just a single target Inferno on defense, and those balloons are happy to soak that up for the Grand Warden out back, who pops the tome right as they're about to path over to the Town Hall. Unfortunately, they did not get the lock that he was looking for early on, and that means that they are gonna... Oh, a few of them explode anyways right beneath that Giga Bomb. Klaus gets the second star and is trying to push through with this Royal Champion out the left side. She still is ready to toss her shield. The balloons are starting to pop and are looking pretty thin out here. It finally seems like a 3-star with 2 spells left to hold on to. Klaus has got plenty to swag at the end of this strike. Congratulations to him for finishing with his head held high. The Navi squad will have 12 stars total, and that is going to be a very clear message to anyone else still competing that this is a squad that will hold their own even if they are forced down to the lower bracket, Maxi.
Yep, absolutely. And that was just a beautiful attack, honestly. I mean, he made it seem so effortless. Sometimes it actually is an advantage to not having anything on the line anymore because the pressure is gone in the last attack. But we've seen Klaus doing the same thing under pressure as well. So we know what he's capable of, and just, you know, sitting there casually swinging 2 spells and just taking the space apart is just very, very impressive. But we could also see the disappointment there on his face because he knew his team has a very slight chance of still making it to the winner's bracket, and that chance in numbers is Woody, you probably calculated it already?
Yeah, I'm gonna go very small, infinitesimal chance of Navi moving on. It looks very much more likely that the Imperium Titans Exports with just that 2-star that they need is gonna be the squad.
And you just sent the information to my head to make me look better, so I can say it. So thank you very much.
Okay.
It's 1-star, 77%. That ET-XSports need to get the victory here. So
don't even need the 2-star, do they? Right?
A pretty low mark, exactly. So I think they will concentrate rather on the like the 2-star part of that than the percentage part of that. So let's see what Ariam can bring, and I really hope he goes for the Town Hall early on, Woody.
No, make us sweat. That's what I like to see. You know, he's got his legs kicked up in bed, and he's just relaxed and easy going right now. He's like, it's no problem at all. I just got to get a 2-star, and it's going to be over.
Yeah, and I would love to see it at this point. Unfortunately, we cannot. But Woody, he's definitely doing what we expected him to do, leaving us sweating for a little bit because he just comes in with the heroes there from the opposite side of the Town Hall. So he is going to.
Could you jinx it for us? Could you jinx it real quick?
Yeah, I mean, he's got this. This is an easy 2-star. I don't know what can go wrong. I mean, it's Ariam, Woody.
Oh, clearly. Yeah, there's going to be no trouble whatsoever. All right. Well, fans of Navi are thankful for your jinx attempt here. As I'm sure there's no further jinx mojo that I could put onto this match. CC troops are going to pop on out, and it's going to be a couple of headhunters to try to give this queen some trouble. And, ooh, she does go down indeed. That unicorn's going to try to pop off to somewhere else, but... I mean, I know Ariam's got at least half a brain, very much likely a lot more than that. And at this point, I think very confidently that he can take this 2-star down. Let's give him all the time and space to breathe through it. 1:40 to get this lava loon with an ice hound, in fact, out and about, freezing up this enemy air defense and shutting it down. Here comes the main charge into the Town Hall. The freeze is out, and that Grand Warden ready to pop and protect as soon as those freezes wear off. He's charging in for the kill. Maxi, does he get it?
I don't know. He has nothing to activate the Town Hall. Okay, there we go, and I think that should seal the deal, actually. That Town Hall was... Boom! There we go! That Town Hall was so well protected with the traps. Wow. He made it at least a little bit exciting. especially for me, since I probably could have never met anyone from ET-XSports ever again if I really had jinxed that one. But Woody, actually, this might even still become a 3-star. He's got the Royal Champion, unfortunately not bouncing the air defense. Oh, that is unlucky. So probably will be falling short now as the Royal Champion is taking on these skeletons there. But once again, like I said, with Tryhard, that is just what they needed. They needed 2 stars after such a strong start here, and the 2 finishing attackers, you know, not leaving any doubt about who should proceed in the winner's bracket. Congratulations, Arium, for this nice attempt, and congratulations for ET-XSports for the victory here over none other than the current world champion, Navi.
A huge accomplishment, and it bodes very well for them as only one more upper bracket match remains. If they win their next 2 matches, they will have a golden ticket with 13 stars claimed in this match against the reigning world champs Navi. They have sent them packing down now to the lower bracket, and Imperium Titans Esports will be moving on as the winners. A 13-12 scoreline. Congratulations to them, and take a look at the war stats here now, where you can see some of the highest percentage strikes from any squads in this tournament. A great war to be sure, and lots to learn from on both the base building side and offensive strategy side. Navi and ET-XSports might just be the best 2 clans in this competition, and we'll get a chance to see tomorrow if it might be them who are facing off in a rematch.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's a possibility there's no rematch at all, but there are also loads of possibilities for rematches later on. So very excited about that as well. Here we can see the stats once again. It was a very, very impressive match here, because we've seen low scores all around today. Just the match between TWOB and Bad Zinger was also a 13-12. So, yeah, the most triples, or in the other match it was actually 6, but some of the most triples we've seen today, and a very strong performance. So definitely 2 teams that would have deserved to stay in the upper bracket, but at this point it will be ET-XSports. And Woody, this is what we're going to start with tomorrow going into day 2.
Right, you are, Maxi. The bracket has been finalized from day 1, and with the winners round 3 to start off tomorrow, we've got Inquisition and Imperium Titans Exports ready to kick it off and find out which one of them will be the kings at the top of the hill, seeking to defend that final spot from the lower bracket champions. We still have Navi against TWOB. Then it's going to be Clash Champs versus Chasmac EA. One of those 4 bottom teams will have the chance to move on and face off against the top winners in that grand final spot. But remember, there's an advantage in being the team on top, because with a double elimination bracket, the team that moves on from the winner's bracket would have to only win once, while the team from the lower bracket would need 2 victories to get that golden ticket.
Yep,
Absolutely.
So it's a great advantage to be there. But we welcome Eric back.
Hello.
Who will now join us to wrap up the day and look at what's to come.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy set of wars there. I think a lot of people, I saw a lot of predictions on Twitter as we were leading up to this, where a lot of people were putting all their predictions up, and almost everybody that I saw were predicting that Navi and Clash Champs would be in the upper bracket finals. And that is absolutely not the case that has actually played out here. And with the upsets, it is a total overturn of what everybody expected. And now, I mean, it's going to be exciting to finish up here. But I mean, there's a lot of fans of like Navi and Clash Champs and all these teams here, but it's all gonna play out at the end here. And somebody is walking away with the golden ticket at the end of it. So I'm excited to see how it all plays out here.
Yeah, there's personalities out there. There's the fans of these YouTubers. There's the national pride in seeing the team from your country move on. Lots of different reasons to love these players. I hope that you'll all go out and check them out wherever they may be, over on Twitter. Throw your support there. Leave your support in the chat as well. Let us know anywhere and everywhere that you can find them, because they need the encouragement for one more big day of competition to come, Maxi.
They do, because then it is when the golden ticket is really on the line. And so far today, only 2 teams have had to say goodbye to this opportunity. Bad Zinger and ITP Team. They have done great attacks. They have shown us great Clash of Clans esports. So thanks to them once again. But the other 6 teams remain and still have the chance for that golden ticket, with Inquisition and ET-XSports being the ones with, at this point, the highest chance, because they were the ones surviving the upper bracket. And this is also going to be a very exciting match tomorrow. But before that, we will see, as you said, Navi and Clash Champs again. And if they both win, we might even see them face off against each other. So the 2 favorites, at least before the whole thing started. So a lot of great matches to come for tomorrow. And I'm extremely excited about this. Eric, is there something that you are excited about in particular about tomorrow? A certain match, a certain base style, or a certain strategy or something?
I mean, I'm just excited. I mean, I'll be real with you. I'm a big fan of Navi, and I want to see them play more. And with them getting knocked down, I get to see them play more matches. So, like, I just hope they can survive, and we get to keep on watching them. But I mean, every single team here is absolutely fantastic and 100% earn their spots there. And it's gonna be a wild ride here to the finish. And we're just gonna be holding on, and we'll see how the dust settles at the end.
Well, we hope that all of you will join us again tomorrow at 12 p.m. UTC. That's the same time as we went live today, because the grand finale is at our feet. The golden ticket and $18,000 will be awarded to the first place team. $50,000 total dollars in the prize pool to be awarded to these top 8 squads. And we are so proud to be watching them compete among the best teams in the Clash of Clans world right now. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in to cheer on your favorite squads and watch the action here. Big thanks as well to the Queso Cup crew, as well as to Supercell for sponsoring this event and keeping us all excited about the game. We love to see these big high stakes opportunities for teams to put it all on the line. Maxi, it's been so great having you join us here. And of course, Eric, thanks for bouncing back again. Big salute to Judo Sloth as well for tuning in and giving us some great wisdom at the midpoint. If you missed that, go back and check the replays. We'll have more for you again tomorrow. So make sure to subscribe here and set an alarm to watch it in the morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be. We appreciate all the fans who tuned in, and we'll really hope to do our best job for you again tomorrow. Until then, clash on.